lọ́wọ́ àníbọ̀dá ìpanumọ́. Bọ́kọ bá ń bá sọ̀rọ̀ dùn lọ́wọ́ àníbọ̀dá ìpanudé.
Sí àwa èmi tí ń dúró wájú yìí tí ń lérí ogun tí ní òkè Buhari nìṣó ká máa bá lọ. Kò lè di president. Ó ṣe kìíní olùlẹ̀, ó ṣe kejì olùlẹ̀, ó ṣe kẹta olùlẹ̀. Ó tiẹ̀ sunkún lórí tẹlifíṣàn pé láyé òun ò tún rán mọ́. Mo dẹ̀ lọ bá ń Kaduna wa rán ọ̀rọ̀ ẹ̀kún kọ́ lélẹ̀ àdúró tiẹ̀ wàá dẹ̀ wọlé. Nǹkan kan ní pé o ò ní fọ̀rọ̀ orílẹ̀-èdè Yorùbá ṣeré. Ó dẹ̀ gbà. Àtijọ́ tó yẹ ti débẹ̀ mi ò gba mínísítà, mi ò gba contract, mi tọrọ ọbẹ̀, mi tọrọ gàrí, mi tọrọ fúra lọ́wọ́ ẹ̀, mi dẹ̀ ìyàwó ń bẹ̀. Ó wá ní lọ́tẹ̀ yìí o, Yorùbá ló kàn. Tá a bá dẹ̀ sa Yorùbá náà, èmi ló kàn.
Area father,
Right, enough of that. Bala bala bulaba, you they speak in tongues. So he's still speaking in tongues as he continues to be your president. So there it is right there. Bala bala bulaba, he is speaking in tongues. So there it is. I wonder what nice little detail will come up for that for 2027. Nigerian, very creative bunch. So here it is. We go again. Here it is. I am here. There you are. And here we are. So we go again as we always go. The protocol remains the same. Click on the like button just as soon as you hear me invite you to do so. So click on the not let me do it again. Click on the like button just as soon as you hear me invite you to do so. So click on the like button right now. So do that right now. Either right now, immediately as you hear the sound of my voice, or as you're hearing the sound of my voice in watch back. So whenever it is, or at whatever slot you are interacting with the session, click on the like button if you would please. So click on the like button. If you're not already subscribed, then correct that as well. Click on the subscription button. If the subscription button is showing as red on your screen, then you've not yet fulfilled all righteousness. So fulfill all righteousness by depressing that red subscription button to gray, and then the word subscribe changed to subscribed. So it goes from a present continuous tense to a past tense. So click on the red subscribe button, depress it to gray to read then the word subscribe. So do that. If you want to come and join me on the screen, the hyperlink that says StreamYard invites you into the studio. Super chats towards the stream, of course. That's the engine oil that lubricates the session. We always need the super chats, a minimum of 5 every session. We always say that. So super chat towards the stream. Share the links as widely as you can. All those things and everything else that I should have said, but I've not remembered to say. Do it for the progression of the platform. So do that. So like, share, subscribe, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard to come and join us on the screen. Super chat towards the stream. I think those are the action calls. Those are the calls to action that I always call every single session. So those are the calls to action I always call every single session. We're going to be doing this somewhat differently. I'm going to play you a series of video clips that I have lined up, and then I'll bring on the person already on the platform, and then we do the headlines in the course of the session, however long it lasts. So we do it in that sequence in this instance. Because the readouts can be long and winding sometimes, and a lot of people have been saying we should try and recalibrate somewhat. So let's kick it off. We're actually going to start off in America. This is where we're starting off, and we're starting off then with the excesses of Elon Musk. And is it now overspilling to the point that he has to be called to order, brought to order? So that's where we're starting. You all know what happened, of course. Elon Musk turned up at the Oval Office and took over as the president of the United States. He actually put his son on the top of Donald Trump's toupee, which is never the done thing. So we go through the sequence, but let me kick it off from here, actually. For the benefit of those of you who may not know that Donald Trump is actually an illegal, this is what even makes it so even more egregious. Not Donald Trump. Those of you who may not already know, Elon Musk is actually an illegal immigrant in America. So he even shouldn't be in that country, and there he is at the Oval Office lording it over the president. He is an illegal immigrant by his own admission. So we kick it off from here.
We were not, I don't know if you were, but I was not legally in America, so I was illegally there.
Oh. In fact, when they did fund us, they realized that we were illegal immigrants.
Well, I mean,
yes, we were.
I'd say it's a gray area.
Yeah, yes, we were. We were illegal immigrants. We were sleeping in the office. We didn't have a car. We had one car, but the wheel kept falling off.
So that is Elon Musk right there. This was a few years ago that he made that confession, that admittance. That was Elon Musk and his brother then telling us then that they are illegal immigrants in America. So fast forward from being an illegal immigrant in America to now having your son tell the American president to shut his bloody mouth. Watch this.
Prices from one year to the next are the same, and they're.
So there it is right there. So that's Elon Musk's son telling the American president to hush his mouth. So that is where they are in America. I think I had one more American clip. Yeah, let me play you this one as well. You know, this one, yes, let me play you this one.
And the person who is helping him do that stood over Donald Trump in the White House today, thereby delivering a picture of presidential subservience, the likes of which we have never seen, the most powerless image of a president of the United States ever created by a camera. There it is. In that shot, Elon Musk is doing everything he possibly can to tell the world, without saying a word, that Donald Trump is not the boss of me. Donald Trump is the boss of the other adults in that shot, Stephen Miller and Will Scharf, and that's why they are following Donald Trump's lead on the dress code for the Oval Office, which is the same dress code that has existed for every previous president. The child was there as a power play by Elon Musk, demonstrating he can do whatever he wants in that room. When Donald Trump is your boss, you don't bring your kid into a business meeting with Donald Trump. And when Donald Trump is your boss, you don't talk more than Donald Trump in a business meeting with Donald Trump. Elon Musk spoke 3,666 words. Donald Trump spoke 2,487 words. Mike Pence never had a day like that in the Oval Office with Donald Trump. J.D. Vance will never have a day like that in the Oval Office with Donald Trump, because Donald Trump is the boss of J.D. Vance. When the president speaks in the Oval Office, no one else does. Except today. Elon Musk interrupted Donald Trump when Donald Trump was speaking, and Elon Musk's 4-year-old child spoke while Donald Trump was speaking. And nothing could demonstrate the power of Elon Musk more than his child speaking while Donald Trump was speaking.
Right, I've got other clips as well. I may bring you it actually, where Elon Musk told his son, XYZ or whatever it is, you know, some silly name that is named the boy. The boy actually told the American president to shut his mouth or something. Well, we saw that. There was one other one where he told the American president that he is not the president. Somebody sent me that earlier on. Let me see if I've got it. But yes, I played that in the. I think I may have it actually. Let me see. I didn't actually download that one. But no. Whilst I'm waiting to download that one, let me play you. Let me play you this. So now, Elon Musk is not actually is not a new phenomenon. Elon Musk is part of a strategy that has been going on for well in excess of 100 years. And that strategy started in Germany, led by a man called Adolf. So it's an offshoot of that. It's an Aryan progenitor. It's of that it's a Nazi. Let's just call it. It's of that Nazi stock, and they had a strategy to go and conquer America, and that strategy now, the fruition of it is what you're saying with Elon Musk now. So why am I saying all this? Watch this.
Who are the PayPal Mafia, and how are they linked to apartheid-era South Africa?
Well, they're a group of men who are at the top, the founding of PayPal, all of whom in some way or other grew up in South Africa as children. You've got Musk himself, who was born in South Africa and lived there, went to high school there until he was 18. Musk's grandfather, Canadian grandfather, had been the head of the Canadian branch of a political movement in the 1930s called Technocracy Incorporated, which in essence wanted to scrap democracy in the United States and Canada and have technocrats rule the country, which might sound familiar. That becomes a de facto fascist party, is banned during the Second World War, and then the grandfather moves to apartheid South Africa, having had no connection to the place, in 1950, because he likes the sound of of apartheid. And even Elon Musk says of the grandfather, he was an open neo-Nazi. You got Peter Thiel, who was a co-founder with Musk of PayPal. Thiel was born in Germany, but brought to South Africa as a young child. His father was a mining engineer, lived in Johannesburg, and then moved to Southwest Africa, which was then a South African colony, is now Namibia. And he went to school in Swakopmund, which was notorious as probably the last place on the planet where people still openly greeted each other with Heil Hitler and celebrated Hitler's birthday. He went to a German school there before moving to the United States when he was 10 or 11. You've got David Sachs, who was born in Cape Town. He's big in PayPal and is now Trump's AI and crypto czar. He moved to Tennessee as a relatively young child, but grew up in the white South African diaspora there. And you've got Roelof Botha, the grandson of Pik Botha, the last foreign minister of apartheid South Africa. He was the acceptable face of apartheid. You'll remember he used to run around the United States trying to put a gloss on how they were reforming things and that everything was getting better. So you see those four key people at the top of PayPal, and they all have this, very intimate connection to South Africa.
Who are the PayPal Mafia?
So there it is right there, the plot thickens. You may call it conspiracy theory, but when it comes to fruition, it will almost likely be too late. But I think the Americans are quickly waking up to what's going on around them. Watch this.
I wasn't even going to post on this, and then I saw some clips that changed my mind, and I'll show you those in a moment. But first, Elon Musk yesterday, along with his son Little X, held a press conference in the Oval Office to discuss what Doge is doing, all while Donald Trump watched on silently from his cuck chair. And in the aftermath, one of Elon's fanboys shared this tweet that Elon reposted. It says, "History repeats itself," and it shows two images. The first image is a pretty iconic image of JFK Jr. playing underneath his dad's desk while he worked in the Oval Office. And the second is Little X seemingly bored out of his mind, crawling around on the floor while Donald Trump pontificates about what he liked watching from said cuck chair. But I can point out at least one glaring difference between these two situations. JFK Jr., as I recall, never had criticisms of his father while the press was there. Little X, on the other hand, has a lot to say, and there was a hot mic that caught some of it. So first is this little gem.
To restore democracy. This may seem like, well...
You heard that too, right? You're not the president, you need to go away. I'll play the clip a second time. Just, you watch and tell me if that's what he said.
To restore democracy. This may seem like...
That's what he said, but I'll go one better. Because he also said this.
The prices from one year to the next are the same. And their mortgage...
That one's clear as day. He says, "I want you to shut your fucking mouth up." And there's already people who are like, out of the mouth of babes. But let me just put this out there for your consideration. A child this young doesn't have this profound moment where he tells off Trump. He just repeats things he's heard. So if he says you're not really the president, chances are someone has said that around him and he's repeating it. When he says, "I want you to shut your fucking mouth up," he's either heard someone say that to someone else, or someone has said that to him, and he's repeating it. Either scenario is pretty disturbing. But perhaps the question we should be asking is the same one that Shea Jordan Smith asked on Twitter, which is, why the fuck is Elon Musk doing press briefings in the White House from the Oval Office? He is not an elected official. Why is he holding court in the Oval Office? Nothing about this is normal or good.
So Derek says right there, the question continues to subsist. Who is the American president, Elon Musk or Donald Trump? So I think Elon Musk is the American president. I think Donald Trump will attempt to deal with him and he will succeed. But ultimately, Elon Musk will unseat him. So that's just how that's going to play out. So that's a bit of goings on stateside. So a bit of going on stateside. So now let's revert back home. Come to then the headline piece then. it looks as though the world may be turning, not the world, but the West may be turning against the Nigerian state. So now, this would not happen unless directives come from the top. This clip that I'm about to play you now, what this man tells you happened to him, it would never have happened unless directives came from the top. So we pick it up from here.
There's an event to honor our veterans, those that were injured during battle. Remember last year the Duke of Sussex visited Nigeria with his wife. Through the Invictus, they have a foundation that they try to raise the morale of troops all over the world that have suffered one form of deformity or the other in the course of defending their individual countries. So we're supposed to be there. And actually, half of my team have already gone, but unfortunately, the Canadian Embassy, for knowledge best known to them, denied us visa. So I wasn't sure, and so I wanted to be silent about it. But when we couldn't get the visa, I said, this is blessing in disguise. So I'm really very happy to be here. And I think this is just a clear reminder to us that we're on our own, that we need to stand strong as a nation so that nobody takes us for granted.
To be clear, the man speaking there is the Chief of Army Staff for the Nigerian state, Nigeria being the preeminent African country, one of the top 30 economies in the world. So the Chief of Army Staff to that space. So he was invited to the Invictus game, which is some sort of a Olympiad organized by the Duke of Sussex, Prince Harry. He organizes that, and this year that event is taking place in Canada. So of course Nigeria invited the Chief of Army Staff, gracing the invitation of the Prince it's not the Prince of Wales, so it's the Duke of Sussex. So he then sets about then to go and attend that, taking a team of athletes and an entourage as well. So the first batch goes off, the Chief of Army Staff to follow through with the second batch, only for the Canadian authorities to deny, listen to that, the Canadian authorities to deny the Chief of Army Staff of the Nigerian state visa to visit Canada. So now, what would be the reason? What would be the reason for that denial? Is it that he's likely to japa and flout the conditions of his visa? Certainly not. Is he a wanted felon internationally? Certainly not. So what politics is at play there? And all of that has to mix in with the new paradigm shift in the Western space, Elon Musk, Donald Trump. So how does that play in? The Chief of Army Staff of Nigeria denied a visiting visa to Canada. So what justifies that? Certainly Nigeria not taking it easy, and very swiftly Nigeria responds. What this?
Thank you for the courage to say that Canada denied you. They can go to hell. Even though it's painful, it's disrespectful, but we are people. We are strong. And I agree with you. We have to fix our country. We have to do it well. Yes, this disrespect is too much. So, yet is another reason why we work hard to make Nigeria work and be respected.
So there it is right there. So that was of course, Nuru Ribadu, the National Security Advisor to the Nigerian state, inviting the Canadians to roll something in a cylindrical shape and shove it up there behind. Go F yourself. The response from the Nigerian state. So, but the audacity of it, though, that's just the thing. Because everybody caught in Nigeria at the moment, the change of our government, business-geared and internationally geared governance, are ready to do business. We see everybody. We saw the Indian Prime Minister come. Everybody is coming to Nigeria to court at the court of the Nigerian state. and the audacity of Canada. Even they finished, they bent and locked Simon Ekpa up at the behest of the Nigerian state. But the audacity of some satellite outposts in the Americas, some British colonies, some, you know, they still have the queen as their head of state, now the king, some confused little country that is neither English nor American, not anything, not French or anything, just a bunch of moose-eating Neanderthals from the back of beyond, having the audacity to deny the Nigerian chief of army staff visa to come and visit their run-down, you know, snow-infested, nonsensical country. You know, so that's where we are. You know, it's quite annoying. Can you imagine that? The audacity of it. But there it is. That's what the Canadians have done to Nigeria, and you can expect, of course, Koboko from the Nigerian state. So Koboko from the Nigerian state, let's go on from there and reverse back home. So now, there is an elephant in the room of the Nigerian state that we are all fearful to mention by name. Are you hearing me? There's an elephant in the room of the Nigerian state that we're all fearful to mention by name. But let me give you a hint. If you go on Google right now and type in Nigerian arrested in, and then pick any country of your choosing, any country in the world at all, Nigerian arrested in, and then add any country you like, and then look at the landing page. Look at the first 10 of that landing page, and I guarantee you that 7 out of that top 10 is going to indicate as to what the elephant in the Nigerian room is. So the elephant in the Nigerian room, so that elephant in the Nigerian room is not only damaging us internationally, is also killing us internally. Watch this.
Has sealed popular Idumota drug market in Lagos State. This move is part of the agency's nationwide operation to combat the distribution of counterfeit medicines across the country. The initiative, which began Sunday night, saw the sealing of 3 major open drugs markets: Idumota in Lagos, Bridgehead in Onitsha, and Ariaria in Aba, following alarming concerns about the widespread sale of dangerous, ineffective, and potentially life-threatening medications. Addressing journalists during the operation in Lagos, Director General of NAFDAC, Professor Christiana Adeyeye, says the essence of the operation is to ensure that when people take medicine, they work.
The essence of this operation is to protect you and I. The essence of this operation is to ensure that when we take medicine, that the medicine actually works. The essence of this medicine is when a child is given medicine, that child doesn't die because there is nothing inside that medicine. The essence of this gathering is to control the selling of medicines. To control the selling of medicines. Who sells products? What products are they selling? Are these approved or not approved? We have over 5,000 shops in the country, open markets. They're not supposed to be open. They're supposed to be in what is called coordinated wholesale center. And we're going to get there in Lagos. We're going to get there in Aba. We're going to get there in Onitsha. But before then, we have to control, because our people matter to us. You and I matter. We're not just individuals that can be killed immediately because of bad medicine. And we have to be very, very sensitive about this. All of us must know that the medicine you use must make you well. If it's not making you well, call NAFDAC. Get a receipt from where you bought it, or get a sample of that medicine, we will track it.
So there it is right there. So, I mean, the elephant in the room, we all know what it is, and we all know where it is. Area market, Onitsha market, Obalende market, we all know who populates that space. And not only is this elephant damaging our names internationally, they are also killing us internally. Watch this.
A very big warehouse discovered at Umumeje village, Shomangwa local government area. This is the warehouse, this is the entry. This is the warehouse. So let's go inside and see what is stocked here. Things they happen. This army on standby. NAVDAC, police. Okay. This is the story building, two-story building, with an adjoining one-story building, all filled up with products of NAVDAC concern. Filled to the brim. Everything is stacked to the point that you won't have any breathing space anywhere. This is how all the rooms in this place is filled up. Look at it. Everywhere filled up. This is replicated everywhere. Stay up. Going up, even down here. Different kinds of product of concern. Controlled drugs. Expired drugs. See, this first floor. This is what we have everywhere. Unregistered products. Expired products. See what they are using to change the date marking. See the machine for changing the ink. They're changing the date. See everything here. See the one they have worked on already. You see? Real big deal. This is first floor. The validation section. This is other wing. Mumeje village in Socio-political. These are injectables. These are the things here. With other multivitamin capsules. Everywhere is filled to the brim. Everywhere. Any place you enter, you will be greeted with products. Everywhere you enter, you will be greeted with products. See this part, this section. A lot is here. We have enough security on ground. Army, police. Surprisingly, there's an adjoining section. And it's filled up. Wait. I don't want to cut this video. Sorry. Alright, so this is about. These places were filled up, but we have evacuated. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yes, sir. 6, 7, 8. All these 8 places I counted were filled up with materials like this. But they don't been evacuated by the all filled up like this. Expired. Look at it. Cerebrus. That's what it is. This. How Goyas they are bringing it out to be faster. This is it. I won't get you. No. I know. See it. Everywhere. Everywhere. Filled up. Alright, so these are coming from all these places filled with products. Thank you for watching.
So there it is right there. So the next time you go to Chukudi, the chemist down the road, know that you are signing your own death warrant. That's all I have to say. Next time you go to chemist Chukudi down the road, you are signing your own death warrant. So the next clip now to Sena climbs more positive stuff Watch this.
Renowned for its durable texture and intricate patterns, Aso-Oke fabric, a cultural treasure of the Yoruba people in southwest Nigeria, is capturing worldwide attention. Designers are now blending Aso-Oke with contemporary fabrics to create versatile fusion pieces, elevating its appeal on the global stage.
Under shaded trees, artisan weavers work at wooden looms, weaving Aso-Oke fabric, a traditional Yoruba textile. Aso-Oke is hand-loomed by the Yoruba community from southwest Nigeria. For Abdulin Mariam, this trade is a lifelong source of income.
This is our choice, but if you don't have a passion for it, you may not be able to do it. In this town, I would say that after this craft, there is no other job that can generate the same amount of money. There are no companies here, nothing else. That's why this is everyone's chosen line of work.
The fabric, known for its hardy texture and intricate designs, has gained popularity across borders, with a day set to celebrate it. In early December, a festival promoted community engagement and supported local artisans and businesses. The event featured a fashion show, weaving demonstrations, exhibitions, and a marketplace. Some view Aso-Oke as old-fashioned and labor-intensive, making it less appealing. Younger people may prefer faster, more affordable fashion options, disconnecting from Aso-Oke cultural significance. Designers are combining Aso-Oke with Western fabrics to create fusion pieces, making it more versatile.
The Aso-Oke festival we are doing is progressing our business and it's promoting Aso-Oke. We cannot be wearing foreign fabrics all the time. If you look at the same Aso-Oke closely, you'll realize that it's different from every other fabric. After Aso-Oke, there's no other fabric that can contest it.
So there it is right there. I have to say that the Yoruba culture is the preeminent black culture globally. I think everybody knows that anyway. It's the preeminent, it's the most venerated, the most celebrated, the most sought after, certainly the most studied, the most admired, and the most mimicked. You know, if you go to America in the 70s, they were wearing dashiki, you know, wanting to be Yoruba people. All over the UK, they are wearing dashiki, celebrating Fela Kuti and all that. And did you also know that the largest palace, certainly in Africa, probably the world, if I ask you where the largest palace is, global, is certainly in Africa, probably the world. Well, what would you say? You probably say Saudi or something. No. I'll narrow it down to Nigeria, and you know, of course, are almost certain to come from the southwest region. But within that southwest region, where do you think it comes from? The largest palace in Africa. Watch this.
Did you know Owo has the largest palace in all of Africa? It's called Arofe. It's also a national monument as declared by the Nigerian state government. Constructed by Oloro Orengenje in the 14th century, the palace features up to 100 courtyards called Ura, each serving a specific function and dedicated to a specific deity. The largest courtyard, reportedly about twice the size of an American football field, was used for public assemblies and festivals. Owo also has deep roots with the ancient city of Ile-Ife, known to be the birthplace of Yoruba culture. Exchange of culture between Owo and Benin was reciprocal, and the artistry of Owo's ivory carvers was highly valued in the Benin courts, as Benin rulers began to favor ivory insignia in the 17th and 18th centuries. You can find a lot of these artifacts in the Owo Museum, established in 1968. It houses many of these remarkable artifacts, like the terracotta sculptures dated back to the 15th century. The princes of Owo are descendants of Oloro Lewu, who according to Iva consultations rule Owo. But the most significant festival in Owo is the 800-year-old Igogo festival.
Would you have guessed that the largest palace in Africa is actually in Owo? Not even in Owo, you are laughing, but in Owo. Can you imagine that? I thought they were all barbarians over there, just causing marrying, you know, for human-eating cannibals in Owo. But apparently, they have some culture. So apparently they have some culture. So I'm bringing this headline up here to as a precursor to the next clip I'm about to play. So now, it looks as though the Southwest region is about to wrap a ring of steel around itself and inviting then that any wayward bandits that feels are sufficiently emboldened should come in and feel the taste of an AK-47. Southwest governors agreed to set up joint surveillance monitoring team. Watch this.
Security. The forum recognizing the need for food security, we encourage what we see as an ongoing collaborative effort among our Southwest states and implementing measures which is aimed at reducing and curbing inflation in the entire region. We believe also at forum discussion will express concern with activities of unscrupulous middlemen who deliberately inflate food prices and commodities within the region. We therefore took a view and agreed to establish what we call a food inflation joint monitoring team, which we believe will foster interstate collaboration and it will mitigate food inflation. We also went further to jointly set individually logistics hub, as a means of ensuring, food security, food adequacy in each state, but also working collaboratively as a region together.
All right. That wasn't actually the clip I thought I was playing, but so that then means I have to read this article. But before I read this article, just to what someone was saying there, do you know that the largest food hub in Africa has been built in Lagos to preserve both fresh and dry food? So by the second to third quarter of this year, Lagos would have nothing to do with either food scarcity or food being too expensive for anybody. That will completely be wiped out of the lexicon, just like fuel scarcity has been wiped out of the lexicon. Lagos State is going to be the most food secure, and by extension, then cascading to the rest of the Southwest and then further beyond, is going to be the most food secure space in Nigeria and in Africa even. The prices will be moderated, the quality will be guaranteed, all as a result of government action. But that wasn't the clip I thought I was going to play you, actually. The clip that I was going to play you is speaking to some sort of ring of steel that they want to use to surround the Southeast. So they're going to have some aerial surveillance sort of a system that will securitize the Southeast. And there will be synergizing between the 6 security hubs of the composing states of the Southeast, or of the Southwest, rather, not Southeast, but Southwest. So there'll be an area surveillance set up. It's like a satellite monitoring using drones to monitor this deep forest, using heat-seeking technology to see where people are congregating in dark shadows. All that sort of technology will be deployed to form a ring of steel around the Southwest. And then there'll be synergizing, like I said, amongst the 6 composing states, so that there's security arms, whatever security pockets, as well as the national complement, of course, of the police, and then the whatever army presence they have within their individual states. They all also have their internal structures of security. So all of that coalesces into a synergizing that will then form a ring of steel around the Southwest. So then Fulani bandits, you can come in now. There's a nightly package AK-47 waiting for you. Southwest governors agreed to set up joint surveillance monitoring team. The Southwest Governors Forum has resolved to establish a joint surveillance and monitoring team. The team will be tasked with coordinating security operations across the region. This is part of the communique issued at the end of the forum's meeting held on Thursday at the State House in Lagos. The move, they said, is a direct response to the emerging threats of ISWAP and other criminal groups whose activities are inimical to the peace and stability of the Southwest region. The governor of Lagos State, Babajide Sanwo-Olu, hosted the meeting at the Lagos House in Ikeja. Other governors present at the meeting include governors or governor of Oyo State, Seyi Makinde, governors Lucky Ayedatiwa and Biodun Oyebanji of Ondo State and Ekiti State, respectively. Dakwa Biodun, Ademola Adeleke Ogun and Osun State, respectively, also in attendance. So there it is right there. And this is not just an empty talk or ring of steel to be wrapped around the Southwest. So ring of steel to be wrapped around the Southwest. Let's go on from that to another one. So this now next video really rankles me. And it then tells you then, do you remember that Fela Kuti song, that Kolo mentality, you were once a slave, you are no longer a slave, but you have not released yourself. It's not even that you have not released yourself, they have not released you. Imagine the double standards that this video presents. This is Chiamaka, what was it? Chiamanda, the one, half of a purple sun or something. You remember that writer, Chiamaka Dachi? Yes, she's the one leading this.
These artifacts, who do they belong to? They belong to the museums where they are now.
Where do Africa's treasures belong? Now imagine this headline differently. Imagine if it said, where do Germany's treasures belong?
But if they were stolen? No, they were not stolen. It was looting, yes, but there were the looting of war was legal.
I don't get this distinction between looting and stealing.
No, it was stolen if you want, but in the 19th century, in the 18th century, in the 17th century, during all the wars, art was stolen. So we must get back everything or nothing.
The courage to say we were wrong. The courage to say about art acquired illicitly, this is not ours.
And more of this, these works of art, when they were taken, if they were not taken, they would have disappeared, because many of artifacts, African artifacts, are made of wood, and wood it was not made to be kept, you know, so it would have disappeared. They became works of art in museums because Europeans said it's art.
This position is paternalistic arrogance of the most stunning sort. It is also lacking in basic logic. Since when has the basis of ownership been taking good care of what is owned? Much of what we call African art are also documents that tell stories. That these are objects that are religious, spiritual.
These artifacts, who do they belong to? They belong to the museums where they are now.
Where do Africa's treasures belong? Now imagine this headline differently. Imagine if it said, where do Germany's treasures belong?
But if they were stolen?
No, they were not stolen. It was looting, yes, but...
So that's Chiamaka Adachi then speaking truth on behalf of all of us. So this is it now. We're just perennial. We don't have the power or potency to assert in any way. And that just tells you then that we still have those shackles around our ankles. There is no equivocation about that. And anybody that thinks differently is just self-deluding. We still have those shackles around our ankles. You need additional proof. Watch this.
What is the future of these chickens? Are we going to see them in our supermarkets soon?
Well, not in the supermarkets in the UK, but hopefully in the supermarkets in the tropical countries, in Nigeria, in Indonesia, where it's very hot. For these farmers, it's easier and more efficient because there's no need.
You don't have to pluck them.
That's right. There's no need to pluck them. The proportion of meat on these birds is higher.
So featherless chickens in the tropics, they grow faster than a bird with feathers because they don't get held up by the fact they're getting.
So there it is right there. Kwashiorkor chicken, specifically developed genetically modified Kwashiorkor chicken, only for the African market, especially for Nigeria, as that guy just told you there. We still have those shackles around our ankles, but is that those shackles around our ankles, are they going to be unbuckled? Are the chains going to be broken, as we see in Tinubu'S Govt? Are the chains going to be broken by Kemi Badenoch if she ever becomes the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom? Well, you can dream on, but according to this lady that is about to present now, you can dream but you have to wake up from that dream. The lady, Kemi Badenoch, is not for turning. She's there to sell you further into slavery. Watch this.
People, when we tell you that some black faces in high places are the perfect tools of white supremacy, I give you Kemi Badenoch, aka Not Bad Enough, the first black British Conservative Party leader, the racial gatekeeping extraordinaire, whose unique selling point is to throw black people and her country of origin, Nigeria, under the bus at every given opportunity in order to prop herself up to white British people as, I'm really one of you. It's an accident of birth that I came out black, but I'm really white on the inside. Here she is in the House of Commons, Parliament no less, complaining about a Palestinian family of 6 who've been given refuge in the United Kingdom under a scheme created for Ukrainians. You know, white people. Listen in.
Mr. Speaker, the Conservative government established the Ukraine Family Scheme, and in total, over 200,000 Ukrainians, mostly women, children, and the elderly, have found sanctuary in the UK from Putin's war.
Okay, good.
However, a family of 6 from Gaza have applied to live in Britain using this scheme.
Good.
And a judge has now ruled in their favour.
Excellent.
This is not what the scheme was designed to do.
Did you hear that?
This decision is completely wrong. It
No.
cannot be allowed to stand.
Unacceptable.
Is the government planning to appeal
White
on
supremacy
any points of law?
exemplified.
And if so, which ones?
Kemi Badenoch is basically saying that we, the British people, can give refuge to over 200,000 Ukrainians to come here, but we cannot give refuge to a family of 6 Palestinians from Gaza. Why? Because Ukrainians are white. So we can give Ukrainians right to work, right to live, access to the health service, access to benefits, but we can't give Palestinians the same rights and benefits. Why? Because Ukrainians are white. Kemi said, this cannot stand. This is wrong. This is not what the scheme was created for. And out of this mouthpiece of white supremacy, you hear the truth. That the system is not broken. It is working exactly as it should, which is to discriminate, to exclude, to be institutionally, structurally, and systemically racist. And Kemi Badenoch knows that Britain is responsible for arming, aiding, abetting, supporting Israel's genocide of Palestinians, Israel's commission of crimes against humanity of Palestinians in both West Bank and Gaza, and that we are partly responsible for Israel's devastation of Gaza. So we actually owe Palestinians refuge. We owe them that. But that can't happen because Palestinians are not white. And Israel, Zionist Israel, is Britain's ally. And we all know that Zionism is white supremacy. No outrage when Ukrainians leave their war-torn country to come and benefit from a system here they've not worked for. But there's outrage when black and brown people leave their war-torn countries to come here seeking refuge. White supremacy exemplified.
So there it is right there. Black faces in high places. That's now the new weaponry of white supremacy. Black faces in high places. The American face phraseology, Uncle Thomas. That's a subservient, servile sort of a black person that differs to a white person. But what is the female equivalent? Is it Aunt Sally? So what about the female equivalent is you're actually seeing it play out in the UK now. Uncle Tom, she's even worse than an Uncle Tom. She's just a coon. She's just a coon, but there it is. That's the world we are in now. And she's going to get the backing, of course, from Elon Musk because she's also a necessary tool in his grand plan. So a necessary tool in his grand plan. Let me play you now. This is the follow-through from a show business storyline that we've been tracking over the last few days at the Tubaba and his menage a trois and his harem. So it's now crescendoed into this. This is the latest installment from that never-ending saga or farce, however you choose to see it. Watch this.
Yeah. Love is a beautiful thing.
Yes, sir. Love is a beautiful thing.
All that joy, unleash taste.
Hey, nice one.
Keep moving forward with Nivea Dry Day. Stay dry and fresh with Derma's 72-hour active protection against sweat, odor, and skin irritation. Skin is for moving forward. Nivea is for clean.
Watch out. Okay.
So there it is right there. So there it is right there. A never-ending saga. It's not so much Romeo and Juliet. It's more Ekaete and Osage. But there it is, Ekaete and Osage. You know, in Yoruba land, there's an idiom in Yoruba land. They say, "Emi omota mo tí mo lọ gbé nǹkan tó jù mí lọ. Emi omota mo tí mo lọ gbé nǹkan tó jù mí lọ." You know, Yoruba, like I always say, it doesn't translate literally to English, but Emi omota mo tí mo lọ gbé nǹkan tó jù mí lọ. Me, we are picking of a person of no man. We go dey carry the thing we pass am. You see this bone where two baba they choose, so it looks like so that this one go choke am, because that Natasha girl, she's not quite the demureness of the previous one, so she's not Annie. And by the way, the ink has not even dried yet on the filings of the divorce papers, and already this guy is already married the next one. So it's unbelievable stuff, But then it's show business, of course. They get the fiat almost of a royalty. So that's two baba right there, proposing then in some rather sort of cheesy sort of Edo style, whatever it is. Edo style, whatever it is. So that's two baba there doing this cheesy whatever in the Edo style. I don't even know what to say. It's a different world, but that's two baba already proposing to the next divorcee. So that's his next ex-wife that's proposing to right there. So that's two baba doing his thing. I'll send the link into the comment section. Anybody that wants to come in. Quite a plethora of things to discuss. We've not even gone through the headlines yet. So let's go through the headlines. National Assembly passed 0.9 trillion naira budget, 2025 budget. So of course the rubber stamp that is Akpabio and his team and his posse. Where should I sign, sir, and how quickly? National Assembly passes 54.9 trillion 2025 budget. So I think the headline tells us all we need to know. Yes, the headline does tell us all we need to know. So let's go on from there to let's go on from there. The link is in the comment section, by the way. Anybody that wants to jump on. Let's go on from there to the next one. This one I will read out because it's something we've taken on as a project on this platform. How self-proclaimed prophet Ebuka Obi allegedly bribed prison officials to transport social media influencer Ejele Speaks to Anambra for assassination. So yes, if that guy gets his release, which we're going to ensure that he does, that Prophet Ebuka is done. Let's do this on a speed. How self-proclaimed Prophet Ebuka Obi allegedly bribed prison officials to transport social media influencer Ejele Speaks to Anambra for assassination. This is sources. Further revelations have emerged about how a self-proclaimed prophet and spiritual director of Zion Prayer Movement Outreach, evangelist Ebuka Obi, allegedly planned to assassinate social media influencer Mr. Chizorom Harrison Ofo Egbe, popularly known as Ejele Speaks, whilst being transported to Oka, Anambra State capital, for arraignment in court. Reliable sources told correspondents on Thursday that the cleric, through his lawyer Eze Victor, paid for Ikoyi prison officials in Lagos State, where Ejele has been in detention since 2024, to transport him, Ejele, to Awka on Wednesday by air at 8:30 a.m. Meanwhile, Obi had allegedly concluded a plan on how Ejele would be assassinated before court in Awka for arraignment on Thursday. On March 2024, correspondents reported that the Nigerian police force detained Ejele over his allegations against evangelist Ebuka Obi. In his viral post, Ejele had called the pastor a liar and tagged all of his miracles as deceits, urging the police to arrest him for turning his religious institution into a business enterprise, he wrote. There at Lagos State Police, at Benjamin Hundeyin and our Ministry of Justice, have we abolished the 419 of our criminal code? For how long is this thief, Ebuka Obi, going to be allowed to fool people? Is he above the law? So any criminal can wake up one day and say whatever he likes and will be allowed to go free because our pastor and these are the people whose business premises serve as polling units. They'll help rig elections for politicians who in turn will be patronizing them throughout their tenure. You dare not remit some of the public funds to them, else they will tell you they're sheep, that God has removed his glory from you. And on this goes. Subsequently, the police in Abuja invited Ejele to their station for an alleged case of criminal intimidation, threats to life, cyber stalking, and cyberbullying against the pastor. The petition letter, which was obtained by correspondents, read, "This office is investigating an alleged case of criminal intimidation, threats to life, cyber stalking, cyberbullying, conduct likely to cause the breach of peace, in which your name featured prominently." The police said the offenses violated sections blah, 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 and blah, blah, blah. In June 2024, the Federal High Court sitting in Lagos granted Ejele bail in a ruling delivered by the trial judge, Justice Akintayo Aluko, in the charge numbered XYZ. However, the court mandated Ejele to provide 50 million naira bail bond with two sureties, adding that one of the sureties must own a landed property in Lagos, while the civil service cadet of the other one must not be lower than level 14. So is this bail conditions that Showore is actually challenging, actually? Not for Ejele, but really as a principle that they be asking civil servants to stand as surety for people. Ejele, who was able to meet his stringent bail conditions in August 2024, has been held in Ikoyi prison and was scheduled if he met that should read he was not able to meet it, because if he met it, then they should have released him. Ejele, who was able to meet his stringent bail conditions in August 2024, has been held in Ikoyi prison and was scheduled for arraignment before Justice Amina A. Mohammed of the Federal High Court Awka Division on Thursday. But sources told correspondents that the case was called with a federal prosecutor and a lawyer representing Evangelist Obi doing watching brief. According to one of the sources, the judge was told that the prison authorities could not bring Ejele to court because he was critically ill in Ikoyi prison where he was undergoing dialysis. Sources said, but what really happened was that the head of corrections at Ikoyi had collected money from Prophet Ebuka Obi to pay for 4 wardens to accompany Ejele to Awka on a flight yesterday in preparation for today. According to the sources, it was revealed that the prophet had arranged assassins to ambush his convoy from the airport. When the information leaked, and besides the fact that it was unethical for the prison to collect money from the nominal complainant to transport Ejele to Awka, the prison authorities halted the flight and began investigating those involved. The source, however, said Ejele's lawyers had petitioned the Attorney General of the Federation to allow the trial to take place in Lagos for security and health reasons. The AGF has reportedly approved the memo, but when Prophet heard he quickly asked the prison to be bribed to ship a jelly. I don't know quite what that reads. Today, the AGF has reportedly approved the memo, and it will be sent to the CJ in Abuja for approval. The source added that since August 2024, when Ejele fulfilled his bail conditions, the Federal High Court judge has issued 4 production warrants, but severally they were questionable because several were issued whilst the court was not in court, whilst the judge was not in court. So a lot of goings on. I'm not quite sure how this guy is being held. When he's met his bail conditions, the judge has granted his release. So on what law or authorities is this guy being held? Meanwhile, sources told correspondents the prison officers have returned a bookie's flight ticket money to him after they were caught red-handed by the Minister of Internal Affairs, Bumi Ojo, who instituted a probe. Maybe I should try and contact this Bumi Ojo regarding, if anybody knows the reach to this guy, I need to contact him regarding this Ejele matter. Eze Victor, who is the lawyer doing the watching brief for Ebuka Obi, was the one who gave the prison people money to transport Ejele. So there it is right there. For all and every one of that guy is still in custody. Hashtag free Ejele speaks. So hashtag free Ejele speaks, it must be freed. So the money keeps rolling into Nigeria. Nigeria meets OPEC's crude production quota of 1.5 million barrels per day. So I think this is the first time in a long while that we've actually met our quota, or even exceeded it slightly. The Organization of Petroleum Exporting Countries says Nigeria's average daily crude production has increased significantly to 1.539 million barrels per day in January. The country, for the first time, met the OPEC production quota of 1.5 million barrels per day since it was set up for the 2024 period at OPEC's ministerial meeting in November 2023. News Agency of Nigeria reports that the production figure, which was released in OPEC's monthly oil market report, showed that the increase was against 1.485 million barrels per day in December, which represents 54 barrels per day change. In December 2024, the quota was extended to 2026 as Nigeria produced below the quota for over a year. According to OPEC, the crude production data was obtained from 2 sources: direct communication with Nigeria's officials, which is from the member countries, and secondary communication such as energy intelligence platforms. The report showed that Nigeria retained its position as the largest oil producer in Africa, surpassing Algeria, which produced 907 barrels per day in January. The report showed that Congo produced, I didn't even know, there's nothing they don't have in Congo. They even have oil. I didn't even know that. The report showed that Congo produced 250,000 barrels per day in the period under review, making the country the 3rd largest oil producing country in Africa. According to the secondary source, total OPEC 12 crude oil output increased mainly in Libya, Congo, and Gabon, whilst production in Nigeria, UAE, and Venezuela decreased significantly. So I think Nigeria should be out of that OPEC anyway. OPEC reports further. The OPEC report further stated that Nigeria's oil production would likely increase with the Dangote refinery nearing full capacity. The oil sector remains central to the economy, and the Dangote refinery reaching full production capacity should help stabilize the petroleum product supply and possibly lower petrol prices, OPEC said. So Nigeria meets its quota for the first time in a long time. So that is that more money for Tinubu to play with, more money for him to rig the elections with. First-class graduates should be forced to join the DSS, deputy director. So I think they should look to recruit them, because we need the best brains in the intelligence services, but certainly not forced. The deputy director at the Department of State Services, DSS, Patrick, I won't attempt his last name, said first-class graduates in Nigerian universities should be forced to join the security agency. Patrick suggested this while speaking at the 2025 Distinguished Personality Lecture organized by the Center for Peace and Strategic Studies, University of Ilorin, Kwara State, February the 13th. Patrick, who was represented by Adeola Ajayi, DSS Director General, said individuals with lower academic performance should not be entrusted with the responsibility of overseeing the country's security apparatus. He averred that academic institutions should provide the Secret Service with their top graduates to strengthen the security framework. If I have my way, the best of the lot from every academic institution must be forced to serve in the Secret Service. That is how it is in the so-called developed nations. Like I know in Israel, there is one examination that students take to enter into university, that should say, the moment you score over 70 mark, you have no option but to be sent to university. Tell me, how would a dollar be able to keep security in a criminal gang that is constituted of first-class people? You know, you need intellect to track him. So that's essentially what he's saying. I think we get the gist of that. Let's just go on. The rest I'll just flick through headlines. After refusing retired cops asylum application over corruption, Canada denies CDS Musa other military officers visa. So let's see if justification is actually given here. All right, we still don't know the reason, so hopefully they come up with the reason. Shehu Sani warns what would happen if CBN continues to increase ATM withdrawal fees. So yes, they did increase it yesterday. Actually, I think for every 20,000 naira now, you pay 100 naira levy. So there it is. 10 African countries most exposed to economic shock. I'll just give you the list of countries, see if Nigeria is there. Hopefully it's stabilized. Okay, so these are the countries most exposed to economic shock. Mozambique, Zambia, Angola, South Sudan, Congo, Libya, Cape Verde, Seychelles, Lesotho, Guinea-Bissau. So Nigeria not there. So good luck to those ones. I will give you the readout on this one. It is imbecilic. Media personality Patrick Doyle knocks Nigerians for engaging in public proposals. So we see a lot of this. People kneeling down in shopping malls, trying to be like Americans. When did we even adopt that culture of kneeling out to propose? It is imbecilic. Media personality Patrick Doyle knocks Nigerians engaging in public proposals. So let's just a little flavor of this. Media personality Patrick Doyle has knocked Nigerians who engage in public proposals, describing it as imbecilic, the actor wrote on social media. Asking a woman to marry you is perhaps the most intimate experience any two persons can be engaged in outside of actual copulation. This new unwholesome trend of having an entourage on hand with video cameras live streaming the act is, in my view, imbecilic. The epidemic of narcissism and approval addiction consuming many makes me wonder if people ever had any home training at all. So I think it's just, yes, I'm halfway with him there. maybe not the excessive use of language, but this over everything. Very soon, people will be showing their bedroom antics on live streaming. Everything now has to be live streamed. You propose to your girlfriend, he has to go on Instagram and all that. So now this one now, this is first it's an incident, and then it becomes a pattern, and then you have to describe it as a habit. Former Anambra First Lady Ebele Obiano get into altercation with fellow passengers on airplane. So you remember this lady, of course. She was the one that was summarily slapped by Bianca Ojukwu all those years ago when she crossed the line, but apparently not learning from that dirty slap that Bianca Ojukwu gave her. She's up to her waist again. Former Anambra First Lady Ebele Obiano get into altercation with fellow passenger on airplane. So let's see if we can just let's see if we can watch that. So that's the former First Lady of Anambra State right there. Up to her. What was it that Portable said? I'm a baboon. I live in a zoo. No truer words ever have been spoken. I am a baboon. I live in a zoo. I am a baboon. I live in a zoo. Let me send the link again. If you want the conversation, you do have to hop on. It's just a participate. Hopefully you can hear me. I'm not sure. Can people still hear me? Hopefully you can. It is a participatory sport, so we need somebody to come in. So we play the Kegite music and then we kick it off. First, the Kegites.
Water, only water. Water, only water. Where they see ma. Water. Water, only water, where is Sima? Hapa o naido. Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Hapa o naido. Oro keke. Kẹ̀kẹ́rẹ́ lẹ́mùrẹ́ o. Bobby Master kẹ̀kẹ́rẹ́ lẹ́mùrẹ́ o. Chief Wẹ́lá tí kẹ̀kẹ́rẹ́ lẹ́mùrẹ́ o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mùdé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùdóde ojàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́ọ̀dù o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosonama ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosodúnkẹ́ ẹ̀yẹ rẹ̀ ó dilé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And it is right there. Ikuku Neru Agbesheme, death have nothing to do with us. Joining us, the belle of the ball, the elegant lady herself, Chioma. There she is right there, the mighty woman. Prince, formerly, now Trump Daddy. There is it right there, the mighty man. A blast from the past. Baba Korea, there he is right there. And there's Charlie Boy making up the list. Still plenty of room. Anybody that wants to hop on. We're going to kick it off with Baba Akure, only because it's been away from us for so long. So we kick it off. A controversial list of topics. Baba Akure, where do you want to come in? Good to see you.
Thank you very much, woman, and I greet everybody on this platform.
Is it Happy New Year? Even so, is it been that long? Is it Happy New Year?
Well, I think it will be Happy New Year because it was, I think it was on December 2024 or 23rd was the last time I was on this platform.
All right, brilliant. Good to have you. Speak to us.
Well, I just want to talk about this issue of
your country denying us visa, Abi?
Well, we have to deny all of our youth. Anyway, I just want to contribute to that first, then I will go to that of Trump. When I saw that news, it was my friend who even sent to me because I was so busy. I don't really have time to read much news. Now, when I look at it and I just say to myself, how many of them are going to attend the ceremony? Because we know how Nigeria government, how they behave. When they want to go to any little conference or they want to go to any little things, we're supposed to be just ordinary or two individuals. They will bring entourage of like hundreds. Now, as you read it out, if it was this guy Harris invited them to come, so how many of them want to attend that parade or that function? That is the question, right? And I think, to me, there is no justification for the chief of defense staff to leave the whole military formation and said he is coming to Canada to come and parade for attend the parade for military people. He could just send some of his soldiers to attend, just like those that they gave visa to. So to me, they know how Nigeria is. That is why they deny them visa. And I think, like you rightly said, the order must be from the above before they could do that. There's no justification for them to just pack themselves and come into Canada to come and attend one ceremony. It is not that so much important than the security of Nigeria. So that is my take on that. There's nothing much for them to do here.
Do you think somebody of the scene, if they did not grant all of the entourage visas, that you could make that argument, but for them not to grant the chief of army staff, the chief of defense staff even of Nigeria visa, you don't think is that not an insult? What will it japa? Is that what it is? The chief of defense staff of Nigeria is a japa suspect.
They know it's not. They know it's not going to japa. They know it's not going to japa. It is just it could be because of maybe he has been fingered in some of this crook deed that they usually anyway. One politicians they are all the same what they want. So, but the reality of it is that they know them too well. So they know it's not going to japa. But I think they believe he should be home. That thing is not that important for him to leave Nigerian military formation and coming to Canada to just come and attend the one military parade. So it's just like the head of military in Canada coming to Nigeria to come and attend one Boy Scout parade. So there's no reason for that. It's just They know that it will involve a lot of money because they will just waste public money for them to come here. So it doesn't make any sense to
Yeah,
me.
but it's not
It doesn't
that
make any sense.
it's not their decision. It's not their decision to make, though. It's not their decision what team the Nigerians send. If their most senior person wants to come, then they should give him the full accord of his position when he arrives. It's a real insult on the chief of defense staff being
Yeah,
denied
because
visa by some.
they want him to stay home. Then if Trudeau is coming to Nigeria, they should deny him visa to the reciprocate. Trudeau is not even coming to Nigeria. The issue is that these people should stay home and fix Nigeria. Like Rubadu is making stupid noise on that they should go to hell. Fix your country so that we will not be running away from that country. Fix it, then you will be respected. That is the signal they are sending to them. And this is not the first time. It's not new. I could remember as governor of Ondo State, Ade Farati, when I was still close to that what there is what's the name of this house in the government house in Ondo State government house in Lagos State. At that time, they refused Ade Farati visa to UK because one of my cousins was the protocol officer at that time. They deny him. So it is not new. If the other government see that it doesn't make any sense for you to come to the place and deny you, shouldn't be angry about that. So it is something is not right somewhere. Maybe they figure them. Maybe they have already involved in something, and when they are doing the background check and they find out. So that is it. If they don't want to give Trudeau visa, that's all fine. Fix Nigeria. That is what they are. That's the signal they are sending to them. That's the signal they are sending to them.
Do you think
So
do you think the Canadian ambassador to Nigeria should be deported off the back of this?
Well, if they feel that they are not welcome, then they stay in their country. They could deport him. Then they here also will deport Nigerian ambassador to Nigeria. They need to fix Nigeria. That is the signal. That is the signal. He has nothing to do here. It is not something that is so important that you have to leave the whole Nigeria, leave your military with even the security challenges. Do you think they don't know what is going on? Leave the security challenges and you are coming here to come and parade because Ari invited you guys to come. So that is why you have to leave your duty and come over here and come and even most of them will not even attend it. We just stay in one hotel or they just gallivant around the town. So deny them is a welcome something for me anyway. They need to stay home and fix Nigeria.
You know when you are coming back home, they are going to give you a hard time. I pity anybody carrying a Canadian passport to Nigeria now. They will sweat you at the airport. They will torment your life.
As a matter of fact, I don't even use Canadian passport to go to Nigeria. So I am a Nigerian. I still use Nigerian passport. So nobody can tell me that I cannot come into Nigeria. So that is just it. But the reality of it is that they need to fix Nigeria. I'm very glad that they denied them. How many? If the man even confess, if he said they gave half of his member of his colleagues, how many of them coming just to attend one Boy Scout parade? How many of them? If it is something that is very important, I'm not saying that this one is not important, but it doesn't really carry that much weight for them to load plane home and fix security problem that we have in Nigeria. So that is just it. Then they want to waste money.
That it's a game. You know that it's a game. So they have to bring athletes. They have to bring an accoutrement of staffing, and then the cherry on the top was the chief of defense staff decided to grace because he has a personal relationship with Harry.
That's just nonsense. That is just nonsense. It is purely nonsense. Leaving your post back in Nigeria, the important one, Okay, because you are friend to us.
What post
Why
is
don't
he
you just why
occupying?
don't
It's not carrying gun to Sambisa Forest now. It's just it's an administrator now.
that's right. It is just anyway, you know that is Nigeria. When we have problem back in Nigeria, our president will fly abroad. You get what I'm saying? There was a time something was happening in Nigeria. I think something was happening in Nigeria. Then Joe Goodluck Jonathan was in Sao Paulo in Brazil. Meanwhile, I think Prime Minister of Britain at that time and President of France, they have to fly back to their country. But our own stay back because he doesn't care about what is going on there. They need to learn and stay home and do what is right. If it is something that is important, Canadian government will not deny him visa. They just want to show that you stay home. This thing is not important. Send ordinary member of your organization to come and represent you. It is not important. It's just like when maybe U.S. defense minister or the general left the United States are coming to Nigeria to say, okay, I want to celebrate Nigeria independence with us. Or for what? You have important things to do better than just parading yourself and running around everywhere. So they need to fix Nigeria. That is the signal. And coming to issue, do you have any question to ask me about that? Before I move to Elon Musk okay, go ahead.
Yeah, about correct. So, what about all our leaders they've killed and all the money they've stolen from Africa? Why should they deny us of going to their country whenever we want to?
You said the money stolen from Africa, right?
Yeah, they've stolen our money. They've killed our leaders. So now they want to deny us from going to their country for whatever reason. What rights do they have?
Who are those? Who are those? Who are those?
They're your people now. You people, your people.
They do what? They kill. They sold
the masters that killed leaders from. Name them. All the African leaders, the Pan-Africanists that they've killed. I'll just be facetious, anyways. You know, I'm just trying to because some people make an argument that look, because of what they've done to us, they don't have the right to deny us, and you know, it's because of their because of what they've done to us. That's why we are in the situation that we are. And that's the argument some people would make. But anyways, go ahead.
No. The issue is that I don't agree with that. It might affect us. Let's put it this way. I'm going to draw a reference. Now you say, oh, because my father didn't go to school. So you have opportunity of going to school and your parents send you to school and you don't want to go to school, then you will now shift that blame now on your parent that it's because your parent didn't go to school. That even when you have a want of going to school, that is why I'm in this position. Yes, white people colonize Africa, but we supposed to use our own brain and learn that I want to support my people regardless of what these people. Regardless of what these people I want to do about me or want to do to me, or look at Thomas Sankara, look at this guy, Patrice Lumumba. All these people, they stood up against these people. But who actually said the way they kill them? Is it not the same black people? Is it not the same black people? It's the same black people that connive with white people just because of their own selfish greediness of the money they want to collect from them. That is why I use the example of your parents didn't go to school, but you have a point of going to school, then you are shifting blame on your parent that because my parents didn't go to school. Are they being like Africa?
So what about the pressure?
Are they?
By the way, I completely agree with you. But when the argument goes like, what about the resistance that we face, that Africa faces, that society puts on us, that we can't move ahead? What about that? Isn't that a legitimate claim or concern?
Like resistance, resistant prayer, like how? Can you give me one example?
The white men never stop, trying to enslave the black man. It's always continuous. I mean,
they are trying that. I understand where you're coming from. They are trying that, but it is for us. I will still maintain it. It is for us to say, okay, this is what we want. Okay, now I don't know if you listen to a clip of South Africa blasting Trump. How many of these African leaders that can say something like that? Rather than they will be afraid because of the nonsense they are doing, that they steal people's money and move it to United States, move it to UK, move it to France, move it to Switzerland, move it to Canada. It is the problem of ourselves. If we realize that, okay, this is what we want. I think Africa has enough population that they can be the best continent in the world, that we don't even need to go anywhere. But they know they will pick up some people, some elements among us who cannot resist that, okay, I want to be for my people. How many of these white people, how many of them that didn't say, okay, stand for themselves, that, okay, this is what I want for my people? How many of them? Almost all of them.
One thing is,
when you talk,
most of our leaders in Africa are picked by the West, they're picked by the people. That's a fact. Most of the leaders are controlled by the West. Actually, why should Tinubu go to France every month? Because he's slaved by France. That's a fact.
Yeah, because they are corrupt. That is just the reality of it. Because they are corrupt and they have something against them. That's why I mentioned Patrice Lumumba. That's why I mentioned Thomas Sankara. Even to some extent, Gaddafi of yesterday. Even Gaddafi of yesterday. Those are the people who stood up for Africa. But all these people, the leader that we have these days, what do they have? They are selfish interests.
But you say you carry the Nigeria. You say you.
Go ahead.
You said you carry the Nigerian passport. You certainly don't. You don't seem to carry the Nigerian spirit. Or your chief of defense staff. Your chief of defense staff was embarrassed by a foreign country, and you are backing that country over your chief of defense staff.
It is not embarrassed. It is not embarrassed. It is just they are telling us to fix our country. That is just the signal. That is the message they are sending. Fix your country. I will still maintain it. If we fix Africa, nobody is going to go anywhere. You just mention now those countries that have crude oil, and you mention Congo. What are they looking for in Congo that they don't have? But they are one of the poorest countries in the world. Look at the war that is going on in Congo. Who architected it? Is it not the same black people? Because of what they want to gain from white people. So it is time when black people get themselves together that we say, okay, we want to serve ourselves. It's better for us. They are not going to take us for granted. So it doesn't really matter how we twist it that somebody. I'm not supporting anybody, but it's just the reality that, okay, well, they denied their visa because they are just coming to do nonsense, and they just waste money for kindergarten parade.
All right. You said you wanted to speak about President Elon Musk as well. President Elon Musk.
Well, I don't know. Elon Musk as president of the United States. I know Trump, that they voted for Trump. But the fact is that, you see, the very first day I saw that guy on the Trump parade, that was when I know that everything is done. It is just, you see, when conservative, because Democrat is conservative party indirectly. Any conservative, they always make themselves rich. Elon Musk is rich and it's going to be richer. Today, I read it in the news that they
they're estimating it's going to make 150 billion during. Yeah, sorry, carry on.
I read today that they just awarded him a contract to supply, I think, Ministry of Defense, to supply them a vehicle of $400 billion US. They gave him that contract. Do you know how many that is going to? So is it anyway? We have to get the money that he gave to people for them to vote for Trump. We have to get it back anyway. Remember, if you follow them very well, at that time he was giving, I think, $1 million for certain people, something, and they have to sue him to court at that time. That is inducing people to vote. So for when I saw him, I know that something is not going to be right with the US. And few days back, I was thinking, I said, with the way Trump administration is going about putting tariff on people, removing themselves from world stage and things like that, I just said to myself, this is Adolf Hitler, maybe promise, I would say, or second version. And yesterday, I was talking to some people in my office, and I said, the way these people are going, if you think you are removing yourself from the world stage, that's fine. You see, when you are a king, it is your chiefs that support you to make you a king. When all those chiefs turn back against you, then you are nothing. Trump is fighting Canada, even with the relationship they have since 1876, he's trying to spoil it. That's fine. He's having problem with the European Union. He's having problem with UK. He's having problem with Russia. He's having problem with South Korea. All these people. If you think that you can do it alone, then that's fine. They are removing themselves from World Health Organization. They are removing themselves from so many things, from international organization. That is fine. And when I hear this and looking at Musk, and I just say to myself that, okay, this guy is the person who is instigating all these things that is going on at the background. So on this platform the other day, I somebody mentioned that, or maybe you posted something 2 days ago, and somebody commented on that just watch, they will soon fight. And I said to myself, I perceive that too. So it cannot be going on like this.
Especially after this latest incident, I don't think Trump will take this line down without him bringing his son into the something, and then the son told Trump to shut up. You hush your mouth. I'm not the president.
Even look at the so-called Elon Musk address. Look at other people. So is that how you're supposed to dress?
You know how the Americans revere that Oval Office? It's almost like a step, the final step into heaven, the way they venerate it. And here comes this South African crowd.
Was this supposed to wear agbada to
it was meant to wear the suit. It's the custom.
No, Baba is what I'm asking. What's wrong with his dress now?
No, that is not the appropriate dress to dress to. That's not the appropriate dress to dress to that office. Look at other people that is that picture.
What is appropriate?
He's supposed to use suit.
You see,
and look, he is not going to football field and have a face cap.
Anyway, I will take my turn, but let me just mention something so that I can continue. You see, to me, US is having their own EFCC for the first time. And who is the most appropriate person for that role? A man that cannot be bribed with money, the richest man in the world, that has the knowledge, the technology, and everything. Hold on, that has the technology and everything. And most man insult me. Won't express opinion me. No, Pelela Kolabo. Kilo Soleno, it means, are you making sense? Don't insult me. Let me just express
One
myself.
man, I told you, I don't like disorganized stuff, honestly.
No, we are not disorganized. We are just
what's disorganized?
It's not disorganized.
Everything that is happening right now. If you just called me first and I would have said my session and let you guys.
I couldn't call you first when Baba Kure has not been here for months now, so he has to go first. And he was in first as well. But let him continue. Let him continue, and then you come in after him. Yeah,
I'll hang it there. But with respect to Trump is not, to me, Trump is not trying to isolate himself from the rest of the world. He's saying, let us play equal role. We cannot be funding the rest of the world. If we are in World Health Organization, let us have donation. Let everybody pay their own share. If we are the one paying everything, then we are pulling the plug. The man is saying, I'm not spending my money this way. I say, no, he has to do it. For what? For what? He can't be funding Europe. Europe have money. They have money. So, and he's pulling his plug. You say he should continue to do it. For what? They are paying you prices.
Thank you, Patoski.
They are paying you prices in terms of money, in terms of personnel, in terms of... The man is saying no. To me, Elon is the bad, is the AFCC of America. Look at what that guy is bringing out. This is the times. Trump is just draining the swine now. That's what he has come to do.
You are
draining. Come on. Let me say something. Can I say something,
Baba Kure, continue. I'll wait for my turn.
Well, let me say something, Baba Kure.
He's draining the swamp, Sha. So as I'm concerned.
Well, that's your opinion. I don't know what swamp is draining. When we see the tech billionaires,
it's going to drain you as part of the swamp. So rational mind. The only person that will not be drained is Prince Daddy. Anyway, he was boarding the flight the last time we saw him.
So because I read back, anyway, you see, the point is this: is that when these Canadians they come here, they start talking. Not now, with the second of Baba Kure. Some Canadians like Patoski, you come here and start talking like as if. I mean, you say you live here. Well, no, you're my neighbor here, but doesn't mean you live here. I mean, you live you're being my neighbor. You know what is going on here. I mean, we can tell you. I don't know what you're talking about when you say he's here to drain. What swamp is he draining? He brought his own billionaires like himself to come and eat. He's telling us it's like he's replacing the old guards with his own guards. I mean, the Democrats. I mean, even when the Democrats were there, not just Democrats that were making money. There were also some Republicans that were, the idiot that calls himself the head of Dodge, was he not part of the old guards that were making money from defense and other contract that he gets from the US government? How did he make all his billions? It's not from the US. It's not from the US government. So what are we talking about? So Elon Musk see this guy as somebody he can manipulate, which is this Trump of a guy, idiot sitting in the White House there. I mean, he just see him as somebody he can manipulate because. This guy, Trump is the kind of person that gets impressed easily by so-called billionaires. He has this kind of, I would say respect, but he has this regard, regards for, because he's associating himself with somebody who is known as the richest man on earth. So that's just the whole thing. Because I don't know what. Let me land the point before you come in. Because I know you people, you are all here. Come on, swap
yeah, great.
Yeah, so my point is this.
I wonder who is more fanatical, the obedience about Peter Obi or Prince Trump Daddy about Donald Trump.
Don't compare obedience to these fanatics called MAGAs. They're just something else. I mean, they're not human. In fact, they don't have brains. They just follow this guy. I mean, if they call him Daddy now, they call him like some kind of PDSM. I don't know what they call it. But
maybe like a daddy Geo of Nigeria church.
I never know. Like, oh,
our
daddy,
father in the
like,
Lord.
What is wrong with this guy? Sorry for the back. I mean, now he called Trump daddy. What is wrong with this guy?
All right, let's get back
all
to
right,
the back.
I have to come back.
Yeah.
Like I said, Republican is just like conservative party. Second version, I mean, maybe other version of conservative. They always look at themselves, look at their billionaire friends, and that is what Elon Musk is doing right here. Like I said, I read it in a post today. He has been awarded a 400 million contract to supply a vehicle to the Ministry of Defense. So just wait until when the term finish, then you will see that he is going to make a lot of money, because you think, oh, it's rich. Everybody that's rich, they want more money. Are you getting my point? And he has to make his money back. The money that he spent on election, he has to make it back. So Elon Musk, I don't see him really do much, rather than to just destabilize this guy's government. However, somebody just mentioned that the US don't want to spend money because they contributed a lot and this and that. That is why they are number one. If you say, oh, you want to be number one, you have to bring a lot of things to the table. I'm going to use my father as an example. Whenever they have election in my streets, when my father was alive, from his own money, nobody gave him money. From his own pocket, because he was a chief in that street. From his own pocket, he will bring money and buy drinks for police, all the agents that are in front of our house during election. That is the person that they call a leader. If you say you are a leader, you have to bear a lot of things. Organization, they might contribute large part of it. There is no doubt about that. That is what the leader is. The leader is for. You are the leader of your house. I mean, you are the head of your house. Then you have to provide for your family, just like the US. So they are spending much money. They do this, they do that. Well, then they have to relinquish number one country in the world and give it to another person who can put that on his shoulder. So if that is the problem, when you are number one, you bear a lot of things. When you don't even have money, you have to find money to do your responsibility as a leader. So if you say they are the leader of the world, then they are number one in the world, then they have to bear any consequence that comes with it. That is just it.
I don't think they'll be number one for too much longer. I think the world is fed up with them, The world has had enough.
Well, if they can have issue anyway, not all Americans anyway. If they can have issue with their own neighbor that have been in the marriage since 1876, and they are having issue right now, then the US is going to well, British was in that position before. They took it away from them, so US should be expecting that anytime soon, because they fed up with everybody, so they want to take themselves out. Anyway, maybe if another person comes, maybe we try to rebuild what this administration is going to, the damage they are going to do to the world. Maybe they will shape it, they will do everything, mend their relationship with their friend, with their ally. Like I said earlier, if they could be having problem with Canada, they're having issue with Mexico, they're having issue with Colombia, they're having issue with European Union, they're having issue with Britain. So who's their ally then? And they're having problem with South Africa. So who's going to support them? So we have to look at it that way. They claim to be number one, then they have to bear the responsibility. That is my take on that.
All right, stay with us just for as long as we can, Baba Kore. We'll take it round a little bit, bring it back to you. We go to Chioma, from Chioma to Trump Daddy, Rational Mind Patoski. Chioma, you're up next. I suspect you want to weigh into the Malaysia tour going on, to Baba and all that. Chioma.
Yeah, finally it's my turn,
Finally, you only came in a minute ago. What's going on?
Hey,
Is this
I know I came out,
the entitlement of young people, Abby?
No, it's just the lack of patience. Like, I was falling asleep, honestly. I'm not even trying to pretend. You know me, I don't pretend. I was falling asleep. When I heard my name, I woke up. So, one man, I just wanted to talk about Two-Face and his fiance or whatever, My opinion of Two-Face from the last submission I gave when all this thing started still remains the same, He fell off in probably 2004. That's when he fell off, basically. So now he's looking for who to feed him, honestly. Because if you look at his social media, he's been following P2B. P2B is now starting to dash people money. So he started following P2B, I noticed. Now he's following like other politicians like this girl, So my only concern is that is for the girl, honestly. I just hope he's not using this Natasha girl because, see, honestly, someone like me, I wouldn't date someone like Two-Face. I have class, So, like, I would now it will be just for fun, honestly. But to go that far, and she has a political career, she has a good standing in the community, and you want to ruin your reputation for that thing, it's not worth it. So I was very disappointed that she wants to ruin her reputation because of that guy. Honestly, it's not worth it. My thing is, I felt like how they should have done it, because I know people get excited when they're in a relationship and they want to move things really fast, but they didn't exercise wisdom. You can't be rejoicing in another woman's pain, Probably Annie just found out recently. How they should have done this is they should have had one of their publicists, present like a divorce decree or something that showed that he has indeed filed for divorce, so that it's not him coming out on social media telling us he's leaving his wife. It's not done. A responsible man doesn't come on social media castigating his wife. Even if you don't want her, it's fine. You don't have to, nobody's forcing you to stay married, right? But there's ways to do this. Now it looks like they're doing it for social media. She probably was forcing him to, show her off or to publicize their relationship, which is not wise on her part too. As a woman, you want to you need to show some dignity and self-respect. You don't want your relationship, at least not the foundation of your relationship in the public eye, to be with this type of drama, surrounding the him and his ex-wife. It's not good. It's not good. So, but some people don't have shame. They get too excited. They don't think about their reputation and all that stuff, So I wonder.
The thing with this Natasha is I think this guy may have met his match. As much as Two-Face has an agenda, this girl may well have a bigger agenda. Let me play you a 1 minute clip.
Hi darlings, my name is
So she's not a shrinking violent, and she's not a lightweight, and she's not a pushover. She's a heavyweight woman.
I'm not speaking negatively about her, right? I'm just concerned of her future as a politician because obviously that brokety broke guy is looking for someone to latch on since he fell off in 2004. So my concern is that he's not using her for money because that's how he's following Peter B around. He's broke. I'm sorry to say, I don't care. You guys see this. Have you actually don't look at celebrities as two-faced. You know, he's not Davido, he's not Wizkid. I keep telling you guys this. There's levels, right? They're not pulling the same kind of money they're pulling back then. I promise you. If you really get close to these people, you realize they're actually broke. You have more money than them. I'm telling you. So my concern is for Natasha, that she knows what she's doing. She's not ruining her political career. She's not ruining her reputation because you don't build a solid relationship with this type of foundation. It's all jacked up. So my thing is...
I don't think it's a long-lasting relationship. I think they are using each other. I think she's using him to nobody knew she existed as a human being until he flashed her up. And he's using her because of her prestige and her position.
Exactly. Let me finish. Oh, God.
Woman, instead of pregnant, she pregnant? Is it true that she's pregnant?
But it's been rumored that she is, it's Stella Damasus that's bringing that angle into it.
So, no, I think she is. I think she's pregnant. I think she even at the proposal, he was kissing her belly.
Yeah. He was touching her and feeling her stomach. So what I'm saying, I'm concerned for this lady. She worked hard to build her career, whatever. I mean, like people can fall off in a minute. Look at Two-Face. He fell off in 2004. I'm telling you, these men are so broke.
Choma, I beg your pardon.
Nobody should interrupt me, bro. Like,
No, Choma.
Choma, just bring it down a bit.
I don't want to lose my train of thought.
Land the point, but people can interject.
Okay, if you want me to go to bed, I can go to bed. Good night.
It's up to you what you do, but
good night, guys. I don't have time.
All right, thank you. Prince Daddy, you're up next. Prince.
Oh. Most likely, that's what I feel. There is some friction in that hole.
The manner of the bailout, though, is it not inelegant somewhat? It seems somewhat crass. Barely a week, he told us that he's breaking up with his wife, which should be a somber thing, a moment of reflection, years of marriage. So you call that on social media, by the way. He just blasted it on Instagram, and then the next blast a week later is romancing some chancer from Edo State.
One man who decides how someone should,
It's propriety decides now. Propriety.
One man. Everyone cannot act the same, right? I wouldn't have done it that way if it. But to each his own. If he decides, hold on, let me just land this day. You can ask me. If you decide that that's the want to go, that's the reason why I was telling you, one man, there is something going on in that home that nobody is talking about. Marriage has been so broken that Two-Face does not give a fuck when he proposes or when he doesn't. I mean, he's not even got.
But the optics now.
No, man, look, let me tell you something. The optics. Somebody was saying something like he was poisoned in the past by Annie or all of that. Let's say that were true. What other optics do you need? Somebody was trying to kill you in the past and you want to leave the person. What kind of optics do you need? What would have been the optics if you were dead?
Well, Joel, don't do this. Let's not do this. Well, that's your opinion and I respect it. But one thing you need to understand is this. You need to recognize pattern. When somebody has a pattern of how do I say, adultery and womanizing, as the case may be, it tells you what you need to know. That's all you need to know. I mean, you're telling us that he's trying to poison her. Why now? Why didn't he leave her all these years? Why now? That's the question.
You can never tell. See, rational mind.
All these excuses you were trying to give.
Rational mind. It could be that he stayed back because of the kids. I've seen
But now,
people do it.
why now? Why now? Then are the kids now
Probably
grown
the
up?
kids are grown. Probably the kids are grown. You
Well,
see,
we don't have all this
yeah.
information, but I just feel
See,
that for me, what I read is pattern here. This guy has been known to always either cheat on every one of his partners or wives. Or this guy has been married for many
you
times.
cannot judge him. You cannot judge him by that.
No, come on.
I
Let's
think
not say we cannot
it's the
judge
way
him.
is the
It's a
way is the
pattern. You
way
have to
of
look at
most
pattern.
musicians. It's
You
been
think, hold
there.
on.
It's been
This
there.
guy is from a tribe. He's from a tribe that I know that they womanize. I mean, I'm not trying to paint all these tribe people as the same. That's how
But that's
they are.
what you are saying now. How can you say a tribe be womanized? No, stop that. You don't say you that. If you have made a statement and you are saying that.
Okay, thank you. Let me
No,
talk
it's
now.
not good. Don't
Don't tell me it's not
always.
good. There are some people. There's some
beg
certain
you.
tribes. Oh, it's okay. There's certain tribes. They are known for certain things. Not that maybe this. They are. I'm not saying in the bad way to paint them bad, but it's something that is very, very. It's common among them.
You know it's from the south. You know it's an Edo man. I think it's an Edo man, is it not?
Is that no? It's from Benue. Two-Face is from
Oh
Benue.
God!
From
People come
Benue.
from Benue. I didn't even know
From
people
Benue.
came from Benue.
I think it's this. What's this tribe? Is it Idoma?
Ibibio. Is an Idoma. Hey.
Idoma, something like that. So I mean, they are known to thief, Idoma. They just have that pattern of they marry many wives. I think himself. I think his dad is a polygamous man. I mean, I don't know. You can call me on that, but that's what I think.
Which tribe does not marry many women?
It's okay, but let's not go there. But my point is this: is just that this guy has a pattern. He has a pattern of always jumping from one girl to another girl, even when he's married. He's still
Rational man, you can't judge him based on that, please. That's the life of musicians. Right from the time of Fela, right from the time of this blank guy in what's his name in America? The one that Ray Charles. All these guys, it's the life of musicians. It's just living a life of a celebrity. You jump from one. This one Bonobo is doing today now. But maybe in the next 2 years, he's not okay with it, and he moves on. You understand what I'm saying? So it's the life of celebrity, and now she is also in the limelight as well. She's doing this housewife of whatever, I don't know what it is. So she's also in the limelight. So this is a life of a celebrity. You cannot judge him, just like Davido. You can't judge him.
That's what I want to say. How is it different from Davido?
You understand what I'm saying? So I just want to be fair to these guys, because I know the pressure they feel. It's just like a politician in Nigeria. I know the pressure they feel from the family members, from their village people. The kind of pressure, those are the kind of pressure that women put on these guys. So you need to understand too, sometimes, as human beings, they might fall for it. But we cannot just continue to judge them. We just judge them by what they have been able to give us.
All right. So let's do it like that. We've lost Choma, who's gone off in a huff. So we go then to I didn't even know the other people came in, but let's go to Rational Mind. So you take the floor. We were talking about our Chief of Defense Staff, Christopher Musa. Sorry, who's Prince Daddy. I beg your pardon. Yeah, Prince Daddy. Prince Daddy, you're up next.
Yeah, thanks. Somebody else, okay, Rational Mind, no. But anyways, go ahead.
No, it was you, actually. It was you. I just, sorry, I didn't say it was you. Yeah, you're up next. So the talking points are the way Elon Musk is lording it over your president, the way the Canadians are disrespecting our country, Two-Face luxuriating in being a playboy age 50, and Nigeria meeting his all quota, all that.
Yeah, well, man, hello everyone. Like, share, and subscribe, and love the show. Earlier, when you're reading one of the articles about the intelligence personnel said they were going to force Nigerian first-class students into the agency.
Yeah, the DSS.
DSS, when you read it. I kind of scoffed also as well as you did, but then I thought about it, of course, that it's just because the crude and crass way of presenting the argument that's the problem. But what the guy's asking is not really a bad thing. Rather than using the word force, which is more like they have no choice, which they do in the West. During the military time or wartime, whatever, they can conscript young people to go into the military, or go to war. And I've said it before. If we have that mentality of like, we are in a dire situation as a country, why not? You can conscript these people into the DSS, and you, because you want their brains, and maybe make it a, I don't know, mandatory minimum of 2 years to spend in DSS. Then from there you can you can go do whatever you want to do after that. But if you make the DSS and the other agencies more inviting, if you give them benefits and all the other perks, a good percentage of those smart people are likely to stay behind, and that's how you recruit people, the brains, into certain institutions. The template is already there. We don't need to reinvent the wheel, but we don't, as a people.
Yeah, I agree that they should try and harness the best brains in Nigeria, but not to conscript them, because that could prove to be counterintuitive. If you force them against their will, then they may well end up compromising the whole,
Well, that's what I'm saying. You can conscript them. I believe you should conscript them, but in a more fashionable way, if I can say that. I mean, you can conscript people if you give them good benefits, incentive. I mean, there's so many ways you can get their attention. That these young brains, and they wouldn't mind, joining the DSS or other institutions to help grow it. It's all about marketing, how you sell it, to the people. I think it's a great idea, but that word, we're going to force you. That's Nigerian person talking right there. We're going to force you to do this and that. By the way, they do force them in the West also, but maybe in a little bit different way. With a lot of
not into the secret services. They don't, I suspect. They may force them into military service, but not into the secret service.
See, there's a way they cajole them, one man. That's my point here. I mean, see, okay, the people that go to West Point, they go to this, that they become the top brass in this military schools, academy, Navy. There's a way they incentivize them all.
Yeah, no, it's that's an inducement now. That's not a conscription. They would induce. You know what they usually, at least here in the UK, if they identify, they usually recruit from the universities. If they identify that this talent is there, they'll come and tap you on the shoulder and start to cultivate you, all the way through to your graduation.
I agree, but Nigeria is not. See, I've always said it. I don't. We talk about the challenges that the country has, but at the same time, there's the sense of urgency in every aspect of that country is non-existent. I know you're trying to shy away from being conscripted, but I think we are at that point of conscription. That's my point. We're not like any other normal country, but we see it as such. Oh, we're normal, we're free, but we are free in other things. But I think, just like the definition, I've always said, definition of what you call fascism goes, is a strict regimentation of all your resources to fight and to build a country. Now, if we do that to a certain degree, Nigeria will be a much better situation. We can start with agriculture. I've always said that. But anyways, I agree with the guy, but not the word. Like you, I don't agree with the word force. But there's a way you can give them a great package than a lot of the good, smart people, the young ones, would want to go into the DSS. And it's all about creating an atmosphere of ownership. If they have that sense of ownership going there, not like being a corrupt cop or whatever, you get a lot of good people, smart people. Anyways, what's next?
Yes, we were on the way the Canadians, they just dragged us on. They peed on us in public, the Canadians, our chief of defense staff, no less. And you wonder why he doesn't even have a diplomatic passport anyway. But to refuse visa to him, that's a loaded message right there.
Yeah, why is he getting a visa directly? I don't know. Just like you said, yeah, diplomatic passport. That'd be great. How come it doesn't have one? I don't know. I guess there's a reason for it. Yeah, the Canadians. Well, they're about to be the
Is it
51st.
time for Britain to recolonize that country? I mean, I'm not even sure. What is it even? It's not French, it's not English, it's not this, it's not that, it's not American, it's not European. What is that country
But
even?
that's why Trump is trying to make it official. It's going to be American pretty soon. It's going to be a 51st state of our nation, of our union. But yeah, so that's the best we can do for the Canadians.
Prince Daddy, how do you rate Trump so far?
Oh, I mean, it's on A plus right now because it's firing on all cylinders.
Oh my goodness! God bless you. God bless you.
Yeah, it's doing what it's promised to do, because a 4-year-old son of Elon Musk said something at the Oval Office. People are having a heart attack. This is how these liberals have reduced themselves to. At least, before in his first term, they did all kinds of shenanigans. Now, if you look at the attacks on him, it's like if it doesn't rain in DC, they blame Trump or say something about Trump. That's all they have right now. They don't have any concrete challenge to his mandate, which is a complete mandate. He's getting the right people in.
Prince Daddy, do you know that I just realized that that in the Democratic Party you don't have critical thinkers at all. Like you have it's like a mob. I don't know. I mean, like an unintelligent mob.
I don't think you can say that. No, you can't say that now, Joe. The Democratic Party, which is yes, or the Conservative Party. I don't know. You call them what do you call the conservatives in America? The Republicans, yeah. They think along ideological strap lines. So if you are not ideologically inclined towards their strap line, you may well think they're not thinking. But all these libertarian virtues, that's their thinking, and all these right wing virtues like you and Prince Daddy, that's your thinking, isn't it?
Well, one man.
No, one man. The issue is this, right? The issue is this, right? If you're telling me that your liberal thinking is thinking about the people, feeling about the people, right? Making sure that the people are doing right. Maybe even if it's some touch of socialism, I will understand. But one man, these people went. I don't think it's even left. They went into a hole. They went into a hole with all the ideologies. I mean, it wasn't making sense, right? You see a fellow man, and you cannot really describe it. So it doesn't make sense. If it doesn't make sense to me, it doesn't make sense to a lot of people. It doesn't even make sense to them. But they have to accept them because you just have to accept them. No, one man at some point, there should be a stop. I mean, men and females bathroom, men in female sports. If you have a daughter, one of them was in a competition with them, and gave the lady a concussion. What are we talking about? So let us leave it that way. Let us know man and woman. And if you want, I mean, I don't know even I permitted them to adopt kids, because when you allow them to adopt kids, you're building a generation of backup, because they'll tell you a 2-year-old is transgender. How? No, please, man.
Yeah, I do agree. See, the Democrats, they all have the same talking points. They don't think. They are all buck stop. There's no doubt about that. And the challenge, of course, is that the media, which is dominated by the liberal establishment, about 80%, 70% right now, because the independent media is having a headway into that space, so to speak. So the Democrat, they sound all alike. Their talking point is identical, and if from CNN to MSNBC and all these other legacy media, they've conditioned the people so greatly. Perhaps the Republican also would have the same fate if we had a large media rich as they do. We might be, but we don't actually. Someone like me, I don't watch Fox. It's been years since I watched Fox. Of course, I follow some of.
Where do you get your news, Prince Daddy? Is it Breitbart or is it that Greek guy? Is it that Greek guy, the homosexual one that you are following? What's his name again?
I don't even know this.
He asked about this Greek sound. I'll find him. Go in.
The moat?
Huh?
The moat.
No. Hold on.
Is it Young Turk?
Carry on.
I mean the young.
No, not
Young
Young. That's Yankuba now.
Okay. I don't blame you when you say Breitbart as a reference to my source of information. I don't even think I've ever been on Breitbart's website.
Fox News Now and Newsmax, right?
Listen, restaurant man, you lost. I didn't watch Fox News. I can't remember last time I watched Fox News.
So what else are you? Where are you getting your news from?
Well, sir, because now I'm no more in the bubble, so I can see. And I've told you guys before, as much as I despise the Democrats, I almost equally despise the Republican. I've said it before. People don't get it.
They get his news from one man come to Mo. One man went to Mo. That's where he gets his news from.
Well, not his American news now. Huh?
I was just telling him yesterday.
No, I want to find out really where you got radicalized in this manner, because
you talking about Steve Bannon, one man.
No, not Steve Bannon. No, it's a Greek sounding name. It's a gay guy. It's in that Breitbart.
Now I know the one you're talking about.
Yeah,
you're probably talking about Radio Biafra. That's
no, Breitbart. Breitbart, American politics. Well, you could call Breitbart Radio Biafra anyways, along the same lines. But I want to know how Prince Daddy got radicalized in this manner, because it comes from Nigeria and it comes from it's the Southwest, which you think is a libertarian sort of backdrop. But his politics is as far right as I've heard yet, maybe even further than Kemi Badenoch in his worldview. So I'm just trying to see who radicalized you.
It's interesting. If much as I disagree with Joel when it comes to Nigerian politics, you can't really distinguish myself from Joel when it comes to American politics. So where do you box or put Joel? Because we kind of share the same view and ideology of a lot of things. What is so radical about not wanting men to go into girls' bathroom? What is so radical about that? I mean, one man. What is wrong about saying there are only two sexes?
But you're using extreme examples to make a already predetermined point. That's not the totality of it now.
No, but one man, see, the reason why he's saying radicalized is because I'm not sure. I'll have you explain shortly. But the reason why he's saying that because it's my personality that you rather highlighting. If I support someone or something, I'm very, you can say, passionate about it. I go all in. I'm a loyal person. Now, Kobe Bryant, if you know who Kobe Bryant, of course you know who Kobe Bryant is. I don't live in Los Angeles, and I don't call myself a Lakers fan, but literally you can call me the number one Kobe Bryant fan. With my friends, family, if they see me talk about Kobe Bryant, I defend him to the core, even more than Trump, you would think. Kobe was my guy till the end. So I said people, I'm a Kobe fan. Kobe plays for the Lakers. He played for the Lakers, so it makes me a Lakers fan. Kobe is gone now. We know I'm not a Lakers fan. I'm not a big LeBron James fan. So that's the way I roll.
Well, what about that one with the piercings? The one that is always going to North Korea. That's the one I used to like. The one that wears a lot of piercing.
Yeah.
Dennis Rodman.
Yeah, Dennis Rodman. Yeah.
Yeah. So that's how that's what plays. I mean, that's the way I am. I don't care for. Trust me. Before Trump came about, I never cared for the Republican. I believe it or not, I think I've said it before. I voted for Barack Hussein Obama twice, and the second time was because it showed how poor the Republicans were. They were terrible. Their messaging was horrible. It was almost non-existent. They had no counter to Barack Obama. I voted for Barack Obama the first time around. Why? Because it was black. Because it was black, plain and simple. He had nothing to offer. It He was a community organizer on his resume. So the guy has zero, nada to offer. The second time around, guess what? The Republicans. I remember this guy, Boehner, and these other people. They're guess what? That campaign slogan really was, "We're gonna make Barack Obama a one-term president." Really? That's what you have to offer for opposition? They were as terrible as Nigerian opposition. This Democrat, this Republican, they're horrible. If you see me talk about Republicans, you might be shocked. They were horrible. So for that reason, like, oh, you guys have nothing to offer us but to make Barack Obama one-term president. Okay, great. I'll vote for Barack Obama again. So I voted for him. But if I knew Barack Obama was gonna, endorse this LGBT crazy ideology, I probably would have abstained and not voted for him. But I did again, once and twice. So that I never voted for Republicans. So then came Trump, totally different ball game. Okay. And it brought a fresh approach to American politics. And it was a straight shooter, no matter how much you guys want to demonize him because of his past. And I love the guy because why? He's just another human being. He's as flawed as anybody else. That's why I love Trump. People don't know that. The guy.
If you okay, so Prince Daddy, if you love Trump, greetings everyone. I just want to ask a question. If you love Trump and you recognize that he's a human being, then why do you have a problem with the LGBTQ people? Are they not human beings as well? How does their sexuality affect your lifestyle? So that's the question I have for you. If you see Trump, regardless of what he commits or does, he's a human being. I love the word you use. Are LGBTQ people not human as well?
Adaba, you have to always have the backdrop that Prince Dad is coming from the Bible Belt, so it's a Bible Belt.
No. I just asked him. It was a question. I'm like, are LGBTQ people not human? That's the question.
Of course they are.
Bible Belt. He lives in a liberal city.
No, not Bible Belt in terms of location, but it's a man of religion now, so he won't support LGBT.
Can you give me 30 seconds? Let me just address the Bible Belt thing.
Then you can comment if you don't mind.
Yeah, you see, the Bible Belt thing, if there's any scripture that allows you to choose what you want to be, it is the Bible. You want to be LGBTQ, the Bible says God gives you up to do it. In short, it's in the book of Romans that when people choose to be LGBTQ, that God gave them up to reprobate mind, to do what they need to do what they seem right in their sight.
Yes.
So the Bible is not against them. Bible is pro-choice. Just choose that, and then but be ready to face the consequence. And mind you, when you choose that, leave us alone. Allow us to be who we are. Allow our children to be what they are. Don't tell my child that this way. Don't teach my child something while I'm teaching him another thing. You understand? Let us be. We'll let you be. But if you cross that path and you brainwash my child and you allow my daughter, you allow a guy to go into my daughter's bathroom and molest my daughter, I'm coming for you. That's the point. Be something. Be LGBTQ, SYZ, HSVC, anything you want to be. But leave us alone. That's the point.
If I told them Adama, she may not even believe.
Leave the kids alone. Leave the kids alone. It's not hard.
If I told you that I love the LGBTQ people, gay people, and everybody, because love comes from only one source. It's not possible that I say I love this heterosexual people and I hate LGBTQ. It's not possible. That means if I said that, I'm lying to you. So I did people. Of course, they are people as much as I am. And just like it says in the Bible, Patosi can help us with the verse. It says liars, thieves, homosexual, they all belong in the same category in which I'm an offender or one or two of those sins, if you put it that way. So I belong to the same group as they do. I belong to the same group as LGBT gay people do, according to the Bible, and that is true. But here's the difference, though, Adama. I know when I lie that I have lied, and I'm more than happy to confess my sins. And just like it says in the Bible, 1 John 1:9, that if I confess my sins, is just and faithful to forgive me for my sins and cleanse me of all unrighteousness. So if I make a mistake as sin, I repent because I've done wrong. But these people, they don't know that they do wrong. And
you don't make a flag. You don't make a flag for it. Do you make a flag for lying? Right? You don't make a flag for it. You don't. convert a month and say this is a liar's month.
That
Come
is
on
true.
now.
Exactly. I don't do that. We don't do that. We frown upon it. So the verse that Petoskey just gave you, I think was Romans 8. But Petoskey gave you. It's quite apt. God gave them up to their debased mind to do whatever they ought to do, if you choose to do that. But there are consequences for such behaviors. I repent all the time. I'm not like apprehensive about the things that I do, and like God is going to strike me down. Not that, but because of my conscience, I know, as the Holy Spirit convicts us, that I've done wrong. I'm a human being. That's why I don't lose sleep. I'm a human being. I've made a mistake, and I can repent and move on. So I can do that. But Adama, they don't know that they do wrong. Just like Joel said, they made flags. They celebrated. So it's not about me being against them. I cannot be against them, but it doesn't stop me for expressing myself. It doesn't stop me. They said, no, get out of the little girl's bathroom. You're a man. You're not a freaking transgender. You still have your package right there. I don't care if you take hormones. You're a man. I can express myself. What is wrong with that?
I mean, I just want to say to you, yes, you're right. The Bible Patoski read, I am quite familiar with that. But this is one thing I want to caution every one of us here on this platform. Whatever the LGBTQ people do I like their lifestyle? No, I don't. But do I work with people who are in that lifestyle? Yes, they are very professional. Yes, I work with them. We need to learn to be human first. Because guess what? You do not know in your time of need who will show up to help you. You do not know. Whatever flag they want to fly, whatever lifestyle they choose to live, every one of us here on this stage, God has not given us the parameter for us to judge anybody's sin. God can police his own thing himself. He can. So I'm not saying that to say that the LGBT that I support their lifestyle, but one thing I want to let us know, if you put an LGBTQ in front of me and a pedophile, who will I choose? I would choose an LGBTQ. At least he knows he's gay. A pedophile, I cannot. I
I cannot
cannot.
I don't have to choose between the two of them now.
No.
Why am
I'm
I
just
left with
giving you.
only
I'm
two
just
options?
making a state. It's a hypothetical statement. It's not
Yeah.
about. It's a
Between two
hypothetical
evils.
statement. So that's what I'm making. So Prince Daddy, I respect your belief. I respect how you feel. Until you've been in the shoe where you just want to be loved by someone, you just want to be accepted.
Adam, I'm not sure that it's a narrative of acceptance. I think it's more. And correct me, Patoski or Trump Daddy, if I'm misunderstanding what you're saying. I think it's more of a narrative of promotion. I think Prince Daddy and Patoski, they represent and Joe too. They represent a particular point of view that feels that that particular sort of lifestyle is being actively promoted, and is being promoted to impressionable young people to shape them in the direction that they may not necessarily are followed in life. So they feel that they're pushing it on kids. I think that's where the issue
Okay,
is,
so
if
if they
I'm not
say they're
mistaken.
pushing it on kids, let me ask everybody sitting here. Name a child that is under 18 without the consent of a parent that went through transition, the hospital they went to. Give me names, states. I want to know. Because we come here with
It's not the concept now, it's the seeding of the idea.
what idea. Okay, woman,
it's the
let me
seeding
ask.
of the idea in impressionable minds.
Woman, yes, I get what you're saying. Now, at the same time, I want to ask you a question. Now, I want us to look at it in different dynamic, in another environment. these same people exist in our country called Africa. One man, there was a video, I still have it, I can send it to you. The owner of a hotel raped a 16 years old.
No, we all saw it, but I don't use the R
Yes,
word.
woman, don't go there. No,
No,
let's not
don't use that word because it may trigger the
it may
YouTube
flag. Okay,
algorithm.
sorry, but woman, you know what I'm talking about. The point I'm trying to make is,
and they didn't say he grape. They used the word grape instead of. They didn't say he raped him, or they said he had he induced him with money and then had his way with him.
So, woman, these things exist in our place. So when we come here and we say we are people of culture, Africa condemns this, Africa does this, Africa does this, why do we have Bobrisky? Who is funding Bobrisky lifestyle? Go and look at his followers. Go and look at his followers. Are the kids in Africa not being exposed to that as well? Let's be realistic.
They're not teaching it in African schools now and promoting it, you know.
Teaching what, one man? What do you mean?
Greetings.
Teaching African gender. Oh man.
Greetings. Thank you for having me here, one man, and greetings to all the panelists, including Adama, and greetings to the chat and the viewers. See, you asked the question about whether there has been cases where minors have been affected, that have done transgender treatment or anything like that without the parental consent. Yes, there has been multiple cases, and I think one man is onto something. It's not only about people will accept people from being a little bit different.
Please don't go further. You said multiple cases. Please present that evidence.
Okay.
You're just lying. That's a bunch of lying.
Okay, I will present the evidence. I will present the evidence. It happened in Canada. It happened in the US.
In America.
Because the law allows it to happen.
I'm not interested in Canada. I'm interested in United States, where a child went through transition, a minor, without the parents' consent.
Look at that. Let me read one. He said there was this 17-year-old. Remember, they don't reveal their names because they are minors. There's a 17-year-old transgender boy. Parents refused to have him to receive hormone therapy. He was placed in custody of his grandparents, who supported his transition. The Ohio court granted the grandparents the right to make medical decisions, allowing the teen to access gender-affirming care. So these are things
That's exactly what I'm saying. The grandma was given the rights. You know,
the grandma is not the parent, is it? The grandma is not the parent.
It has to be an adult that is in care of the person that will give the consent.
So if it is a police officer, if it's a medical nurse, if it's a grandparent, it's okay. But how about the parents?
No, the parent. Listen, this is what you don't understand. In America, there's something called parents, and there's something called a guardian. Okay, yes. So the grandma was given custody, and she's the guardianship, and she's the one that is allowed to sign every consent regarding to that child. So he did not do it by himself.
Look at this one now. In Minnesota, a teenager in Minnesota accessed a gender-affirming treatment without parental consent under state laws that allows minors to seek medical care independently in certain situations. This case highlighted Minnesota's legal protection for transgender healthcare, where parental permission is not always required. And there is another case in California. So it's not, when we are saying this stuff is happening, it is happening.
You're absolutely right.
Adama, you know it's a law, right? In California, right? That a teacher, your son or whatever, the kid can hide under the canopy of the teacher. If the teacher wants to hide it from the parents, the teacher has the right to. If he noticed, or if he or she noticed that the kid wants to transform or has that trait, they can transform your kid without you, the parent. So what we are saying is deeper than what you're saying. Look, even kids here in Tennessee, especially those ones that go to all these schools, private schools funded by these guys, you see it there in their classes and all that. People are tired of it. Don't see, you can do whatever you want to do as an adult. Leave the kids alone. I don't want you coming to my class and you're teaching my kids, telling my kids about LGBTQ when they're
Okay,
not even good at
Joe,
math.
I respect that, but my question to you, just like I said to Prince Daddy, why do grown men, up to the point of family member, sleep with 10-year-old? Why?
You said what now?
Why
No,
do grown
that's an
men?
ailment now.
No,
That's
no, no,
an
no, no. You
Man,
see
ailment.
but
what you
also
see where
saying
you're
that
looking
is
at it from? Why
no,
do grown men
we're also
sleep
saying that
with
is also
kids?
wrong now.
Sleep
We're also
with
Yeah, but
condemning
kids.
that now.
It's
see.
wrong. It's
No,
wrong. That's the point I'm trying
Adama,
to make.
it's a flawed,
But
argument. It's a flawed argument. You know
yes,
why?
now.
Because that's a crime. You're talking
Ah.
about somebody committing a
So
crime.
how is someone
The person does
transitioning
not
in
have a
crime?
flag.
Is someone who transition, is that a crime?
No,
What
let
now?
me ask Joel
No,
abeg.
is someone who is going
Let me
to
put this issue
transition.
at that.
Hold
Hold
on.
on, Patrick. Hold on, Patrick.
Someone who is going
That's
to
hold on, Adama. That's not a crime. But what point are you?
thank
Because
you.
Joel has
Exactly.
already made a point. It's a non sequitur of flawed arguments that you're making. One is a criminal
Woman, you're not
act.
listening to what I'm saying. When someone
Okay.
is transitioning,
Yes.
it's not a crime. That is
No,
what
it's
I'm trying
not.
to prove. It's
Yeah, but
not. And
nobody is
guess what?
arguing that
When you
it
say
is.
it's no, when you say it's on in the kids' face or the kids that are learning it, I don't know what school your kids are going to. But my school, my 17 years old that she's in the final year going to, no, it's not in her face.
They
Because
celebrate
guess
it in
what?
their schools. They celebrate
No,
it in
no,
their
they don't.
schools.
They
They don't
don't.
teach it as part of the
I'm
sex
telling you, the
education
school my
curriculum.
daughter go is
Exactly. They do it under the sex education. Come on now.
no, they don't. Stu, are you trying to tell me the school my child goes to?
I tell you that okay, they do it here. They
Do
do
you
it
know
here
how
in
much I pay
Tennessee.
for her school? No, they don't.
They do it here in Tennessee. I don't know why
No,
you are
maybe in
making
your
it.
child's school, maybe in your area they do, but
Not
the
even in my
school
child's
my
school.
child
Yeah.
go, they
In
don't
most public
practice
schools,
that.
they celebrate those because you cannot discriminate against them. If it's their month, for instance, they have
But
their
Joe, my
flags in
daughter
school.
doesn't go to a public school. She goes to a private school.
Oh, I'm telling you, even because of the Department of Education, right? There are certain things you cannot do. This is under their rights. You cannot discriminate against them. So they do whatever the heck they want in
No,
classes, in schools.
Joe, listen, I agree with what your
All
Prince
right,
Daddy
we
said.
must
We're
bring the conversation
overflogging
back.
this. Yeah,
Yeah.
we're overflogging this. I said it when I asked Prince Daddy a question and he answered. I said at the end of the day, we are all human. I don't support the lifestyle. I don't support what they do. But all I'm saying is let us learn to be kind and treat people as human beings and not based on their lifestyle because their lifestyle is none of your business.
All right, let Prince Daddy pick it back up. Prince Daddy, back to you, and then from you on to Rational Mind, Joel, Patrick Joel. Yeah.
Is the one that had the cupcake, the red frosting?
So like, don't worry.
I'll have a
When I'm
cupcake
ready, I'll
too
let
if
you
there's
know.
any going. Can I have a cupcake too? Look at this.
See,
Look at that. Americans and cupcakes. And you wonder why you're also fat. Prince Daddy, back to you.
yeah, to wrap it up on what Adama said. See, of course, she's talking about her own personal situation, and she may not have that experience. But let's not be delusional about the reality of what is going on. She being stuck on having a parental consent, be that of a guardian or a parent, in order to do such a thing, has been usurped. There's a great usurpation right now in the school system and many other institutions in America. They found a way around it, and it's so. And I love what Azama, the way she talks. I'm glad Patoski and Joel, they know what's up, and Tunaja, they've usurped all this damn what you call it safeguards. A child as young as 15, even younger, can transition without a parent's consent. It's a law in California. And if you bark against it, you go to jail in California. Adama doesn't know that. I don't know where she lives, and that is fine. But it is a reality. It is a big time reality, and a lot of children have been transitioned and abused. And that's why, Adama, she didn't mention that also the suicide rate among these people, LGBTQ transition people, is so high, much higher than in normal society. She didn't talk about that. She's in the medical profession. It is a problem. When people like us offer an opinion, it's not because we hate them or we don't want them to live the lifestyle. but we just don't want them to project their lifestyle onto us and our children.
All right, let me take you on to one more talking point. Either this headline or something else that may interest you. But this guy now, I'm not even aware of him, but I certainly concur with his sentiments. Patrick Doyle, it is imbecilic. It is imbecilic. Media personality Patrick Doyle knocks Nigerians engaging in public proposals. So this is something that seems to have gained some sort of traction in, especially in shopping malls in Nigeria. Some rascally guy will cover the whole place with balloons, and then some overpasted girl will stand over him as he does the kneeling down and all that. Never accustomed, and now it's just subsuming the whole place. Are you in tandem with Patrick Doyle?
Is Patrick Doyle, is he Nigerian?
It doesn't sound Nigerian, but it may well be, you know.
What can I say? It was only yesterday we were talking about the influence of the social media in today's world on people's lives. What can I say? At this point in time, I can't really pass a judgment. I guess is the thing, is the fashion. It's fashionable right now to do so. So I mean, what can I say? Who cares? I don't care. That's what they do right now. Come on. Social media, Facebook, whatever, is part of this young generation's lives. So, you know, I think Patrick Doyle we might be around the same age, you know, whatever. So he's an old school guy. He's not in the know. So him talking like that, I understand. I don't blame him. But this is
what's your stand on PDA?
What does that mean, actually?
Public display of affection. You don't even know. So that's what they call it. People kissing in public, all this sort of hugging, proposing, all you know. They call it PDA, public display of affection.
Oh, okay, there you go. I don't care. I mean, if they want to do it, they can do it as long as there's not violating any law. Today, I was talking to somebody. In today's world, it's quite clear that
I detest seeing people kiss in public. I think it's just a show off. It's an attention seeking. You can hold
you're
hands.
Just not into it. You're just not into it. That's
what does it show? What does it show that you are kissing in public?
They love it. They love it. What's wrong with
they love
it?
It's advertising, isn't it?
Yes, I do.
It's look at me. It's look at me, isn't it?
What do you mean, look at me? Woman, if you were into it, you will love it. You're just not into it. And let me not say most, some African men are not into it. That's why they say some African men are not romantic.
Okay, whatever. Well, no disagreement there, Adama, but one man, if people want to kiss, you know, I guess there's a limit to it. But I don't know. See, these things don't bother me. But again, the social media has been a catalyst in so many ways for people doing all these things, and some people are simply misbehaving, if you ask me. But I don't care. People, a lot of people, you know. A lot of people don't have minds of their own, you know. They are followers, and it's not surprising that you see a lot of things go viral and all these things. Most people are followers. A lot of people have low self-esteem. There's no doubt about that. You know, some people they need that attention and all these things that, you know, some people need it. And you'd be surprised, one man. A lot of people at the same time, they just going with the flow. They are just going with the flow. They don't have a clue. Just whatever their neighbor does or the friends do, that's what they get to do. So to this guy, to me, I say he's an old school, just like me. Let them enjoy themselves, let them propose and put it online and enjoy themselves.
It's part of content. It's part of content now.
No, everything is content now. I'm still waiting for somebody to stream childbirth. That look at my wife.
It's coming.
It's coming. Oh, I can say hair and discriminate on Instagram. What's going on?
It's coming, one man. Don't worry, it's coming. We started getting naked when we are pregnant. When our women started getting naked when they are pregnant, they'll come and snap. I think after Rihanna, I don't know who did that.
Oh, you made the fool something.
They will just stay naked.
I don't like. You know, they'll have to show the full belly all over social
Exactly.
media. I mean, what? And then baby shower, all this baby shower. I thought it was meant to be. Oh God, what's going on? You know, it's sorry. Am I a comedian? Am I? That sounds like some.
You're saying the truth, man. You're saying the truth. Like, you know, sometimes when you say stuff like that, like people think you're crazy or you're old school, but it is just I don't know how they just like displaying their bodies because they are
And they
pregnant.
say, "Oh, look how glowing and beautiful she is." As necessary, it is not the most pleasant optics. A fully pregnant woman, it is not something. A lot of things, but you can't say it's
One man,
beautiful. You
that's
can't
what I'm
say,
saying.
you know. And
They push everything. They push everything to us, like in our face. Like it. If you do not like it, one man, oh, you are
they
body
will behead
shaming.
you immediately. They will
You
they
know,
will
so
tie
you
you to
have
the
to
stake.
like
They
it.
will flog you.
I mean, it's unbelievable.
All right. Let's move it around, take it in direction of Rational Mind. I may bail our hand over to Niger. As Rational Mind takes the floor, Patrick after him, Niger coordinates the conversation. So just free flow as you will. You know the talking points.
Why must you have to leave when I'm about to talk about it? Say my own.
No, I'm here for you. And then after you are Bill, but Niger will take charge. Right. Yeah. Oh, so let me run you through the list. Rational Mind. We're talking about Christopher Musa, our chief of our defense staff, being denied a visa to Canada. The Southwest governors are meeting to form some sort of security alliance to wrap a ring of steel around the Southwest. The National Assembly passes a $54.9 trillion budget, naira budget for Tinubu without even any questions. Nigeria meeting its OPEC quota for the first time in a long time. 1.5 million barrels now being pumped. The DSS insisting that every first-class graduate that comes through the Nigeria tertiary system must be recruited by their organization. And then we were talking about Tubaba and his new now found love. We're also talking about this. You know what stealth tax is, where they sneakily sneak it into the system. They're doing that via the ATM system in Nigeria. So they are just adding an additional fee and an additional fee. You know, to withdraw 20,000 naira now, it's going to cost you 100 naira in fees. Shehu Sani is saying that, look, enough of all this nonsense. So those or whatever else interests you, or the man that is objecting to public proposals, and also this one. Do you remember when Bianca Ojukwu gave the First Lady of Anambra State a dirty slap for her being too wayward? So we've now caught her yet again, the First Lady of Anambra State, being wayward again on an aeroplane. Former Anambra First Lady Ebele Obiano gets into altercation with fellow passenger on airplane. So it should never change our way. So those or anything that interests you, Rational Mind.
Let me just speak through some of them, starting with this last one you just mentioned. You see, this lady, I don't know. Sometimes we look at that video, we say maybe Ojukwu wife Bianca was just too hot-tempered. Only God knows what she said to her that must have made God angry to have gave her that slap or been slap her or hit her the way she did back then. But if you see a pattern like this with this woman like this, it shows that I think she might be the problem herself. She has her own problem too. And then you wonder why some of these politicians, why do we have to call them honorable men and women when their conduct does not reflect that, it's not worthy of that appellation, that title that we usually call them, excellency crap and honorable crap that they call them. I mean, very dishonorable people, very, very unexcellent people, and they want people to give it that appellation. So for me, it's just, I don't think they're worthy of that. But these are the same Nigerians next tomorrow come and campaign, give them money, throw naira to them, they will campaign for you, they will forget your your sins of yesterday, and then you see it's just. I think Nigerians, they have a problem. We've said it many times on this platform. That's I think Nigerians, they have psychological issues. Even some that come on this platform here. No disrespect to anybody. I'm not mentioning names. You see here some of them, even despite several years they've lived outside Nigeria, they still have that mentality of I don't even know where they're from, what planet Earth, what part of planet Earth they are from. And you see them, they just say things the way they say. And you start asking questions. I mean, is this person transformed? Even despite you live outside Nigeria for many years, what you've seen outside, has it really transformed you to think differently from an ordinary Nigerian? I can understand Nigerians that are living in Nigeria. But it's okay. Let me not go into that. Feed me another one, man. I think I've forgotten the other ones. So let me talk about the tax. You see, when we say this guy they call Tinubu, I've said it here. That guy, I'm just like the emir said, I'm just sitting there. You see, over the past few days, I just decide for my own mental health, I decide to take a break because the rate at which happenings are just happening in that country, it begs a lot of questions. But we know it's all propaganda just to get Nigerians distracted, and Nigerians are distracted, and it's part of the conditioning, the mental conditioning they've conditioned Nigerians over the years. And I'm not saying Tinubu is the only one that is part of it. He's not even one of the ringleader because he controls so many media houses. He controls the narrative that is spewed out. You know, he's one of those big criminals in that country that have always called the shots in that country with their media houses, and then they spin narrative out. And now that it's in power, you can imagine why certainly the whole country just went silent under him, even despite the hardship that they're going through. That we never have suffered anything like this close to this. People have just scattered the whole country. I mean, they spill into the street like oil. I mean, like petrol. I mean, or a petrol tanker that just got into an accident and then lost all these contents. But now, no, we see Nigerians just keep quiet because the attack dogs are everywhere. Tinubu's attack dogs and those people who spin the narratives is actually all the media houses. They don't even report the real news anymore. They tell them what to report. Even Arise News that I used to have regards for, you can see Arise now itself. It's pandering to Tinubu and his minions. You know, so it begs a lot of questions that this guy has really hijacked our country. He has really captured the whole country. But we'll see how it is. I'm just sitting down with my popcorn, just imagining, because when you have a government that does not know what they are doing, the already impoverished people, I mean, what is it that Nigerians are benefiting from the government? Where's that social contract? Where is that social contract? That's the question. I mean, you're ruling over a country, or you're leading them as a leader. What is that thing? One thing that Nigerian can say, every country has something that they subsidize. Every country that is serious, that knows what they are doing, they know they subsidize certain things for their citizens. But what is that one thing that Nigerians are getting as subsidy? There's nothing. Actually, there's nothing. Not even electricity. Not even the oil that we once had subsidy on. And on top of that, you are taxing them. And then they will go to this point of sale, POS people. They will pay them just to withdraw money or to whatever. And then again, they will have to go to the ATM. Come on. And then you want to pass another tax. I mean, the tax bill, that has passed second reading now. It's almost going to the third reading, or was it not already in the third reading? So, which is, I think, is the last lap. Is the last run. And then after that,
national man, which are they passing now? Is it the
this
one by
just
the
CBN doing his own thing again? They're collecting money,
wow.
You see, they just boarding Nigerians. We'll see how Nigeria. Well, I trust Nigerians. They will just keep quiet and mop it up and just suck it up, and they will not even protest. I mean, this guy, what is this guy doing? I mean, how much more are you going to impoverish these people before you make this? I mean, are you going to take their blood from them again before you know that I mean, even the one you're already collecting, how have you used it? The last budget that they did, what was the impact on people of Nigeria? Half of that budget, even more than 3/4 of that budget, was stolen into the pockets of these thieves that call themselves politicians in that country. You cannot see anything tangible that you can point to that this is what they did with that money. a 20-something $trillion, I mean, almost $30 trillion.
It's a shame you were not here yesterday. It was a shame you were not here yesterday. There's a real service crisscrossing the whole country. There are ambitious road infrastructures being built. There are internal rails being built.
What rail?
What's that?
What rail are being built?
If I still have the no.
Yeah,
There's the Kano Kaduna one, which that already exists, but there's a single gauge one now that is for industrial freights, and then there's another one now coming out of the from of the port in Apapa all the way through into the country, which was I'll find the clip again and play for you. So these things, it's money that is used to do all these things. The super highway being built all over the country, all of these things, the internal rail system, all of these things. You are saying you are not seeing. We are seeing it now. You are saying we are not seeing it. We are seeing it.
We're not seeing anything. Don't tell me you are seeing anything.
But Nigerians are doing videos of all these trains. They are going. They're going on all these trains and putting videos
let's not
out.
do this. I don't want to do this tonight. My mental health is important to me. I don't want to start this Agbado narrative they try to give you to come and play on your network here, woman. I don't subscribe to that. I mean, when you're talking about cheap propagandists, the people who are the main and I've never seen nobody in the history of that country that are propagandists like the Tinubu-led media house and is now that is in power. I mean, forget that crap. Where is those things captured in the last budgets? Where did they suddenly find that money that they're not started doing all these things? This infrastructure you're talking about. What's it called? The highway, the super highway to nowhere that is building. Where was it captured in the budget? When Tinubu got there, the first 3-4 months that he entered there, what was it? He gave over $1 trillion to his.
But it was captured in the budget now. Do you want us to bring out the budget? It was captured.
Okay, bring it, woman. Bring it out.
What do you mean where? We can bring out the budget if you want us to go and dig out the budget.
Okay, let us go and dig it out and come and show me those projects you're talking about now. Where was it captured in that budget, last budget? And when are they finding the money? Suddenly now they're finding that money now. If not because they're recycling the same old photos or whatever crap that we know them to do every time. You go and take photos or something that somebody did before.
The same old photos. These were things that were not in. No, these were things that were. How can it be an old photo a real system? How can a real system be an old photo?
Woman.
It was something that was not there before and they built.
It's okay, woman. I don't want you to chop my time. You see.
So Tinubu build those trains, one man.
Sorry, hold on. No, it's not. I'm not talking about Tinubu. I'm talking about governance. Governance is a continuum. Now, let me play you this.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is Bueno Broadcasting Service, transmitting this day, Sunday, 9th of February 2015, from Mobolaji Johnson Railway Station, Lagos. I am your host, Mansi JC14. History is being made today as Bueno Logistics Limited, a pace setter in the rail-based logistics business, in collaboration with the Nigerian Railway Corporation, pioneered the movement of gypsum using the new standard gauge railway system from ENL Apapa Port to Papalanto for one of the leading cement companies in Ogun State. This train is departing with 23 wagons.
Are those not the sort of infrastructures that build the country?
Woman. You see,
and you keep saying we don't say anything. Let me address you, is that not?
No, yes. It's not. Let me address you, woman. In the 80s, at least I know in Jora there, because I used to work in the Apapa Wharf years ago in the 80s. I worked. There is a rail track, even in the 70s. I mean, well, I wouldn't say much about 70s. But my point is that I can see, at least from my 80s time when I worked there, I could see that those things have been in existence even way before, maybe even like the 70s. There's a rail track that comes out from, do you know where that flour mill is in Apapa Wharf there? There's a rail track that goes out there from there into, in fact, the rail track is still there. You see, that place you're showing me, it looks like Oshodi. I think that's where it is. That's Oshodi there. I think they said, what's his name? This guy, the Sonwolu and his eco crap. They've transformed that single gauge that they have there, that along that Oshodi there. They've transformed it into the red line or whatever crap you call it. And I think this very train you're talking about, if I'm sure, somebody correct me here, that's because what I'm looking at, it looks like that Oshodi Ikeja axis there. That is where because that same track I mean used by this freight hauling cargo train. So you see, this is some of the propaganda.
And it goes all the way to Ogun State. What's propaganda?
Yes,
Guy, man, you need to settle down a little bit. What's propaganda? That's a newly built system. Everybody can see that's a newly built thing. And that goes all the way from the port. All right. Okay, you do your thing. Just do your thing.
One man in that video you were looking at, right? Hold on, okay. In that video you were watching, we all watched. The guy, I think the guy had or something. They built that what would I call it now? The tray on which that cement was being transported, because that was why he said something logistics. He said something logistics, right? Making history, moving those.
No, they didn't build anything. They just got a concession to run the service. They didn't build anything.
Okay. We'll be getting a concession to run the service, whatever it is. But I know that the guy making the video is into logistics. So one man, but the thing there is this, right? Let me tell you this: this transportation of raw materials on rail has been going on.
Is that not what built a country? What we just saw right there. Is that not the backbone
one man, it's been
going
on. It's been going on. One man, I live in Ebutemeta. Behind me is the railway station, right? Hold on now. I live in Ebutemeta.
You had a railway
Lagos,
service
right?
when you were young.
Yeah.
Right.
Hold on now. Let me tell you this now, one man. I live in a railway station in behind railway in Ebutemeta West, right? That was where we were living before we moved, right? Behind me was a railway station, a huge railway station, just by that Oyimbo and Junction area. You will see the rail. They have been moving raw materials through rails forever. I mean, I'm not talking in the 70s. I'm talking about in the 2000s. Yes, they've been moving. I mean, at the time, the rail system got dilapidated, but those ones in Lagos were still running. If you go towards that Yaba area, those trains were still running. They were pure locomotive, not as good as what we have today. However, those trains were running. So please, let's not make it look like it's something new.
Joel,
sorry, let me just sorry, but you see, that video you even showed us said this is 2015. That's 10 years ago. Even that video on itself said this today history is made so October 2015.
He didn't say this is 2015. No, hold on.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is Bueno Broadcasting Service, transmitting this day, Sunday, 9th of February 2015, from Mobolaji Johnson Railway Station, Lagos. I am your.
Okay, have you heard that? It's 2015.
Oh, we don't catch one man for.
Even the evidence.
No, you didn't catch me now, but it's still development.
Let me even land my point.
No, but it was what about the way you presented it, right? I thought this thing happened like yesterday. I thought it happened like yesterday.
And mind you, the point is that if this thing have started in 2015, 10 years after, how many cargo? Why do we still have containers on the road in Lagos?
Exactly. You see, when I say
about?
Okay, go on, please. Go on.
No, I'm done.
You see, one man. You see, when I say what I say, not because I just want to. I mean, don't get me wrong. One man, like I said, you always have my respect. I know there are some people who brings like I can also bring you videos so that you can. I said you don't want to play it. That to kind of support whatever idea I want to pass or I want to pass across. I know so many Tinubu people. Ulata is one of them. And many of them, I don't want to mention their name because I know me and Kamlata, we know ourselves, we understand ourselves. They will bring all these things to you, one man. We know. I mean, you see, I might not be a real indigenous person from Lagos State, but I was born and raised in Lagos. I spent most of my life in Lagos. I can tell you, I know Lagos like the back of my hand. I mean, Lagos that I know way back then, but I still almost the same if I go once in a while. You see, when people tell you certain things, I just laugh here. I just like, people not where are they getting all these things from? Now, even if I took cut that thing, I would have assumed maybe you have a point. 2015, and then they gave you that, and they're showing somebody must have given you that to play to draw everybody here to make sure. You see, this is part of the propaganda we say this APC. You see, I've studied Tinubu very well and his style and all his
Okay,
minions.
what about this one?
Spoil the sound.
So that's Kano Kaduna.
Kano Kaduna. Well, I cannot vouch for what I don't know, but I see CC there. That's China, whatever.
I saw that during Buhari's campaign now.
So you see now. Woman.
Yes.
Look,
no, hold on. What do you mean you are saying? Look, the point I'm making is I'm not giving any attribution to Tinubu or Buhari or Jonathan. What I am saying is that there are seismic developmental leaps being made in that country, and those even if that was 2015, it's certainly new to the space. And this one here, even if it was Buhari, is new to the space. So these are infrastructural developments. And that's the point, you know.
Well, that's not the point, woman. That's not the point. The reason why I said that's not the point is this. What brought about you showing all those videos was because I said, what is Tinubu doing with all the money that he collected? All the whatever. In the last budget, it was not captured. And you're showing me all this video to show us evidence of what was captured in the last budget. That was what brought all these things.
No, it wasn't even Tinubu because okay, go on.
Let me make my point. My point is this, that the video I thought you showed the first time, if not because Patu captured, I mean, he noted that date that was mentioned. I would have said maybe I'm yet to see that where in the budget you're going to show me. People like this are a guy from Canada here that used to call me and make vibrate like what's it called? Emeka. I've not heard his voice for the past some time now. He will call me and be reading the Tinubu agenda, Tinubu Renew Hope crap, what's it called? Budget. I've never heard from any team. All of them, they all went silent now. You see, the point is this, woman, is that the reason why you're showing me this photo, these videos were because you want to prove that, it was captured in last budget. And these are some of the things they've done so far. Although we're finding out that some of these videos are videos.
I'm not saying the rail. How can the rail be built? It could never be built under Tinubu's administration. But what I was but we'll move on. But I'm not just to your point, but I hear a lot of people saying that, they get all this money, what do they do with it? And yet you've just talked about the Osho, the renewal thing, that they've turned it into a transportation hub. Same thing in Ojota. All this, you drive through the from the airport into the city. It's a new spread in terms of the layout of the road network. The Lagos Ibadan, the Lagos Ibadan rail, the Lagos Ibadan road. The Kaduna something. All of these things. These are big leap infrastructural developments, and we keep saying, they pocket all the money. If they pocket all the money, then what pays for all these infrastructures that we see? We sometimes we just
one man. We've been working on Lagos Ibadan expressway for I don't know if it's up to 20 years now. The same story.
Maybe it was longer. It started under Obasanjo. It started under Obasanjo. Yeah.
You see, because I know those days we have a lot of traffic on that road. If you're going to the east, I remember those days. Even if I'm going back to school, till date, you are still having problem on that road.
You see, Joel, just let's leave matter for Matthias. You see, at least I don't get time for all this APC them, all this APC. Like when I was still fully, I'd say get engaged more on this thing. I'll be going to fact checking them on all this their crap that they always try to do online, throwing old videos and trying to spin it like a new one. You see, the point is that woman, Well, we shall find out. I mean, like I said, I'm sitting down, like I have my popcorn here. I'm watching Tinubu on a plasma, big plasma TV. I'm seeing all the crap he's doing, all the Oshito Konshi. I've said it that it's going to Oshidoma back room there. It's just what is going to happen. We shall see. We'll all be here. Power. But my point is that woman is that you're taxing Nigerians that are. I mean, where are the jobs? I mean, I was talking to my younger brother, who lost his job working for a medical company. I mean, this guy is finding it. You're talking about even your defense minister, your defense chief of defense staff, who wants to japa, maybe wants to japa. They deny a visa. That's a government official. No doubt, he must have a diplomatic passport. Being a defense, the highest ranking in the Nigerian army. Look at how they treated him. If you know the level of Nigerians that are wanting to leave that country, some people lend their wage, they're looking for money just to leave. Why this level of despondency in that country? Because Nigerians, they've lost hope. I mean, I was asking my younger brother, I said, look, I gave you these millions of naira. Why don't you go and sit down, go and look for a business? Say, Igbo, for where? What do you want to do? What do you want to do for Nigeria? I mean, like, you can use that money for where? The one I don't give my before. What do you use and do? You see, the point is, I'm trying to say is this, and the same thing goes for some other friends I know too. They tell you that, oh, even though if you give me money, even though you open a business for me here, but get them. I just want to get out from this country. What could have led people to just lose that hope in that country? I mean, we're talking about what's it called? The electricity grid that collapsed again. I mean, what kind of business are you going to run that you're not going to use electricity? Maybe there are none. I don't know. Maybe you want to do Yahoo. But the point is this, woman. Just the thing I'm saying is this: there are no evidence of anything happening in that country. Let's forget this dirty December, this crap that all these people, all these paid Nollywood, is it Nollywood? These Nigerian musicians, they paint Nigeria like, oh, it's a sport to go and enjoy. Yeah, you have your money, go and enjoy. But the Nigerians that are there themselves, I mean, they are making that money, and you want to tax them on top of that. You go to these POS people, you want to send naira, you want to exchange naira for naira or whatever. I don't know how they do it. I mean, why? I mean, in the same country, why would you even have a POS? I'm not saying you should not have it, but the point is, a lot of people are doing that POS because there's no job. You see, graduates, somebody with masters, is doing POS because that's the only way to get to make money. So you see, woman, and then a person go the bank that you're supposed to go and do transaction without having anything because you are banking with them, you're saving your money with them. Now they want to take money from. You see, this guy just want to tax Nigerians to oblivion, to death.
Rational mind, and POS is even honorable now. You know what, POS, you're a big boy now. You're talking
POS?
about Keke.
What's the big boy about it?
I'm saying, like, compared to like Keke now. You see graduates now, they're doing Keke
in the
jobs
same
now.
country. It's open. You see, that thing opens a lot of can warm or
how much are they making per day on Keke?
People are making money on Keke too, but you see, the point is this, woman. You see, we have people who are visionless. I mean, the way
those people doing Keke, they are making $250,000 a month.
Oh, woman, where are you getting all these your figures from? I have people.
I was watching. Do you know this artist called? Do you know this artist called Temi or Tenny? Some fat girl like that. It's called Tenny. Yes, I was watching a clip of her just earlier on today. She just happened upon some woman. You know those women with the big umbrellas and some wooden where they just do their little something. So this woman was selling all these sachets and all this agbojedi and whatnot. And then he sat with her. I said, "Oh, madam, I'm going to spoil you today." I know that. What is the content of your something? And then she paid for the content of she paid for everything. And then I've looked for the clip. I'll play here. And then she took her out on a day out just to nice her up a bit. And then in the course of their conversation, they were saying, how much did you actually make from that thing a day? And that woman was saying she was making 10,000 naira a day on just selling all these under the umbrella sort of something. So a guy will be.
Yeah, you see, let's not go too far. You see, well, let me just say this. One man, you and I will sit down here abroad. We just start imagining things and look at those 10,000 naira that people make back then. You know what 10,000 naira is in Nigeria now? I mean,
it's 10,000 naira now.
Yeah, it's 10,000. No, it's no longer the 10,000 naira that you used to know. 10,000 naira you used to know way back where before Buhari got it. There's not the 10,000 naira you know today. The 10,000 naira cannot even get you anything. You cannot even cook a soup that will last you 3 days for that 10,000 naira in Nigeria. I don't know the kind of soup you want to cook. Maybe you want to go and shamo egun and whatever, kosinu pot, and then you go and beg all this babalero, and then they give you all this shamo egun, and then you go and look for ila. My mom used to say cook that thing for us years back. And ila to ni epo. My mom used to sing that when he cook that like it's okay. Let me just the point is you see the point I'm trying to hear is that you see the share this. I mean the point is I'm getting at this one man. So let's not sit down here and start imagining things because of Nigerian people. You see one what's it call it a TikToker or whatever they call them. They want to make content and then they just start I mean trying to portray something that are not really what's the reality on ground in that country. Well, man,
Yeah.
for me it's just.
Yeah, rational man. Can I just interject briefly?
Okay.
See, I hear what you are saying, and this government could have done a lot better than they are doing right now. But that said, though, the Nigerian economy as it stands, I think the exchange rate is beginning to appreciate as predicted. That is going to happen because of all the demand for the dollar that is beginning to come down because we are not buying as much energy from overseas. And if that trend continues and the Nigerian government stays out of the crosshair of Donald Trump, which they are likely to because Donald Trump is busy angering the whole world, Nigeria is going to be seeing some developments occur. Because we have to try to understand the forces that are responsible for keeping Nigeria where it was before. Those forces are weakening now. And because of that, you can see now that some things that we are doing are actually working. And power supply is going to improve in Nigeria, we like it or not, until the world decides that.
What are you talking about? Power supply is going
to improve because of the trends. Because of it.
What are the trends? What are the trends?
Okay, one of the trends are from the big forces that are responsible for sabotaging our states. They are busy fighting for their survival right now. Secondly, you can see the signs that now that we are not relying so much on foreign energy, we can now start exporting energy too, and our foreign exchange would increase. It's like Nigeria is manufacturing goods now. That's what is happening now. Nigeria is a kind of manufacturing goods. Dangote is selling petrol, value-added products. Yes, that's value-added manufacturing.
Yeah, come on.
So I'm being serious here. So when all those things wealth starts coming to the country, you're going to start finding that all the other things like energy, because most of the stuff that affects energy is petrol, all those sort of things that used to cause all kinds of havoc in the economy. All those things are becoming stabilized, and you're going to start seeing that all these, let's say, mobile power plants, they can be built more because you know that Nigeria now they are running gas line pipe through the country. So that all these things are things that were planned before. Normally, when we plan these things, they fail. Like was it not Bola Ige that wanted to electrify Nigeria? Why did he fail? But you find that even when people like Bola Ige are not around, it's going to work. Because the forces that are responsible for keeping it from working are not as dominant anymore in this international space.
How do you know they're no longer dominant?
Because in the 90s, who was the supreme power? Who was the sole superpower in the world? We know them. Africa was in hell during that time. No,
when's your time? No, when's your time? You can flesh more on that. Let me just.
I don't have my time because you are going to go. When one man goes, then I'm done. I don't have my time. Then I'm the moderator. It becomes a problem. So I'm just using this one to just talk. I know you like to whip. I like the way you whip the Agbado people straight. Don't worry. That time is going to come. Give it the next 6 months or 1 year when the election cycle comes. Yeah, you are going to be very, very valuable because they need it. But that said, I'm just saying that there are other forces at play, and Nigeria's economy. You have to know what you are criticizing is going to improve. We like it or not. Except this government, like I said, they decide to do something again to sabotage it like they did in the last 2 years. They could do something to sabotage the economy from recovering. But I'll leave it at that.
You see, they're already self-sabotaging already. What are you talking about? I don't even know what this thing you're talking about.
No. They did it with the devaluation of the currency, nothing else. They have not done anything else.
All right. All right. Land rational mind, but rational. Let me leave. You are amongst friends. To Niger takes charge. Thank everyone. See you tomorrow. Ayo, the super chatter. The super chatter. Other should join him as well. Thank everyone. See you tomorrow. Over.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
So you see, the point I'm trying to make here is you keep saying these forces. I don't know where you're talking about. Are you talking about because of the USAID and not? Is that what you're talking about?
Is that one? The power of the West is weakening. When the power of the West weakens, Nigeria rises. Africans rise.
I don't know what you're talking about when you say the power of the West is weakening. You see, that's another geopolitical thing we can talk about maybe later. But my point is this: to Nigeria, or Nigeria, or to Nigeria, not Nigeria, to Nigeria. So, you see, when you say the what's it called? The forex is Naira is strengthening up, is firming up against the dollar. No, it's because number one, they are what's that word? They go borrow money. And what's that word I'm trying to look? They are not floating. They
defending the Naira.
Defending the Naira with whatever money they borrow from, whatever they're getting the money from. Because they are selling money they sell money to these guys, the Bureau de Change. They tell them that, look, this is how much you're supposed to say. And these are the same idiots that says that Naira should find its value by just letting the market forces determine it. But they are the one determining it. You should understand that. The another thing again is production has had that's gone down because I don't know if you listen. I saw one of the dailies some few days ago saying that manufacturing has slowed down in Nigeria because they cannot even get forex in the first place.
Yeah, that's true.
So that's one of the pressure that is really lightening up because people are
you
not going abroad.
You mean now?
Yeah.
Are they still having forex issues now?
Because many of the companies are folding up that used to depend on get dollars to go and buy their raw materials from outside. A lot of them are folded up.
So because it's more expensive to buy things now overseas. That's why it doesn't matter whether they
So what would have thought that the demand for it will go down if the companies start closing down?
Yes, that is it. That is why there's no pressure on it. So let's not forget that. Don't tell me all this crap of saying that their policies is working. It's stupid. No policy is working.
No. It's not their policy that worked. I think what is saving this government right now. I think Nigerians will be rioting on the street right now if Dangote wasn't there. I'm telling you, literally, Nigerians will be rioting right now.
Yeah, there you go again. Dangote is not spending it.
I'm telling you because that is where the foreign currency is. Okay. If he's exporting goods and supplying Nigerian market, you can see why the Nigerian economy has not tipped over. If he wasn't there, oh my goodness, hell would be breaking loose right now.
Don't praise these guys. Don't praise them.
It's not about him. It's about what the refinery represents. It's not about
him.
Yeah,
I agree. Because we would have been importing at that rate. Oh my goodness, it would have been a mess.
What's the margin? What's the difference?
It would be around 1,800 naira now, maybe 1,000 naira to $1 now.
So what's the current rate now?
I think it's around 1,500 now, and
1.5. It's been stable at 1.5.
It even came below that some time ago. So because think about it, that's what foreign exchange is. If you can manufacture and sell goods, you can earn more foreign exchange, and your market can be able to buy things from overseas. And because of that, the value of the foreign currency will reduce. But because the government did what it did before, it damaged the economy badly. And if Dangote refinery didn't show up at the time it showed up, man, Nigerians will be losing it right now in that country. That's what is saving this government. Everything they've done, really, I don't know what they've done that is really very good for the Nigerian economy. I don't know how many stuff. All these tricks that they are showing is Buhari that did it.
Now. I'm surprised that one woman did not show us the picture of the one and he was taken with the Google founder. Google CEO in France. Just always take picture. Just you see this guy. I think there's something that stinks around this guy called Tinubu. so smells badly that when people, it's
Man,
just
you are just evil, man.
everybody just run for that guy. Nobody wants to do business because
Oh
this
my
guy
God, it just has stinks on that anymore.
there's something about that guy that is so stinky that people just don't want to like to get involved with him. Because I mean,
you give Agbado people serious hardball, man. You won't let them
it's
rest.
the truth. It's just these guys just go about chasing cloud. I mean, chasing validation everywhere. Now he took picture with what's it called? Google CEO, this Indian guy. He took picture with him, and then the next day he Trust is Google sellers now. Trust is this is what's it called? All these media what's it called? Attack dogs. They all pasted it all over Twitter and everywhere. You see, the Google CEO with our president. In where? In Aso Rock or where? In France. Not in your own country. What is
So
that?
what do you think is going to happen now?
It was in France. It was in France.
For real? So it's not in Nigeria now?
It's not in Nigeria. It was in France, in Paris.
Oh, wow.
He's always traveling. He's always traveling.
When we say we don't have leaders, we just have people who are dealers, like where we say dealers. We just have dealers. This other guy. They are just dealers.
Yeah, these are
not leaders.
That's the
because
right time.
A leader that cannot take his own do his own rest here. Now, how many times don't you say any of the U.S. president go maybe Europe go do their vacation while they are still in the office? You see, when people don't get respect for themselves, and you expect other countries to respect you, to bring their money here. I mean, if you're telling people that you cannot get good healthcare in your own country, you're going to that country, and then you don't want them to come and invest in your country. What message are you sending? See, these people don't understand. They don't understand. They don't know the ramification of their actions.
I think you are giving them benefit of the doubt, though. I think they know. I think Tinubu is not stupid. He's educated enough.
It's just that these people are just so wicked. They have a wicked. Just wicked, and then they just don't even think about the implication of what they do, the action, how far-reaching the action is. Some weeks ago, I was having this conversation here when somebody was saying that, that's politics. It silences opposition. Do you know what that does in a society? You'll be breeding men and women with no morals, and it becomes a norm. At the same point, I said that you'll be finding people that will be selling your country, that will be traitors to the country, whereby they'll be easily be bought over by foreign adversaries, like foes of Nigeria. They will just because these people they form that pattern of always being saboteurs or being used. But these guys, they don't look at it that way. They say, oh yeah, it's politics. Tinubu silences he has Wike. Wike is the man with no principle. Somebody like that. Let Donald Trump call him, say, okay, Wike, how about you be doing in Nigeria? I want you to leak Nigerian secret to us. Because he had that pattern of always being a traitor, even when he's in his own party. What tells you that Wike will not leak Nigerian secret to
no. They will leak and leak and leak.
This is how it begins. So, but then when Tinubu had him over to his place, to his own side,
rational mind,
his own party.
rational mind.
Yeah.
I just want to quickly thank Nigeria. This is the second time we'll be speaking the truth. No, he's speaking the part. He's speaking the facts because despite being unfair, at least he was able to analyze and still give kudos where it belongs. So for that Dangote comment. So to a rational mind, even you are not aware of the impact of Dangote. So and I think an unfair to Nigeria is still able to realize and recognize that.
I'm unfair, but I'm fair. That is how you come across.
No, to be honest,
it would have been disastrous with that Dangote. It would have been disastrous.
People will be
don't promote this guy. There's nothing disastrous.
I want your opinion on this, guys. I learned that Zelensky is on his own now.
It's on where?
Yeah, so he's on his own though, because it's like this guy.
Of course, he's on his own now.
No, that guy is in serious.
No.
But your prime minister went to Europe recently. I mean, was this a few days ago? And there was this whole buzz in Europe now. They said you people want to join European Union. just to spite the United States. Because if you people join as a member,
which European Union?
But is all sorry
UK
guys.
UK is not joining
I
European
greet
Union. No.
everybody. I greet everybody.
we
Rational
give
man,
it to you.
salute,
Well, yes.
Joel, everybody. I think he's on his own because obviously Trump is gonna leak this guy has no. He's gonna leak Putin's house. Yeah, that's why the guy and this you can't say he's always doing it. He's always doing it. It's obvious now.
When did he do it before?
Now, I mean, if when you say lick his ass, I want to understand what you mean lick his ass.
They licking ass. How?
No. See,
Did you hear the content?
what Trump is doing
without establishing the point.
What Trump is doing is that he is being diplomatic and also using strength in that. Look, he believes that war shouldn't have started in the first place, and I also believe that, right? So, but the thing there is that it has gotten so bad that people have died on both sides, and he is saying, "Stop it! Make Tinubu go tell Putin, make him stop the war." If it was just licking asses.
So what is his strategy now? You people that always come here and you
what
and
he's
Trump
trying, no, he's trying. Look. See,
so
let
what
me
is
tell
the
you
strategy?
something.
Don't say he's trying. What is
The strategy. No, he has already said it. You know, he's a straightforward man. NATO, Ukraine will not join NATO, and it has been agreed upon.
Okay, let
right?
me tell you. Hold on.
Secondly,
so let me not tell you the consequences of that, because you see, this guy apparently has no plan. Not even the economic crap that he was talking about, eggs and crap that he was talking during the campaign. Now we are now seeing this is the same idiot who yesterday, when he was giving a conference, he was giving a press conference. I'm talking about your Trump. He was talking about. Hold on. You were asking him about. He's having to lay out. Can I talk now?
This is not the president. This is not. I told you before.
Don't give me that BS. I mean, it's a free country. They've called him stupid. They call him crap or crap here. I mean, I can tell. Don't do that.
Please, let him flow.
Let him flow. Allow somebody to call you stupid now. Even you.
Let them call me stupid. Patoski.
You will fight now. I have that thick skin. Can you see what is happening? You will fight. Can you see what is happening?
It's okay now. That was then. Maybe that was then. I don't care now. You see, Patoski. I mean, I've come to be part of this platform to understand the dynamics here. So I don't really get triggered like I used to anymore. Call me stupid, whatever. I don't care. That's everybody's way. But then, I understand. But Patoski, so my point is this. The point I'm trying to make here is that, you see, the consequence. Did you listen to what X said? X said, what he said? When it was, you see, these people, they don't even have a foreign policy. Is anywhere benefits this guy? They were asking this same man in the White House about grocery that he was talking about. He started defining what grocery is for us. Groceries, the best word. I tell you, I know the word. It's the best word. I know it. Crap. I mean, tell us
even buttress your points. Rational, sorry to cut you short. Do you know that now even Israel now said they are not going to cease any fire? I think it depends on what happens. Is it today now? It depends on what happens today. They are probably going to continue the war. So I don't think Trump can solve anything. He's just trying to meddle.
Trump is with Israel. Unless
this guy has nothing.
If you attack Israel, Trump will attack you. So he has made that point clear. So if Israel is trying to fight or do something, it is because they still see danger. And if they still see danger, they have to defend themselves.
Yeah, because the Minister of Defense came out and say, I think they didn't release some of the hostage that they were meant to release.
So
whatever Trump is doing,
Dwell of the Nile,
I was saying that my workplace yesterday. He was saying,
hold on. So, Dwell of the Nile, why do you say that if Israel sees danger, so they are the only ones that see danger and decide to destroy other people?
We all know who the aggressive ones are. We know who the aggressive
so you're assuming that. But hold on. How can you say the others are the aggressive ones when Israel is the one
that are the aggressor? They are the one that went into Israel October of last year and started killing people for no reason.
Okay, Jewel of the Nile.
So I don't care.
Of the Nile. I need to clear this because I think we have to get a baseline of facts. you understand that the Palestinians are on the land that they've been on for over thousands.
Look.
Hold on, calm down,
on the land as in what?
Calm
I do
down,
not
calm
care
down.
about those
Calm
history no
down now,
more.
calm down.
Look, where we
No,
are
because
today,
then you're not
we've
being
been able
honest.
to.
We've
Been able to
But
establish
Joe, you can't say you
things.
don't care about the history,
No.
but the history is what brings about the war in the first
Listen
place.
now, listen.
Say what you
That's
want to
what
We've
say.
brings
been able
about
to
the war.
establish.
So you
Have a
can't now say you
baseline.
don't care about the war.
You
Come
will
on
have to
now,
have a
I
Joe.
care
baseline.
less
Can't be
no
unfair.
more. Look, this is the thing. They've been able to establish this is Israel, this is Palestinian. Look, live in peace. After all,
But
this land, that same
Dwell
land
of
you're
the night.
trying to
Calm
get
down
today,
now.
you've run away from me.
Calm
Live
down.
in peace.
See, if you keep talking like this, we're not going to make sense with each other. I hear what you are saying. You are saying they told all of them to go on their own, but they didn't let the Palestinians go. That's the problem. Hold on. You know, Jordan is right next door to Israel. It's Arab. Egypt is right next door to Israel. It's Arab. They all have peace with Israel. Why does Israel not want to let the Palestinians go? Answer me that. Riddle me that. For over 50 years, why does it not want to let them go?
You said they don't want to let them go. How?
We let them go.
Are they
They
not
won't
living in
let
their
the
land?
Palestinians. No, they won't let them form their own country. They won't let them. They won't let them join Israel. They won't let them form their own country. You are using them as a target practice for weapons all the time. Do you know
No.
Tunaja,
You're not being truthful. Those guys are also. I have seen situations where little girls were attacking Israeli soldiers. Look, I get it. I understand. Look, what
you
I'm
don't
just saying is
understand.
this.
You see, you are
No, I
saying,
get
hold
it.
on.
No, I
No,
get
you
it. My
don't. You
own thing
don't.
is this. We
How can you say
cannot
you got it
continue
and you are
killing
blaming a
ourselves
little
over
girl?
land.
Hold on.
We cannot.
See, come on, don't do that. Why do we do this? If the same thing happened in the southeast now, would you be happy? You say because a little girl is attacking a Israeli soldier. A little girl compared to Israeli soldier, are they the same thing? So if a little girl slaps you now, you go and shoot her to death. Is that how it works?
No, it was.
I've spoken to Israelis about it. I said, no matter how you try to sugarcoat this,
Listen to
let them go, or you make them join you. But you can't hold them hostage.
Nobody's holding the Palestinians, but it's most regrettable.
I give it to other neighboring states.
It's most regrettable when Hamas, their elected political party, whatever you want to call it, in charge, it's always there to spread terrorism. The reason why
But
he's
you are asking. See, hold on. No.
Why
Calm down. We can't just be talking like this without knowing
Let him
history.
land his point.
The first intifada. No. Because I have to clear it. We don't have a long time
No,
to
hold
go.
on. Let Prince
To be
Daddy
able
land,
to
then you can
catch up.
clear
I'm
whatever
not
you want to
interested
clear.
in long
Let's have
evolution here.
conversation here.
We have to have a baseline. Now when you say they are terrorizing Israel, the first intifada was just protesting, like carrying placard and everything. They were shot at. The second one, they were throwing stone. The more of them were even killed. Then, before you know it, suicide bombing came into. So it's not, this stuff has started over 50 years. They've been fighting for their freedom before Mandela, and they are still fighting for their freedom after Mandela.
I don't really understand your
They entered
argument.
Israel and killed some people.
I don't understand your argument.
Why are you trying to cover what they
Guys,
did?
can you give people chance to talk? I think
Israel has
AI
killed
wants to
far
talk.
more
Let
of
her
them.
talk.
Don't
Let's
forget
give
it.
people
Israel has
chance to
killed far
talk
more.
now.
You want us to get the
Before
data
AI
so that we check it?
To Niger,
Israel
can
has
you
killed
calm
far more
down, please?
Palestinians.
To Niger,
We have to get some truth. I'm not here to just sugarcoat stuff.
But we can't get through to. We are talking over each other. Let's talk one by one. You will have your time,
Okay,
and you're
fine.
using the hand call anyway.
To Niger, you should get quoting. Talk about the first intifada and the throw stone, this and that, and suicide bombing. Say the story, the issue between these two sides is beyond that. It spanned many years. In fact, more than 50 years. But the point here is that we know the Hamas group, the Palestinian group, they are up to no good. It was a peaceful day on that October the 7th before they stormed into Israel and breached their security in order to attack innocent people. Now, if you're going to do that, I guess that is fine. You have your own right. But you don't have the right to tell Israel how to respond. We all know quite clearly that it's going to be an unequal response. Israel is more powerful militarily. So you don't expect them to kill 1,200 or about Israelis and they have to turn around and kill about 1,200 Palestinians. No, they have to do whatever it takes to protect their sovereignty and peace for their own people. It is unfortunate what is happening right now. but don't cry wolf and try to make the Palestinians as victims, because the Hamas is really the terrorist organization terrorizing their own people. The Palestinians, they've been living under so much, subjugation and oppression by their own people, the Hamas people, the leaders. Now you're only concerned about what Israel is doing. Yeah, there's been mass destruction in that land, but nonetheless, let's hold the Palestinian leaders responsible. They are the ones with about 2.5 or 2 million people. They get billions of dollars around the world from the UN, from all these countries, and they can't take care of their own people. They build tunnels, they buy weapons in order to fight Israel, but if they take just a fraction of that money and invest it in their own people, they are going to have a better life. But they chose not to do that. They rather resist at all costs, okay, and use their own people as fodder in the war. We know what is going.
Wow, how our people, I can't believe how our people can be this ill-informed about what is going on there.
What is
I don't understand it.
That's what you know.
That is
what
so
information?
ill-informed.
What is information?
Let me say this so that you know the background of where I come from. In the 90s, when there was no TV in Nigeria, there wasn't digital TV, satellite TV in Nigeria, and around that 1990s, that's when satellite TV started showing up. So when I saw it, I saw that the quality was very good, digital TV, and I was watching CNN all the time. And what was on the CNN news was about this Israeli-Palestinian conflict. I've watched it on through that time when they even they assassinated their own prime minister because he wanted peace. Did you know the Palestinian leader versus the Israeli leader, they used to visit each other's house. Their families used to mix up. They used to visit each other's house during that time. So I saw the conflict move from where it was to now, and I have seen the building of Israeli properties in Palestinian lands. If you don't like them so much, why are you building on their territory? If you think they are your enemies, why are you going their territory then?
You see what I mean? I didn't understand. Anyway,
I'm speaking French now. So if you don't like a people, you say, okay, these people are troubling you. You want them to stay away from you. Why are you every year you are going to their land and building properties there? I can show you what is happening before October 7. Let me show you what's happening before October 7.
Israel.
So, you see, we pretend as if we don't know history that has happened. That year in October 7 was one of the bloodiest years in Gaza and in the Palestinian territory. They were killing Palestinians, but you don't hear about it because who cares? They are Palestinians that are dying. If it was a Nigerian,
no, there was no killing that day. It was peaceful on that day when they besieged Israel. Let's not just fly over this thing.
Let's check the news headlines during that period before the October 7. Let's see whether there was peace in the Palestinian territories, as we like to pretend as if it was just fine. So Netanyahu returns to power. No, let's just follow the chronology. I think we thought everything was always fine. And look at that. Hundreds of Palestinians in the occupied territory are injured by mobs of armed Israeli settlers who burnt Palestinian homes to the ground and lit vehicles on fire. That is March 2023.
Yeah, what provoked that? Tell us
what provoked that. They are in their territory. They are in their homes.
No,
they are not inside Israel. They are inside.
Can I say something?
Let's keep going, because you always say that there's an excuse for the Israelis to do stuff, but the president don't have any excuse to respond.
This is the propaganda. This is the propaganda channel.
It's not their propaganda. This is a Jewish voice for peace. This is not their propaganda. These are Jews that made this. So people understand. Are you seeing the head? This is Jewish voice for peace. Is Jewish people that actually believe in the truth.
Naija, can you give? Let's give her a chance. She wanted to say something.
No. I want to present information.
We get the information.
Are you telling me how to moderate now?
You are the one moderating. You are the one speaking. You are the one shutting down
Yes.
Wow.
No. See, while I'm here,
after rational mind, it's my turn. Let me just go. Let me just do a few words and I'll go.
Calm
Joe, you are not going.
While I'm here, I always say, even any other platform I am, my own is you can have your say, but you have to have the truth. Because I'm not here to just propagandize and people just come and spew out stuff. we have to go with objective truths, and that is the only part where we need to be following. I don't know.
I go with
how
objective truth, and let's move on.
Now look at the headlines. The quiet racist part out loud. What this guy was saying about Israel. This in wipe out. I think the state of Israel should do it. This is before this, God forbid, private individual. These are Israelis. It's a minister now, actually, that is saying all these things. Then more attacks on Palestinians. Oh, look at this one. 5 days of pogrom. Gangs of armed settlers. Oh, they attacked Palestinians. This is not Palestinian website. This is why I always go. I go with Israeli. What they call it, evidence, not Palestinians, because everybody would say Palestinians are biased.
But hold on. To Niger, you will continue. I want to chip in something. So, okay, they've done this to Palestinians years back. So Palestinians choose that day now to go and revive the war.
It's not years back.
That's what you are saying. So you're now justifying. No, that's what you are justifying it.
It's the same year, not years back. The same year. This in October 7 happened. This in 2023 in October. All this stuff was happening.
Nigeria, they never did this thing unprovoked. They were provoked.
Are you looking?
They were provoked.
See, everything Israel does is provoked, but when everything Palestinians
does, that Jewish newspaper is reporting the truth. Nobody's disputing that, but you got to keep in mind that it's just reporting what they saw. But underneath that, what provoked the reaction is not being told. It's not being captured.
We knew all the tunnels that they built.
Exactly.
They were shooting their missiles out of that area. So if they go and bomb that area, you will come out and say, "Oh, Israel don't come." That is not the way to do it. What I'm saying is this: to Nigeria, the world was not built on fairness. You are so mad in what is happening to Israel, but you did it to the people of the southeast in Nigeria.
What?
Right? Yes. You did it to the people of Southeast in Nigeria. Let me tell you how you did it. Hold on, and let me land now.
Okay.
In the people of the Southeast, right? I found out that the people of the Southeast, by design and intention, right, were made. Their borders were cut short. If you have Southeast in Delta, Rivers, Akwa Ibom, Benue, and all these places, there is a design to make them look small so that you will be comfortable calling them a dot. But they are not a dot in the real sense. So now when the Southeast now say, "Oh, let's go and meet our brothers over there," they say they're not Igbo. It's the same thing these people are doing. Now, we believe in peace. The people of the Southeast are believing in peace with their neighbors. Let us leave it at that. These people, they should live in the place they are living right now. We all know that the world was not built on fairness, but let us live in peace. That land now that they are fighting for, nobody is staying there now. Can we just have? Can we just?
They don't want to live in peace. They don't want to live in peace. These Palestinian people,
hold on, calm down. Now let me ask you now.
Answer this question.
We need to examine some of these ideas people are coming up with.
Do you know they have enough money?
Calm down. This Southeast you use as an example, which is a fair example for you to use.
It's not vague. It's not vague because according to you,
for you to bring it up. But I'm asking now: did the Southeast lose their land?
They did not lose their land, but they lose their political. Hold on. Let me tell you, they did not lose their land, and thank God they did not. However, they lost their political value in terms of numbers, and that has been used. Yes, that has been used as a political weapon against them.
Densely populated part of the country.
No. Don't say that. Don't say that. Look, let me tell you this. Right? The amount of land that was taken away from the Southeast, if we say they were Igbo-speaking areas, which were won prior to the Civil War. Today, Buhari was comfortable to refer to the Southeast, right, as a dot.
Yes,
it is psychological.
That is what it is.
No, because of what you made it to be, but in the real sense, the Southeast. Hold on, no.
In Netherlands now.
No. You see, for you, you don't see it as anything.
No, why are you saying?
No. You are trying to tell me. You are trying to tell me how I should feel about it,
No,
about the
because
injustice.
the
Because
term,
no. You are crying about Israel and Gaza or wherever they are. But the one that I am telling you happening to me in my own backyard, you are not seeing it as anything.
No, you are not letting me examine it. That's the problem. You are not willing to
Okay.
engage.
What do you want to examine?
Sorry, guys.
I have told you that in
Guys.
terms of numbers.
Can you give AI chance, Madam AI chance to speak? She's been wanting to say something, but
Who
you
is
guys are
that?
not giving her.
I think the DOG. I
No,
think
it's my turn to speak. It's not a question of
She just wants
if
to
she wants
chip
to
in something.
interject,
She's
she can
not. She just.
interject.
You've been all chipping in something.
Can you allow us to finish a conversation because the viewers are listening so that they can?
You guys are now repeating yourself, and somebody wants to speak. We need to give everybody
You are
equal
not.
chance.
You can't.
Nah, guy, now what for you?
You can't
I mean, it's
moderate
my
from the
turn to
sidelines.
speak. Not the
You can't
arrows
moderate from the
here.
sideline. Don't be doing that.
Joel, you will speak.
How about now?
You have to learn to follow rules. I will take you out. You carry on like this. Come on. You have to learn to behave yourself. You have to allow moderators to moderate. You may not like the pattern, but just hear people out. Because it's important for us to actually have proper conversation and get somewhere with our discussion. Because what he's
But
highlighting
you
now
are not having
is
a proper conversation. You guys
a
are
proper
talking
conversation where
over
people just
each
spew out
other.
all kinds of stuff
You are
that they like.
making a point. You've made your point. You've showed
I've not
your
made my point.
pictures. You've showed your magazine whatever or news whatever. Joel wants to speak. Allow him to speak.
I'm asking.
It's
I'm
one after
explaining
the
with
other.
him. I'm
You
not
people
allowed.
should stop talking over each other.
Can we stop this? Can we stop this? If you don't like the way I'm moderating, please, you can go somewhere else because I don't like this type of attitude where we just want to talk without caring about the truth. What kind of human beings don't care about the truth? I don't understand people. What kind of human beings don't care about the truth? You don't want to say, okay, be honest about it. I'm open. I'm very, very open to having conversations. That's why I'm having conversations with Joel of the Nile now. I'm asking questions. I said, what is it that upset him about the dot? The dot, the reason why the dot is just symbolic. What is upsetting him is that somebody that was engaged in that civil war is the one using that term in a pejorative.
No. You don't get where I'm coming from. I am talking about the psychology. See, the perception of it. Sometimes I know on this show, right? You will see this way the average Nigerian will dismiss the Southeast when it comes to numbers. And I've been clamoring for an additional state to the Southeast. Why do I cry for an additional state in the Southeast? It's because of representation. And when you look at when we ask people here, they'll tell you, the Southeast is small. It's even smaller than Ibadan. That's the point. That perception states. But in the real sense, when you look at what happened after the war, when the state creation started, we knew the politics that was played. But thank God today, that thing is, people are re-identifying themselves because we've known that whether they're in another state or whether you're in the core Southeast, they see you as the same. The same marginalization is still spread to them.
I
They
don't
still see them
understand. Are
as
you
people
trying
from
to
the
say that the Rivers
Southeast.
people now in the Southeast?
Is the what now?
Are you saying Rivers State people are Southeast, Bayelsa people are Southeast?
No. I'm saying the Igbo-speaking areas in those states. When you put together the Igbo-speaking areas in these states that I just mentioned,
they are still.
You cannot call the Southeast a dot.
But is it?
So,
you have to understand what he's trying to say. He's saying that you are landlocked. That is not that it's small.
it's not a question of no. You're not getting it. Being landlocked is not the issue here. It's not being. I mean,
but isn't that the point of a dot? Isn't that the point of a dot?
No. That wasn't the point. No. He's trying to say that the Southeast is small.
Oh, you think so?
No,
Okay,
that was interpretation.
I read it differently. I read it that it's a dot in terms of it's landlocked.
No. It's they even sometimes when one man is making a statement here, or when we are talking about additional state, where should get additional state, you see it in the perception of those even on this platform. They will tell you, the Southeast don't need any additional. The Southeast is really, really small, but in the real sense, are they? No. So
the population is not
let's
small. The land is not as large as other regions, but the population is large. And my understanding of what you see, this is why it's good to have conversations like this. My understanding of what Buhari said was that Southeast is landlocked. That was my
no.
understanding.
No. I wasn't even looking at what he said from from him participating in the war. No, that's not what I was talking about. I was looking at it from the perception people have about the
So,
Southeast. And you can
so
even
if
see
you
the
want
way
to
he talks.
increase the size of the Southeast, you must grab land from other states. Is that
You
what you are
see,
saying?
Why do you come from sideways like that? You just came in.
To Baba, I say to Nigeria. You just see what I just said right
Joel, can I
now.
ask others what they thought about
Exactly.
that statement? Can
That
I
is what
ask
I was
others?
talking
Because
about.
I see, Joel, let me ask others on the panel what they thought about that comment Buhari made in terms of the dot. Because my understanding was that it was landlocked. But can I
Go
ask
ahead.
all the panelists, what did you make of that statement? Did you think Buhari was talking about the size or was talking about the fact that the Southeast is landlocked?
Let me go first. See, to that question to Nigeria, that's the point when you were talking earlier about saying the truth. You're concerned about the truth. See, the truth can be relative when it comes to interpretation. Now, when that comment, actually, I think I go with Joel's interpretation, but yours may not be.
No, Trump daddy truth cannot be relative.
Hold on.
How can truth be relative?
Oh God!
No,
It's already relative. We can see it here. We can see it here already.
He want to lie. That's why he's saying that. Now, Prince Daddy has not been fair, and his truth is based on his emotion, whatever mindset that he has. So anybody that sees him as somebody who's just is just wasting his time.
Okay. No. Look at it now. Look at it now. Trump daddy is a man by nature. It's the truth. It's not subjective. You understand? When you start saying, okay, Trump daddy can be woman, then that's not the truth again now.
No, there's something called logical truth or ratiocination. Now, allow me.
We are not in computer science class, and we are not in mathematics.
If Brady truly made that comment, and we all can agree, because Tunaja agreed and Joel agreed, fine, that Brady made that comment. Okay, that comment is true. Nobody's denying that. Now, that comment now is left for interpretation. Joel has an interpretation, so does Tunaja. But I agree with Joel's interpretation. Does it make Tunaja's interpretation wrong? You see where I'm coming from?
It make it wrong. Yes, what he meant to everybody is true. It's a dot. It's a small land. So what are we talking about?
What does it mean? It's a small land.
It is landlocked. A dot generally is normally in the middle of or in between other things.
So there's no truth. There's no two truths. It's only one truth that we have. So if somebody has a wrong interpretation of something, does it make it true?
Okay, but it's relative now.
It's not relative. It's not relative.
But okay, Simba, but Nigeria's been carrying his big head all along, thinking that.
Hey, don't you know that his head is empty before? He has an empty head.
See how this will behave. This kind of attitude is not helping. See, go ahead and tell us what you mean by Prince Daddy by big head. Go ahead.
Prince Daddy. The constituent of a brain. Let me tell you this: is neurons. But what Nigeria has is neuroglias.
See, look at that. See, all this stuff is not going to help. You see, all I care about is let's try to have a baseline of truth here. Okay, you see now, some truth is beginning to come out. Can somebody else answer what they made of Buhari's comment? Is it that the South it is small, or is it that it is landlocked?
It is small. There's no truth about it. It is small.
I thought it was about this in landlocked, but it's okay if it's about size.
But if you want to speak about what tonight, Joel is talking about, it's just gibberish. There's no way you can say, okay, you have Igbos speaking people in other states. So by virtue of that one, you now say, okay, you want to extend your land to whatever. There's no clear boundary anywhere in the world. Go to Southwest, you see Yorubas in Edo, you see Yorubas in Kogi, you see Yorubas in Kwara. When you go to the north also, even in this north central, you see Hausa. You see, so what are you talking about? So you want to go to all those states and say, okay, you want to annex their land just because they are speaking your language?
Yeah, exactly. So now this is one of the because the argument was about what is going on in
No,
the
there's no connection. To continue with your Israeli this there's no
yes,
connection between
exactly.
what your example that is given. There's no
Are you done
connection at all.
talking? Are you done talking?
And when we check the casualty levels in nations, I can play you a video of Netanyahu talking about their plan, how they made sure all the peace processes failed, and what they need to do to the Palestinians, and that's what he's doing now. I can show you a video of it. So I don't understand why some people like they just hear Israel, they say they have to defend Israel. There's reactionarily. I can understand Muslims are a problem to us to an extent. They cause a lot of
To Niger,
can't use that to go and
what
start
I
blaming the
can see,
Palestinians. Yeah, go ahead.
the what people, the way you see people here, people see Palestinian Israel issue as Christian Muslim agenda,
Exactly.
and that is why you see them being partial, whatever anybody is saying. That is it. That is the way they see it. They didn't see it as like maybe
That's
two
not
track.
true.
That is true. Don't say that.
That's
That is
not
the
true.
truth. That's
That's
the
not
truth.
true. That's not true.
That's the truth. That's the way
He
Because
just
everybody
put it
sees
that way
it.
because it's not very
Jews
straight.
are not even Christians. So I don't know where you got that one.
Yeah, because the Bible told you to bless them, otherwise you're going to perish. That's why our people we grew up hearing all this propaganda all the time, and
You
we
see,
in Nigeria we don't like Muslims. Many Nigerians don't like the North,
when it
at
comes
least the
to the
Southerners
issue
anyway.
of Israel and Palestinian, I don't like it when people discuss it with so much emotions. If you put so much emotions into the discussion, you will not understand what is going on there. If you continue screaming, that is their land, you will not understand what is going on there. But I don't want to go into shouting match with anybody concerning Israel and Palestine. The core of the matter of Israel and Palestine is that there was people living in a land for God knows how long, and they never cared to have a state. They never cared to have a kingdom. Neither did they care to have a nation or get themselves a tribe until, according to the history, I'm talking about the known history, until, according to some people, they said Israel was created and that place they were staying was divided and was given to Israel. According to, I'm just saying what is on paper, what people believe. And then, at that point, they didn't ask for a state. Neither did they ask for a nation or form a kingdom. What was important to them is that Israel will live. And Israel is not going anywhere. So I will come to the conclusion that these two people cannot live together as neighbors. So one has to go. So let the weaker person live. Period. That's my analysis on the
So
case.
if Igbo people come and take over the territory, so Nigeria is okay for us, eh? Okay.
Nigeria is a nation.
It's a
And
nation.
it's a
So
state.
that term nation is what determines whether you survive or
Yeah,
not.
Nigeria is a nation.
Okay, I
It has a
see.
president.
Nigeria is not a
It's
nation.
a
No, don't
state.
let us
No,
start
no.
saying like that.
When people
It's
start
a
looking for
state.
every
It's
way
a
to justify
sovereign
evil, this
nation.
is what we get.
Yeah.
When people
Nigeria
start
Nigeria
looking
is a
for
is a
country.
any way to
sovereign
justify evil.
nation. When you are
Nigeria is not a nation.
a
No, Nigeria is
sovereign
a nation,
nation,
but she's using
Nigeria
nation
is
as
not
there are
a
several
nation.
things
let's
that
not argue
gives
about
you
that now, please. Let's just agree on paper is a
when
nation.
Yoruba is a
when you are
nation.
a
Igbo is
sovereign
a nation.
nation, there are
Nigeria is not a
things.
nation.
Okay, Nigeria is a country. Is that
It's a
all right?
country.
Good. I'm
Yes.
glad you
Anyway,
said that.
Okay.
You see, we have to find the
I
truth somewhere.
Well, Naija,
wish
Yes.
someone on this platform too can comfortably tell us that Palestine is a country.
Madam, no,
So
madam,
Bye
because
bye
I'm a
you. I
Yoruba
don't
man. That's
finish
why
my.
I answered that. I don't know
I
Palestinian.
think Madam AI's reasoning is that if you are weaker, it's okay to lose your land. Maybe there's some truth there because I've
If
always
you
said it.
own a land, you won't lose it. But when you don't own a land, the question of losing should not come in the first place.
They own the land.
Because
What
you
are you
never
talking about?
own any
They've
land
lived
in
there
the
for over
first
1,000
place.
years. They own the
Eh,
land.
Anyway, I wouldn't have issues. I wouldn't waste my time discussing about someone who owns a land, didn't form it a kingdom, didn't form it a state, a nation, a tribe, or a country.
They have a
I
tribe.
wouldn't waste my time.
But they have a tribe,
About
madam, they have a
but
tribe.
if you people want to discuss about that person, I wish you people luck. But let me end it by saying this, and I repeat myself again. Those two people cannot live as neighbors. So let the strong man stay. Thank you.
Okay, you see, that's why I said your summation is because one side is weak, they should be destroyed. But the truth is that there's some truth there. And after all, the native Indians, because they are not strong, that's why their whole country, they are about 1% of the population of the US now. If you have power. But let's know that truth. Because what is going on here, some people try to rationalize it that the Israelis have a right to defend themselves. In reality, they are the ones oppressing on other people. They are the ones that they don't deny it. I've spoken to Israel Jews about this. I told them, you in the end, you are the one holding other people hostage. There's no other people in this world that is holding on other people hostage and won't let them go, and you won't let them join you as a nation. It's like, why don't you just annex them into your country?
This thing don't to pain you. Feel it.
No, it's wrong. You know what I call that conflict is the most evil conflict in the world. It doesn't need to happen. We all know the truth, what is happening. Israel wants to steal that land from those people and expel those people or exterminate them one way or the other. And we just watch it happen in slow motion before our eyes. That's why I consider that conflict the most
nobody will love to live with an enemy, because it is astonishing seeing those tunnels.
They
If
are
you
not
can build those
enemies. Israel is
tunnels,
making them enemies so that they can
no,
take the land from them.
Israel is not making them no enemies, please.
They are
We all
making
know
them enemies.
my brother, look, we know who the aggressors are. The Muslims, on the average, are aggressors anywhere in the world.
That is
It's not
an
just.
extent,
It's
that
not
is
just.
true. But let me ask you one question. I consider penetrating. Do you think? Don't you understand that the Israelis actually want to take the land from those people? You don't understand that?
No, I don't see it that way.
See, that is the problem. That's
But
why
the land
don't
has
get this
been
thing.
dead for over 3,000 years.
They are
We
trying
all
to
know
take the
that.
land from them. That's the truth of the situation. They are not hiding it. They are telling you.
But the land belongs to them.
That wasn't the issue. They look. I believe. If they were living peacefully, the Israelis would not want to acquire their land or make that place. I think what they are trying to do now is to shift them away. If I were Trump, I would have said, okay, you know what? Between the borders of Israel, Gaza, what's the country? Is it Palestine? Whatever it is, at least give, say maybe like 50 or 200 meters, right, of land, empty, flat, so that by the time whenever anything is coming, they'll be able to, it's not like a
50
closed
meters.
border
Do
thing.
you have a sense of measurement? How can you be talking about a border? You are talking about 50
two
meters.
of them cannot live there.
50 meters.
200
It's
meters.
simple.
What's
Two
wrong
of
with
them
200
cannot
meters?
live there. Period.
They can live there. They are living with Jordan.
Can't.
They are living with Egypt.
They cannot.
Oh my God!
Tunaja, what they fail to realize, you can see what Tunaja was saying, that Muslims are aggressors anywhere in the world. The Egyptians, are they not Muslim? The Jordanians, are they not Muslims?
Yes,
so why are they living and coexisting with those ones peacefully? And when I said earlier that all
the
their
radical ones,
submission is based on religion,
a radical Muslim.
they all have the same mentality, Jewish, AI, Trump daddy, all of them.
I'm not basing my argument on religion.
How can you say that, okay, because they are weak, they should be exterminated and should be cleansed?
Listen to
Nobody
me.
said they
I
should be
don't care whether
exterminated.
they're exterminated or they're removed from there. But let me say this.
I don't even know that you are wicked like this, AI.
Okay.
Yeah, I think this is why this conversation is important, because
listen to me.
What they say.
If somebody says that his mission in life is that you will not exist.
Wow.
I don't know how you're going to feel about it.
Whose mission is that one?
That is what the Palestinians and the Israelis
Actually, that's the Israeli mission. That is what the
You
Israelis
can
want.
see.
Yeah,
You can see now. You can see.
That means
exactly
people
what
don't
Israelis
listen
want.
to what is happening. You don't listen to what is happening.
Madam AI, let me ask you.
You don't listen.
I will ask you a question based on the conversations I have with Israelis. I said, okay, now pretend that if you are a Jewish Israeli. I told them, okay, the Palestinians are there on that land, and you don't want them to join your country because you are worried that they are not going to be, Israel is not going to be called a Jewish state because majority of the population will now be Arabs. But you don't want them to go. So what do you want them to do? You want to kill them first, or you want to expel them? That why don't you just let them go? Because if it's true that you don't want their land, you can let them go the way you let Jordan go. In other words, if they attack you, you can attack them back like the way you attack Lebanon. But they say no. You see, then they will start dodging. Oh no, the land is this, the land is that. They will start shifting the goalposts because they want the land. That is the whole purpose.
Because the land cannot be divided. The land has to be
one. Now you see, now the truth is coming out now.
The land has to be
from
one.
Other people.
Right now, we're just playing games. Literally, the Palestinians need to be expelled from that land, and we're working on it.
Thank you.
We're working on it.
You see, people are here advocating genocide and ethnic cleansing. And Madam AI, this is one of the lowest you've ever.
No, me. I'm not going that deep.
Very, very low here.
I'm not going that deep. Mine is that.
You see, this is one of the things I don't like. You stand your ground.
You said thank you. No, I'm just saying it's not moral to say they should expel a people.
Listen
to me.
Cleanse them. You stand your line. You are the moderator. You put up pictures and
if I was a panelist, I would say the same thing. Everybody knows.
I will not disprove what you're saying.
Expel doesn't mean terminate.
Hold
That's your
on
word.
to your own opinion.
Oh no! I'm not stopping you from holding your opinion. I'm just having my own judgment on your opinion.
To Nigeria, can we have like a 50 miles difference between both borders? Flat border, nobody is occupying it. So at least if before
do you know the whole size of the do you know the size of the Gaza when you are talking about 50 miles? And that was why I was questioning your sense of measurement the other time.
Okay, make it 20 miles. Make it 20 miles.
This is
make
horrible.
It 20
I can't
miles.
believe that if my fellow human beings want other people to lose their land.
It is not their land. It is not their land. It is not their land.
See. What I'm saying is this, right? Just create a space between those two countries. Like a buffer. Like, before you have it, I can also feel the civilians of those countries. I know they are not the one causing the problem, but they are harboring them.
They wouldn't let them go. Don't you get it? Israel won't let them go. Israel is busy.
No, it's not Israel. I'm talking about the Hamas amongst them.
Nashville. See, Israel is building properties in their territory. Don't you see what is going on? It's not. Why would Israel want to separate themselves from West Bank? They won't do that because they want the land. So they are sending more of their people into that land. Why would
20 seconds? See, let me tell you this. Just like Madam Zita said, there will never be peace in that place. There will never be peace. Let me tell you, there's going to be a temporary peace. For there to be a real peace, the Palestinians have to go. We're going to find them a beautiful place in Jordan and Egypt. That's where they belong.
More ethnic cleansing. Nice.
No, ethnic cleansing is actually killing them.
Nigeria is also vulnerable to
that. Let me ask these terrorists on the panel today these questions. These terrorists that we have.
We are really, I don't even know what
on this panel. Easy.
Let me ask them, what was the size of Israel as far since they settled them there? What was the size today? When they settled them, every year they have been increasing their land grabbing, and you people refuse to see all these things. You understand? Then DOG, when Jewel was talking, he was talking about 50 miles. You are trying to correct me. The whole size of Gaza is about 350 kilometer radius square, and then if somebody comes there, is talking about 50 miles buffer zone. You are taking the whole land.
Okay, why don't you make it
People that are shooting
even if
children in
it's
the
10
head,
miles?
they will see a
Okay,
child
make
and
it
shoot
10
the child in
miles.
the head, and you
So
are
I don't
justifying
even
it
know
here.
what you are talking about. You are
What
trying to
about 10
correct me.
miles? What about 10 miles? Make it 10 miles. Let them have like a buffer zone.
You
So
don't
that
understand. They don't want that. Why do you keep talking for Israelis? If they do that, they will not be able to
I
steal
said
the
if
land.
it
Why
were
would they
me,
let
I
them
said
go?
if it were me, that's what I would have done. I would have a space between both countries
Then you
so
misunderstand the
that
conflict. Then you misunderstand what is going on.
areas before anyone could attack anybody from those areas, at least you will see it coming. It won't be as close as it is today. That is my point, and there's nothing wrong with that.
And finally,
Your thought is
hold on.
okay,
Let
go
me
ahead,
tell
go
you.
ahead.
Let me tell you plainly, as a Zionist, okay, plainly, the Palestinians, they need to vacate that land. That's the only time there can be a true peace for
So
temporarily.
where are you taking them to? Where are you
Hold on.
taking them to?
There's a village somewhere in Ekiti State. Put them there. Who cares? but they have to vacate that land. And really, if you want to go deep in history, we all know clearly that land belonged to the Jewish people. It is a land given to them by God.
What?
And
God?
hold on. And that land needs to be reconstituted. Okay,
That's
as
father
one,
Trump daddy's
as one
God now.
space.
He has his own God.
Oh my God! I can't
Different.
believe in Nigeria. He's here
Mm.
espousing Zionist. Listen,
No,
it's somebody that
no,
your forefather has been
Nigeria.
colonized and enslaved, and you are here espousing this.
Nigeria.
Do you know Nigeria is susceptible to what you are advocating for the Palestinians right now? If they come here, they can expel us from our land just the same way, and you will have justified it. Do you know we are vulnerable to that?
So, but let me think. See, allow me quickly. So, Nigeria, what is so special about a land? See, when you look,
Land is just
hold
as
on.
special as your blood.
Yes, that's why we Africans, we leave our land for many years, and some of us don't return. Okay, and just
Most
like
of us
Putin,
remain.
hold on, just like Putin said, Africans they go back home to die or be buried, but we live our lives
What do you
elsewhere.
mean Africans?
And
Most of us, 99% of us are still there. Come on.
No, the point is, you have to understand the point here. Listen, the Palestinians, they're not that many as a people. They can be relocated and given a much better life. But let me tell you though, if their leaders are serious, if Hamas and the rest of the leaders are serious, this as a people, they have billions of dollars. Let me tell you, the Palestinian leaders, they live just like the African leaders in Europe and elsewhere, lavishly, living in luxury. That's how they live. And they allow the people to suffer and be killed.
That's a blackmail. That's what you are doing. That's
It's
what.
not a black.
How is that one connected with what we are talking
It's not a
about? What
blackmail
is the
because
connection?
guess who said
What
it?
is the connection
Guess who said
between?
it? The son of an Hamas leader that said it himself.
I
It's not a
beg you.
blackmail.
What you are talking about? There's no connection between what you are. Whether if they are corrupt, how is that one now led to Israeli oppressing them?
Meaning that they can have a better life, a higher standard of living per capita for the amount of money that they have. They're just about 2 million
Where
people.
are they getting the money? Who is giving them the money? Where are they
Are you
getting the
kidding
money
me?
from?
The rest of the United Nations, the Arab nations,
You beat them. You give them small money, and then you be claiming that you are giving them. So the
I'm
money
talking
is
about
meant for
billions
what?
of
To
dollars,
do what?
not small money.
That money
Not small
is to
money.
do what? What is the money for? What is it for?
The money
To
to
appease
improve
them, to keep
no
quiet, or to do what? And not to
but
fight for their rights.
But it's no, Simba. You see, the money is up to them what they want to do with the money, like improve the lives of their children, build hospitals, and do good things for themselves. I'm telling you that these 2 million people, they have enough resources to live very comfortably, even more than Americans, because they only damn 2 million people, and they get free money all the time. They get allocation all the time. And the money goes to the leaders.
The question I'm asking you, how is it related? What you are saying? So they should take the money and leave. Is that what you are saying?
No, actually, no. See, that's what I'm saying. I'm saying
understand the conversation
if they are
first.
taking the money, instead of trying to build tunnels and fight the Israelis, the Jewish, they should just build their own society. Not even living. I'm talking about they could have done that for many years ago or up to right now. They could have been doing that, but they don't want to do that.
Do what? What do you expect them to do with the money? To accept the money and then leave the land for the Israeli or what?
No,
I don't
Simba,
understand your argument about this money.
Okay, let me
get
ask you a question. Let me ask you a question, Trump Daddy. Those people, if they are expelled from the land, do they have somewhere to live?
They have plenty of places to live.
No,
right now we're negotiating with
the those places where they are to live. Who owns the place originally? Who owns the place originally?
A lot. We always buy real estate.
No. I'm just trying to figure out. Okay, where's your state? Where's your city? Where's your state? Where's your state in Nigeria? Let's say Ogun State. Okay, if we carry Fulani and put them in your state. Now, are you saying okay? Where will they relocate people from your state? Assuming you are from Ogun State, where will they relocate them to? Or your state? And you think or your state we want to accept you?
No,
when you lose your land, then you find out that there are consequences to losing your land.
There are many
Prince
places around the world.
I'm a Christian like you. I understand the angle you are arguing from. Let's just read this thing. See, I don't think this thing is as simple as we say, because we are talking of people now that are fighting for their own survival now. Because if you expel them from the land, is there a place they can stay without any trouble? It's like, you understand. You will see that if they talk anything here, you see I'm particular about my own land, my essential land, and I do. That's why that I don't want to accept a category of people there. So, to me, from a religious angle, I understand what you are trying to do. I got you. But the question sometimes is this: we have to be very careful how we push through the jump. Let's leave everything to God, because you and I will be
the fact that
if we are going back to the Bible history, I got your point. I got your point clearly.
Why do you say you got his point? Even in the Bible, they didn't own the land. I don't know. They took the land from another people in the Bible. The people in that area too.
See. Let me tell you something. Nigeria, anything that is religion, it's very difficult to move people away from it, because number one, it's going to be the violation of their conscience and soul along the line when it comes to religion. You know, everybody on this surface of the earth, we are fighting for survival. I can bet you where individuals think today, if you look at that issue properly, everybody fought to get that place. Just like all these Americans and Canadians we see too, they came from somewhere to fight and get them wherever they are.
But when people on this panel are sitting here, let me just add something though. When people on this panel are sitting here advocating ethnic cleansing and technically genocide, you can see that
nobody is advocating ethnic cleansing.
But they just advocated that they should get rid of the Palestinians from that land. Didn't you hear what this thing Prince Adi said and what AY said? They want to get rid of them from the land.
No, well,
and at least they are honest. I like the fact that they are honest. But Jewel of the Nile is not very clear.
At this juncture, I like to go back to Simba real quickly. Simba didn't understand me. I was saying earlier that, look, over these years, when this Palestinian leadership and the people been getting billions of dollars over these years, I said they could have used that money to develop their society, where they have the space, the Gaza they have right now.
With society, the land has been taken away every day. The land that they are grabbing every year.
You keep making
Let me play the video. Let me play the video so we understand what is happening. If you look at the title, of the video, the title of the video says how Benjamin Netanyahu relies on Hamas. Remember, they relied on Hamas. There was a time even Hamas was protecting Israeli assets in the the Palestinian territory. They use Hamas to undermine Fatah that is actually genuine, wanted to get peace, and they frustrated it. And let's hear what Benjamin Netanyahu himself is saying about it.
Conquest, but rather the key for security of the Jewish people. They had to do this. Security was the one and only justification for all of this. So under his watch, settlers continue to move into the West Bank. We found this leaked video of Benjamin Netanyahu talking to some settlers in the West Bank. The cameraman does turn off the camera for a moment, but then turns it back on moments later. He is admitting to sabotaging the peace accords that the Israeli government had signed with the Palestinians. That because he disagreed with them, he wanted to sabotage them because he was so against a Palestinian state or any form of Palestinian autonomy in this land. And then he goes on to explain what his real thinking is on the situation. Netanyahu is a fantastic politician and statesman, and he's able to sort of cover up a lot of these policies in the name of security. But here we see what he really thinks as he's talking to these settlers, thinking he's not being recorded. So, unsurprisingly, the appetite for peace breaks down on both sides. Palestinians come to the conclusion that the Israelis aren't really serious about giving them any kind of autonomy in the West Bank or Gaza, that their situation will never change. And once again, they rise up in a second intifada, this one much more violent, much more coordinated. Hamas becomes a major player in the violence, with suicide bombings and attacks. Israel responds with great force, and during the fighting, 1,000 Israelis and 3,000 Palestinians are killed. At this point, the Netanyahu way of seeing the world is starting to look a lot better. Peace talks didn't work. All they did was produce more violence. And so maybe the only way to ensure security is to go back to full-blown occupation of control.
So I don't want to overplay it before they go and start flagging the channel. So the point I was trying to illustrate is to show that even Israelis have shown that what's his name, Netanyahu doesn't like the peace deal. They want to get rid of them from that land, and I'm quite happy that many
divide
Nigerians.
and rule now. That's divide and rule.
Yeah, I'm quite happy that many Nigerians. Well, you see, this is why I like Nigerians to an extent. They don't hide what they think; they just tell you what they think. Prince Daddy is a Zionist. He doesn't care about the Palestinians. And Madam AY says because you are stronger, you wipe them out. But let's not pretend. That's why I like some baseline of truth. Let's not pretend
like what
we
I
are.
told you. Like, see, when people are forming opinion about Israel, there will be some kind of undertone of religion there. So it's a delicate issue. Anything that you have to give undertone of religion is delicate.
Yeah.
So only God knows the truth, and absolutely. So, but generally, we the human, we can just go within our instinct. So, because the first thing
why do we allow religion to color our own opinion when Zionists don't care about religion? The Zionists that are doing all this, they don't care about religion.
Let me tell you something. Let me tell you, if you have your relationship with it depends on how you understand God. If you have a relationship with God and God told you that, okay, you'll be the one that will conquer the entire world, you stand on what you believe, because God is who you believe and God is the person that you are referencing. So whatever that is happening now, you defy everything to God.
What kind of unfair God is that one, sir?
Don't say that Simba, because you see the way you the way you say it is this. There can be a situation whereby I believe that I'm the one that know God, and I believe that maybe you don't know God, or I'm just telling you, there's a way religion position people that a religion will just somehow slow the way you should have been thinking naturally. So because if you go against your religion, you understand, your state of, by the time you enter a particular state that you think, okay, things are not working for you because you've gone against the norms of your belief. So this thing is all about
no, I agree with you that when it comes to religion, it actually masks your thinking. It influences a lot of things about what you say and what you. I agree with you.
Religion generally takes people's agency of thought and reasoning away, and that is it's not always a good thing. Sometimes it's good to fall in line, but in many cases it's also good to question reality, because humanity, part of religion is humanity too. All religions advocate humanity, And sometimes we blame religion for these things, when in reality, people are just being cold and wicked, really. When they don't know.
I can tell you for sure, if not because of Jesus Christ and New Testament, we will be living in bondage. You understand? For the statement you just made this evening now, for example, the priest now may require you, I don't know, I'm just giving an example. Maybe they may require you to go and find like 7 cows to do whatever. So the burden was too much even before Jesus Christ came. It was Jesus Christ that liberated people. The way we think today that everybody just, if we're to be olden days, there are some things you don't do.
Hey, Ola, forget about that. What about other places where they don't believe in Jesus Christ? India, all those things. So are they not living their life? Forget about it. Don't link it to any woman being and say Jesus Christ.
Saying the word, I'm only speaking within my space. Yes, for those people too, they have their own. Okay, look at it this way now. Look at it this way.
But you make it like a generalized statement as if the whole world that
you are the one saying generalized statement. You should understand that I'm a Christian. I be speaking from what I understand. So you should come with yours and say, I don't know about Buddhists. I don't know about those people that worship some other things. You understand? I don't know. I can only speak within my own space. Even that my own space, I still have limited knowledge of what I'm even speaking. So I want to be very careful of what I even utter to. So I'm always very careful. So when things comes to religious, you have to be very careful. You as a Yoruba man now, let me tell you one thing. As a Yoruba man now, if you are carry Fulani people to our land, and maybe 400, 500 down the line now, things change now. I can tell you, just because the way they use religion now to manipulate the northerner to the extent of northerner even buying their own. Don't forget that if you want to base it on different information, I will go for the one that they use even the native Hausas to buy their leaders and for those people just to take over. You understand? That's what religion can do to you. You understand? Religion can subject you to some things, and it depends on how everybody is able to project. But personally, from my own angle, God is not wicked. The wicked people here are human.
I don't think we can attribute wickedness to God necessarily, but every evil thing and good things. But we have to also accept that every good or bad thing that happens in the world is His will, based on His definition of what He has created in the world.
That's what we human beings.
Let me just add.
No. Wait, just hold it there.
You just hold it
there. No, that's why I'm telling you that religion is something. You understand? I said something here the other time. Some people, they'll be shitting you and they'll be using religion to give you hope. No, when they do this to you, just calm. I don't do this, don't do that. You don't know whether those people are just speaking from the point of saying they don't want lack of peace. They say, okay, if someone is like a goat, another one will be like a sheep. You understand? But to me, some people will be shitting you and they'll be using religion to calm you down. So don't attribute anything bad to God. Anything bad is the invention of woman.
Correct.
I think that is inaccurate. It's like writing a program, and when the program does anything, don't attribute it to the programmer. That is just belittling God. Let me add this. Let me hold on. Sorry. Let me finish what I'm saying. See, one thing the Europeans did that we are not picking up on is that they are not defining their societies based on religion. They moved away from religion when they were bringing it to us. They were moving away from it. They were having a period of enlightenment when they were busy colonizing Africa. This is one of the first lines of thought. I'm just going to play a very, very short clip from him so you have an idea of their way of thinking that has informed their rationale, the way they rationalize the world today. It's not based on religion. Zionism doesn't care about religion at all. That is why they are advancing so fast. And you can even argue that they are actually practicing the true religion, but in some ways, but that's a different argument. Let me just play it quickly.
You don't get it. They've used it to achieve whatever they wanted to achieve.
Born into an era of newly emerging scientific understanding and individual autonomy, going on to play a crucial role in the intellectual maturation of the modern world and synthesizing new understandings of human knowledge and morality. 18th century German philosopher Immanuel Kant is one of the most consequential thinkers of modern history. Kant was born in 1724 in what was, at the time, Königsberg, East Prussia, what is now Kaliningrad, Russia. He was born into a very modest, strict, religious family, the fourth oldest of 9 children. In young adulthood, Kant attended the University of Königsberg, where he soon became interested in the natural sciences, mathematics, and rational thinking. However, Kant, having seen and understood the value of religion in the lives of the people he had known, and having appreciated and respected how it promoted ethical behavior and good conduct, he worried about the consequences of humanity shifting away from it. Kant saw humanity at a juncture in which it was now mature enough to leave home, but not mature enough to know how to live well on its own. During and following his education, Kant published many works dealing with topics related to metaphysics, ethics, epistemology, politics, and aesthetics, focusing his life's work on helping facilitate the Western world's successful transition into a new enlightened age. In his masterwork, Critique of Pure Reason, as well as throughout several of his other works, Kant attempted to do this by examining current conceptions of knowledge and reality, synthesizing new models of understanding, and defining reason as the ultimate source of good. Kant wrote, "Our age is the age of criticism, to which everything must be subjected. The sacredness of religion and the authority of legislation are by many regarded as grounds of exemption from the examination of this tribunal. But if they are exempted, they become the subjects of just suspicion, and cannot lay claim to sincere respect, which reason accords only to that which has stood the test of a free and public examination." Ultimately, Kant's work attempted to provide a framework for understanding how we come to understand the world and how and why we ought to behave in a certain way in relation to it. Put differently, he sought to answer how we take in the chaos of the natural world, distill it within us into order, into meaning, and into ethical behavior. Kant was not trying to destroy what religion had historically provided, but rather, he sought to augment and replenish it for the conditions of the modern age.
So I don't want to go too long into it. The idea is that you can always search about the Enlightenment period and the philosophers that they shaped the world that you see today, the scientific method, all this stuff, they shaped it. The point is that they found a new way of understanding the world outside religion. That because religion seems to be capping the way because religion, the problem with religion is that when they have a doctrine, you come with new ideas, they will say it's a heretics. You see what I mean? But science and the way they think is that if you see new knowledge, you have to examine it, you have to query it. Everybody has to check it and see whether it's accurate. And this is how they created a new world. And look at where they are now. From just around 200-300 years ago, look at what they've accomplished in that short period of time. Please,
to Nigeria, those people that use religion to their own advantage in the past, they use it and they move on. Because one thing about your invention or innovation is this: when you present it like this, those people that enter into it, that use those inventions, they will be the ultimate beneficiary, especially if they are clever people. And these people, they are clever to the point that they know that whatever they are introducing now, it's going to have lifespan before people catch up. When people catch up, they move away from it and bring another thing. So they don't stay like that.
Sorry, I heard you say something, but I didn't hear you correctly. I just wanted to make sure have you clarified.
No,
count down. You said the reason something the world, people did something because of Jesus Christ, something like that. And then
he said we should have been living in bondage, not because of Jesus Christ.
From my own Christian,
bondage in what sense? Like I thought I want to be sure. I thought you were saying that there won't be like empires taking over territory or something like that.
No. Mike. I'm speaking from the Christian angle. See, human beings generally we are wicked. Right. You see the body in the Old Testament, that body is very difficult for people to survive with. That kind of rules in the Old Testament. You will not because the chief priests you still see today, even some of them, they are still acting like God already. Now, if they now have power like that of Old Testament, oh my goodness, in fact, nobody here will walk on the streets. Little thing like this, they can.
So what is your point? Are you saying Jesus came to change something? I'm trying to understand.
When Jesus Christ came, like all those who bring cattle to do offering, all those kind of things. If the woman commit adultery, they should carry stone, pie the woman. Jesus
so you're saying is the reason why savagery ended? Is that what you're saying?
Oh my goodness! If the evidence is the New Testament.
Okay, now my question I want to ask you is this: if you look at the countries,
I'm talking from my own religion.
No,
I'm
forget
not
your
talking
own. No. If you look at the countries that have committed the most barbarism, like in the past, how many hundreds of years now, they were Christian countries now.
Exactly.
So come on, be telling us that was Jesus that came to teach us how to be more humble.
Let me tell you one thing. Do you think Israel is a Christian country by the
I
world?
know. I didn't say Israel. Like England, the church. No, in fact, make I even bust your bubble. Do you know that the first slave ship that came to Nigeria to come and pack human being? Nah, the name of that ship is Jesus.
No. I told you that religion is when you look at the definition of religion, is human invention. That's what I'm saying. That some people
don't ship. You say that Jesus. You was not for Jesus. We wouldn't have been more civilized and be more less barbaric.
Was it Jesus that named the slave ship himself?
No, he's trying to tell me. He's trying to say Jesus. So those are the people of Jesus. They are the one that have done the worst thing.
No. You are taking me out of context.
Let me chime in here. So
how did Jesus now make them not do evil things?
Mike, like anybody can claim anything. I'm not a doctor, but I can claim to be a cardiologist if I want to. I can claim
it. You cannot. Don't use a wrong example. You cannot claim to be a cardiologist. You can never.
Yes, I can.
I know the problem with Prince Daddy. When it comes to the Muslims,
I don't even know what the guy is taking these days.
When it comes to a Muslim man that commits something, he will not tell us that he's a wrong Muslim. But when the Christian side, you say,
how can you be a cardiologist? How can you say you want to decide to be a cardiologist?
No, you must.
What is happening to you?
You keep accusing me of being on drugs, but I must test you. I don't know what's going on with you. I have to test you. See, all I said, maybe I'm talking. I'm just running my mouth. I said I can claim. I didn't say I could do the job. I can claim to be a damn pilot. Who can stop me? I can claim.
So those Christians are coming all this barbarism. They are claiming to be Christian, but they're not true Christians. Is that what you're telling me?
Thank you. Well, thank you. Many people. Hold on.
Christian countries where the Bible, the church.
Hold on, Mike. See. Let me tell you that there are many people that claim to be Christians, they are not, and also it's well documented also in the Bible.
Bro.
Hold on.
Listen, they are not. Jesus, being a Christian is not by DNA or it's not by blood or anything. Being a Christian, you are a member of Christianity. That's what it is. You cannot be saying whenever somebody is caught doing something, a Christian is caught doing something bad, you begin to tell us that it's not a Christian. No. You don't get to decide who's a Christian. A person chooses to be a Christian. No. You don't decide who's a Christian.
Mike, a lot of Christians do bad things. I totally
being a Christian is not congenital now. Is it congenital?
Exactly.
Or is it
they always play that game. Whenever a pastor is caught or some Christian is caught,
it's by claim. It's by claim.
Mike, a lot of Christians. I'm not denying that Christians
it's one of the
things.
arguments religious people do all the time. When somebody does bad thing in the religion, he's not a Christian.
No,
he's not a Muslim. He's not Hindu. What are you talking about?
Allow me to land my point, and it will help a lot. See,
are you a Christian, Trump daddy? Are
you a Christian?
He's a Zionist. Go ahead.
But by the way,
he said this morning. He said as a Zionist. He said he's a Zionist.
But he's advocating genocide.
Allow this man to talk now. Allow Prince Daddy to talk.
Leave Prince Daddy alone.
Zionism is not a religion; it's an ideology. So I know when I say I'm a Zionist, I know where I'm coming from. It's not a religion. And to your question, am I a Christian? Yes, I'm a Christian. But you don't have to go that far, Mike, or anybody for that matter. It's documented in the Bible. People that are so-called Christians or saints, how they sinned.
You can see how God catch me when he was talking rubbish.
No, Mike. There are requirements to be Christian, not because you profess.
What is the requirement?
Requirement. As if it's a later criteria.
Tell us the requirement. Please tell us.
Wait. You know, the people that name the disciple of Jesus Christ are Christian. They just said they are behaving like Christ. Now, it simply means that your characters is what makes you Christian, not because you use mouth to make it. Now, I said it the other time that criteria, if you ask me to define criteria for Christianity, love your God with the whole of your heart, love your neighbor as yourself. Once you start violating that you don't love your neighbor as yourself, you know what it means. You pie your neighbor.
Okay.
Forget about the
okay, Ola. So is this what you're telling me? Are you telling me that any human being that love his neighbor as himself, but has never doesn't believe, he doesn't call himself, doesn't go to church, doesn't believe in Bible, doesn't believe in Christianity. He never even heard of Christianity. Hold on, that's never even heard about Christianity. He's a Christian.
That's not what I'm telling you. That's not the value.
Oh, come on. We asked you to define. You gave us the description, and then we are using your own description to respond to you. Now you're not telling us that's not what you're telling us.
I don't want you to be extremist about it. See, there are some good things you can do that some people from other parties can do the same.
Ola, please tell us who is a Christian. Tell us. Just make it simple.
I just told you there are principles.
No, a Christian is the one that confesses.
They said anybody that accepts Jesus as his Lord and Savior. That's all. I don't even know where Allah is bringing his own criteria. You are a fake Christian. You are a fake Christian. Even me, I know. They said once you accept Jesus as your Lord and Savior, you are a Christian. So which criteria are you creating again? You can see how people call something.
See, you confess with your mouth and you believe in your heart that Jesus Christ is your Lord and Savior. Yes, you're a Christian. You're right.
Okay. So those people that did that and then went ahead and did all these barbaric things. So what do you call them now? They're no longer Christians.
Those are bad people that have done.
Let me just diverge a little bit. See, even if a masquerade today confesses that Jesus is Lord,
a masquerader, no masquerade.
It doesn't make that masquerade a Christian. You must exhibit all the characters. You understand? You must exhibit all the characters of Christian before you can be a Christian.
Is there a difference between born again and just being a Christian or Christian persuasion? Is there a difference?
Don't let us move away again.
Because sometimes there is a wishy-washy position here where that's what we are debating.
Don't let us go afar. But I'm telling you that as a Christian, you must obey that greatest commandment that Jesus Christ told us: love your God with the whole of your heart and love your neighbor as yourself.
Is that not a born again Christian?
Wait, that you can't.
Bola, can you give us the name of one human being that has done that?
Oh my goodness! Don't go extreme.
So you don't know any Christian, then? You don't know any Christian in this world.
I can't believe you struggle with that one. Don't go extreme.
No. There are ways.
Ola, just say Christian does not exist. That's what you can tell us, because you can only one human being that met other. Those single human being alive has met that criteria. So no Christian does not exist.
Allah, guard your soul. You're dealing with demons. They're trying to infect you. So guard your soul.
It's the concept of an ideal, and nobody has attained that. And the point is that even if you attain it, you are still flawed because you're not seeing the world for what it truly is. Because Christianity restricts your way of thinking. It doesn't teach you much about politics. It doesn't teach you much about
Christianity is just a game.
That is not
it's
true.
just a game.
It makes you think like a child to an extent.
I can agree with you that religion does. Listen, have you seen me criticize religion before, or even Christians? Maybe she hear
Prince Daddy. That is the truth to deceive people. That's what it is, man.
No,
it's a book of the con artist. That's what it is.
And Mike,
that's what it is, man.
Mike. See, I agree exactly what you said and what Subaba said. Tonight just said. I absolutely. When I say absolutely agree with you guys, I do. But I must explain to you guys that and I've said it before on this show many times. This quote of mine: "There's nothing that has ever been given to man that man has not abused." You must really meditate on that statement. Who cares about religion? Because it's religion, man will not abuse it. Are you kidding yourself? We human beings, as horrible as we are, there's even people in the Bible that's documented, like Balaam was a prophet of God, and he, because of bribe.
So that means you have to separate man and religion, eh?
No,
you have to. You said there's nothing you give man that man will not abuse. So that thing after he's on his own, separate from man.
Well, I like that thinking, Mike. I like that.
Well, that's the reality, man. That's the reality. So don't say someone is a Christian.
but the practice of religion does not exist in a vacuum. That's why God does things through man.
But I think the problem with the idea of religion is that religion is, in other words, a form of politics. We pretend as if it's not, but that is what it is.
Of course, you can make it politics. I just said it. Listen to my quote. You can make it politics and whatever else you want to make it. It's up to you. But if you want to go to the core of what religion is, just like Allah was trying to say, love God and love your neighbor. If you truly believe in that tenet, then
that's you making a choice. It doesn't make you a Christian.
That's why
you
they
can
call
be
it
any human being and do that.
See, that's why it is a little bit cunning when you put it in the context of religion. Because when you put it in the context of politics, you find that they are all seeking power in the end. Because politics is about power, survival, and thriving in whatever environment you're in.
Christianity is not about
and
power.
That's what religion does. That's what religion is.
No. Say again. Well, that is what man has turned religion to be, and I don't disagree with you tonight. I agree with you. Many of our religious leaders,
I guarantee you, if you go to any prison in Nigeria or even anywhere in the world, the most populated people you find there are Christians. I'm telling you.
I don't disagree.
Exactly. So let's leave this. This.
But Mike,
we are the good. We are this.
Mike, you want to Christian before you deny your faith. Let me tell you. See. The flesh, our body, human flesh, our flesh is very sinful. See, do not look at God through through, let's say, our flesh, the way we operate as human beings. Not at all. If you do that, you're always gonna fail. You can't. See, man cannot be your paragon. Cannot be your example of how you should worship or believe in God. Man will always fail you. I guarantee you. Be it your mom, your dad, or your family members, or friends will fail you. We are human beings.
The truth of the matter, let you and I agree. Like, he has not choosing to be a good person or doing the right thing. It has nothing to do with God, to be honest. It has nothing to do with God. It has nothing to do with your religion. These are the factors that will determine how you behave. One, the way you are raised, how educated you are about something, and your personality, and you're nurtured. Maybe you happen to be in an environment of a culture that does something bad. Those are the factors that determine your behavior. It's not really that because you claim you are a member of one religion or the other. It's a lie. So that's why all these religions we always claim we are the better ones. It's a lie. Religion has nothing to do with your choices. It's
Mike, it says from the creation of the world.
There are some norms and customs with certain religion. Religion, even in Yoruba land, was used to enforce discipline. You understand? And some kind of folk tales too used to enforce discipline. One of those things is this: they say, "Oh, don't sit down on mortar." Odo, don't sit down on mortar. And they will give some kind of natural consequence of sitting down on mortar. It's so simple.
Or the rule of law. Another thing that makes you behave is the rule of law. They make laws. You know that there's a consequence to you breaking it. All those kind of things. What determines how you behave? It's not your religion. Because if you take away the law enforcement, take away the rule of law, and you put all Christians in a place, they will all commit crimes and sins and barbaric behaviors, or Muslims or anybody.
Rule of law too were enforced through our deity, Yoruba deity, and custom too. The thing is this: like I was making an example. Okay, a child should not sit on mortar because it's so simple. You give some kind of story around it so that the child will be afraid. Because a child that just go poo and you are just coming and sitting down on what people will just use to make food. You just okay. Don't stand on the way. Why this is saying don't stand at the entrance.
You can agree with me that the reason the child will not do that thing is not because the child, because the deity says so. It's because of fear. No. It's because of fear. It's because of fear that something will happen to them. So it's not really a deity that made them do. It's the fear that made them do.
That's what the point. But the parent made him know that deity will be responsible for this punishment and create that fear in him. So
exactly. So it's the fear that makes. Now, why do I say you find more Christians in prison? Because there's really no fear. There's really no. Hold on. There's really.
Those people that you call Christian are not Christian. Okay,
bros. Ola, let me. Ola, you can't say they are not. They say you are not the one to determine whether they are Christian. They are the one to determine for themselves. If they tell me they are Christians, they are Christians. You are not the one that will tell me they are not Christians. Okay, they say they are Christians. Ola, please stop. Let's stop this, man. Let's stop when someone is
Are
bad,
you
it's
an
not
American
Christian.
because you say you're an American? Are you an American
Oh,
because you comment as an American?
yes, I choose to be an American. I choose to accept their
No.
citizenship.
No, you can. Okay, every person can be on the way as an American.
But you are not the one that will tell me whether I'm an American or not.
That's not the point. You be an American because you were initiated through the through maybe the naturalization.
Okay, exactly. So I went through the same thing. Christians became Christians because they accepted it. They went through baptism and everything.
If you're not taking a note, if not be sworn to by the through naturalization to become an American, if you tell
okay, is it not the same process? Christians became Christians. Hold on. To be a Christian, is it not to accept Christianity and go to church and go to? Is it not the same way all the Christians became Christians? They accepted it and they started going to church and they raised their hand in church. They said, "Hold on." These people accepted Jesus as their Lord and Pastor. They accepted it the same way you two are going to accept the naturalization process to become an American. It's the same way. So now, when they not get caught doing crime, you not say they're no longer Christian. It's like saying the American has not accepted American because now he's doing.
Mike, that's another thing entirely. I've told you that your behavior, your attitude must show that you are Christian. Those people that they refer to as Christian in the Bible, they didn't have to say I'm a Christian before people say, oh, these guys are Christian. They are behaving like Christ. No. So by their fruits you shall know them. It's clearly written in the Bible. So if your fruit is not manifesting Christianity, you are not a Christian.
Ola, let's stop playing. And I ask you a simple question: to name one Christian in this world, you can't name one. So a Christian, by your description, a Christian does not exist. Because that's what you guys will say. Oh,
no. Okay.
All of them will say, if you walk in a room, they will all say,
hold on.
Tunaja, this is what they do. You walk in a room, they will all agree they're Christian. Every one of them will point to each other and say, that guy is a Christian. They will tell you that the guy is a Christian.
Okay.
Until they catch that guy, the same person that said the guy is a Christian, that's no longer a Christian.
As the only Christian
Mike, let us ask them. Prince Daddy, are you a Christian? Prince Daddy, are you a Christian?
As the only Christian in the world, are you listening? As the only Christian in the world.
Once you catch Prince Daddy, Allah will come and say Prince Daddy is no longer a Christian.
As the only Christian in the world, I'm the only Christian in the world because you know why, Mike? Because I'm a sinner. See, that's one thing you don't get. Mike is getting conflicted about a Christian accepting Christ, then committing sin, or even going to jail. So what, Mike?
Well,
this is the problem.
You are contradicting yourself.
No,
because you just said that. You are contradicting yourself.
How?
You just said that when they mention some people that have committed some offense, and then you say they are not Christians.
You said they are not
Christians. That's where the argument started from. Now you are saying you are a sinner, so you are free to commit sins.
No, give me a minute or two. Let me.
I said that is a corner. Is a religion of corners, man. They will just con you. That's how the pastors get all the money.
Hold on, guys. I'm making it clear. There are two distinctions here. Number one, I said, I know what I said. I'm not contradicting myself, Sinbad. I said there are many people that claim to be Christians, okay, and they're not. In fact, they're open churches, but we know the source of their power. Those people exist. Don't be confused. And there are people, just like Mike said, that they've accepted Jesus Christ as Lord and Savior. And guess what they've done? They've killed, they've stolen, they've raped, they've done all kind of horrible things. Are those people Christians? Yes, they are Christians. They are Christians that did bad things. Yes, they are. 100% they're Christians.
Okay, then all the people, many of the people that people talk about as being non-Christians, they are Christians. You should acknowledge them as being Christians. And besides, you don't necessarily know that some of those pastors were not Christians before
I know.
They started sinning.
What is why is that logic so hard?
I understand the logic you're making. I'm just saying that I'm just saying that it's a little bit because once somebody that has accepted Christ as their Lord and personal Savior commits a criminal act, it doesn't matter. There's no difference between them anymore. They are all sinners in the name of Christ.
I agree.
So now I want to take this to a different level where we try to understand, because why is it that we're always confused about these things? You have Muslims saying that they have their own morality, Christianity have their own morality, even atheists have their own morality. And this question is something that has been happening for thousands of years. This is a 3-minute video. I want us to watch it because it might give us an idea. I think it's the debate that people were having. thousands of years ago. It shows you how people have been wrestling with what is moral and what is not. Whether morality is even greater than God, or whether God is greater than morality. Just let's hear it.
They are both arguing their cases. Both Socrates and Euthyphro have been accused of corrupting youth by challenging traditional beliefs and introducing new gods. Socrates claims that his situation is more serious because he shares his beliefs with others, but Euthyphro believes his plea will be successful. Euthyphro is in court to charge his father with murdering a worker, despite the fact that the worker was convicted of murdering a slave. Euthyphro's father abandoned the restrained worker while thinking of what to do, and the man died of exposure and hunger. Euthyphro's family believes it is impious for him to accuse his father of murder, and they are upset with him. According to Euthyphro, this is a misunderstanding of piety. Socrates seeks Euthyphro's advice on holiness and piety in order to better defend himself in court. When asked to define holiness, Euthyphro says it is the prosecution of a criminal regardless of relationship, citing Zeus as an example of someone who has done so by imprisoning his own father for his crimes. Euthyphro, in Socrates' opinion, hasn't defined holiness, but only provided an example of it. Socrates requests of Euthyphro to provide a universal definition, or single standard, for holiness. Euthyphro responds with, what is agreeable to the gods is holy, and what is not agreeable is unholy. Socrates rejects this because the gods frequently disagree about what is holy. Euthyphro amends his definition. What is holy is whatever all the gods approve of, and what is unholy is what all the gods disapprove of. Socrates wants to know what makes something holy and whether it is holy because the gods approve it or if the gods approve it because it is holy. He believes something is holy before it is approved. Socrates accuses Euthyphro of avoiding describing the essence of holiness. Euthyphro states that holiness is a type of justice and that it is the branch of justice concerned with the gods. Socrates is dissatisfied with the idea of being concerned for the gods because it implies one's acts can benefit or improve the gods, which is impossible. He compares it to slaves looking after their masters. Socrates asks about the purpose of this service, and Euthyphro responds that it is to learn how to pray and sacrifice in order to please the gods and bring good fortune, while avoiding displeasing the gods and bringing ruin. Socrates concludes that sacrifice is giving to the gods and prayer is asking them for something. The ability to trade gods and men would then be called holiness, so he asks what the gods gain in this trade. According to Euthyphro, the only benefit that gods receive from us is honor, esteem, and gratification. Socrates realizes they haven't arrived at a definition of holiness and urges Euthyphro to find one. Euthyphro withdraws from the discussion, and Socrates laments that he will never learn what holiness is from Euthyphro and thus be able to defend himself against Meletus' charges. If you're interested in buying the full work.
So, as you can see, it's a bit of a messy field, whether what is holy and what is not. And this is why some scientists argue that there is no true morality in this life. And because of that argument, I came up with my own that said that the only morality in public life is for the greater good. If you are doing stuff for the greater good, you can say you are moral. Because what else is there? Even the people that have been debating, philosophers can't come to an agreement on what is holy. And religions somehow say, oh, this is holy because they attribute it to gods and attribute to that. But is it the God that decides what is holy? Because if you remember in the Bible, God regretted creating humanity and destroyed it. And then he regretted destroying it and did a rainbow. So that is what Euthyphro was trying to explain to Socrates by saying that when the gods agree that this is bad, that is what is considered holy. The point was
the counsel of God.
Holy. Yeah, if the gods say it is holy, it is holy. So is it because the God then
is
it because the gods agreed, or is it really
invention? We said religion is human invention. How many times are you going to say that?
That's why I say it's politics. To call it religion is a misnomer. It's actually a form of politics.
Forget the vocabulary. Use the proper vocabulary. Religion. Which one is politics?
Were both. They were referring to their own gods, and they were ascribing in the attempt to define holiness. But we Christians only ascribe holiness to God alone. Okay, man cannot be holy, nor these other gods that you're talking about. God in his eternity is holy. There's holy God.
Yeah, but your argument is the argument that he rejected by saying that the reason why you are calling God
Tunaja, you need to have Prince
God.
Daddy define what it means before you can even argue with him.
Yeah.
Can you define holy, Prince Daddy?
I just said holiness can only be ascribed to God, the one and only.
Exactly.
Well, I'm not telling you who you ascribe holiness to. I'm telling you to define the word holiness itself. Describe it. Define it. Yeah.
Define it. Wow.
He's going to get stuck on that.
Ascribing it to someone.
An age-old question. He's going to get stuck on that one.
No, that question that Mike just asked, that just one of those confusing. Mike didn't need to ask that question, so I don't know why.
How can you not be able to define something you're talking about?
If you cannot answer, then you have a problem on your hand. If you cannot even know what
how can you ascribe what you don't know? How can you ascribe what you don't know to somebody?
Mike has a way of taking people, and I know that kind of argument one kind.
Because the thing about like you just want to run away from something. You are talking about that you want to run away whenever.
No. I see.
You say it's extreme.
No, Mike, I may decide to use ChatGPT like to Nigeria answer you now. You understand? But
ChatGPT doesn't have the answer. ChatGPT doesn't have the answer.
If you are talking to me, I have to know what you are talking about. I can't be sitting arguing with you if I don't know what you are talking about.
Even Mike, can you ascribe what you don't understand to somebody?
Exactly. That's how these conversations they just go on and on and on and on and on. You know, they are all arguing blindly because they don't know what they're talking about. They don't even know what they're arguing about.
Let me tell you one thing. So holiness is subjective.
Allow me.
No, it's subjective, but you want to ascribe it to God.
Hold on. See, you must say God is infinite, right? Mm-hmm. There's some things that you can't really describe. The point I'm trying to make here is that the essence of certain things you cannot capture in your mind. For me to be here and try to pretend that I understand holiness in its fullness and how it ascribes to God, I'm not that qualified.
So you don't know. So if you don't know, they don't come in and lecture us. You have to know what you have to know.
But why should you believe in what you don't know? Why should you believe in what you don't know?
Mm-hmm.
Holiness is about God. It's a simple.
How do you know? You see, when you talk about holiness is for God, how do you know God is holy? How do you know what holy is? I'm not even what holy is.
I don't see. Wait. Don't even go there. Some things don't let us touch. I'm not ready because that's not even the point of the argument.
No. The reason why we can't move forward is because we don't even know what the hell we are doing.
We have to reason.
We can't define most of the things we do in that country.
When we are arguing, we just have to have substance. We don't just have to just keep punching every little thing. We have to have, we must have the scope. But when you start going beyond the scope, at the end of the day, we won't be able to gain anything.
Yeah, but that is the problem.
How are we going beyond scope? Which scope are we going beyond?
Everything. Exactly.
The question we are talking is about religion. And a person like me, I take a position that religion is human-made and it's a control tool. Now, when we enter Christianity, I just told you that Christianity is a way of life associated with Christ. And if people mean
basically politics.
Christian.
So which scope are we going beyond?
So there are criteria.
Okay, let me say this.
We
don't know what you're talking about. We don't know what you're talking about the place.
Mike, since the creation of the world, God's invisible qualities, his eternal power and divine nature have been clearly seen, being understood from what has been made, so that people are without excuse. If you need to go to this Romans 1:20 and meditate on this verse, see, there are some things that exist that God has put in us innately that we know, but we as humans may not be able to explain. Let me tell you, just like you said, I think Michael said it, we're not born a Christian or however you put it. But the nature of God, the existence of God is really embedded in each human being. We know there is God. It doesn't matter how little or how intelligent you may be. You know there is God.
So what is your point? What is your point? Yeah.
Don't blame me when I ascribe holiness to God because I can explain it. Therefore, I can.
I'm not blaming for ascribing it. I'm just asking to define it.
You're ascribing it. What is that you're ascribing to God? What is the holiness?
What is it? Define it is what we're asking you. We are not blaming you for ascribing it.
That's what I'm trying to explain. I just read the verse to you to explain to you that
the verse did not define it. Don't say you already defined it. The verse just read did not define it.
It explains that we innately
We know a lot of things about God by the nature around us, and which goes beyond
so
that.
by the nature, what's that nature?
What God has created. I just said it. Listen. Okay.
What God has created, right? Okay, so we see around us. We see a lot of
evil and good is holy then.
Huh?
That it? Because God, evil is around the world, good is around
exactly.
the world.
All the evils, all the barbarism.
Is that holy too?
Even the kind of if you look at animal kingdom alone, the kind of things animals do to each other is so barbaric, and God created them to do it to themselves. God gave them that canine tooth to bite each other's head off.
Yeah, that's fine. What does that have to do with the holiness?
No, because you are saying that everything around us is attributed to God. That's His holiness. So
No,
what is that?
I didn't say everything created around us is holy. I'm saying that.
No, but that is what Bible says now. So why do you want to change the word of Bible?
What did it
why
say?
Why do you want to backtrack?
But Simba, if the devil is quoting the Bible, you have to be careful.
It's so hot.
These people are quoting the Bible. I don't know what they're quoting. If the devil is quoting the Bible, you have to be careful.
Trump daddy, you fall for this school script. The other thing is this: we managed to change the topic, and we don't even know what we are discussing now.
Like when you start using argument, want to run away. You start using strategy. You don't know what we are there, and then the next time you come back again and start the same.
The one that started
that's what they do in Nigeria. Whenever they can't find an answer to something, they want to abandon it and run away.
These people are
you know why they don't solve any problem in that country? If you all those problems around, when you put all those politicians on the road to find solution, once they can't find it, they just abandon it and walk away. And they will still stay in power. They will still stay in power. And they will still hold on to power. They can't solve any problem, but they will still hold on to power.
You can see how Prince Daddy is stammering. And he started contradicting himself.
Let me tell you one thing. I can give you the definition of holiness.
Oh my God, this is funny.
Understand? And we will still not agree. So why bother myself? Why labor?
Yeah, give us now. Whether we agree or not, give us.
It's not the point. Okay. What I can tell you is undiluted nature of God, pure, undiluted characteristic of God. That is holiness. Simple as ABC. But
what is that characteristic then? What is that characteristic of God?
Undiluted. You are taking me to chemistry lab, eh?
I warned you about these people. They are demons. Simba is the head demon. You have to be careful.
Especially Simba.
Yes, it's the head demon.
They ask him a question, you don't want to answer. He coming with
No. You know what led to that place is this. I'm telling you that when you are talking about how people act based on their, like we're talking of how Israel, they are defending the people, and why I think some people take position that the position cannot be that straightforward just because of everybody religious background. You know, you are likely. It's just like when you do something against Islamic religion now, you see people in the northern part of Nigeria, they will be everywhere just because they are associated. That's why I'm saying that when you are talking something of religion, sometimes you may not get the real justice to that topic because everybody will want to take position where they belong to. That's how we move.
But Ola.
I don't want us to really move out of the scope.
Yeah, but what I want to even change. I want to change. Okay, why is it that is actually poor people from developing country that actually carry all these things on their head?
That's why they are developing country and people that don't like to think.
That poverty is one of those things because religion is a message of hope mostly. So you things are not working for you. Then
you know what Tuna just said. People are leaving all these things for development, and they are getting results. But we are still a mess. And people, somebody like Prince Daddy, that's supposed to even be liberating people and say, no, the way people are doing this thing, he's still preaching that rubbish.
Breaking news. Let me just say
that kills a lot of argument because Prince Daddy is not poor now.
This is one of the reasons why I supported Trump in the first place. But I'm not trying to change it up. I just want to report
you
it.
Don't like change this your video.
Hold on. It's about this landmark, this thing that I've been talking about. This is one of the key reasons strategically that I supported Trump. Look at what Musk is saying there. US should leave countries to their own business. And this is a problem. Democrats are the opposite. They meddle in countries. They keep
It's not only Democrats, it's all of them, both Republican and Democrats.
But
Trump just happened to be anti-establishment. They all did it. Bush invaded Iraq. They all been doing the same thing.
Republic will be very, very happy. But about the tariffs.
So in short, that's the point anyway. I don't want to go on about it too much. Let me remove it. So the point is that he's going to leave countries to do their own thing more than he can't help it. Most of the stuff Trump is doing now, all these people that are supporting Trump, you have to be careful. Though. If he doubles down on what he's talking about now, he's going to damage US.
Yeah, it's going to damage US. Yeah, heavily, because US depends heavily on other nations, exactly, heavily, because they have to be involved to secure their interests in those countries and those places. You know, now if you not leave them alone, you lose all your interest because
China is going to claw all of them.
Mike, the US is the opposite of France and Great Britain. We give money to nations. We don't really go there.
What do you mean don't go there? Why do they have military base all over the
world? Hold on. See, that's part of. It's more about military might, than military might. More than trying to go get.
What does that mean? So you are there. You are there. That's what we're arguing. You are there, whether for military might or not. You are there.
You do not understand.
No, but I understand. But I'm saying that not because we are begging like France and Great Britain. We're not going. We give them money.
Who told you France and Great Britain are begging? When did they beg?
Really? All those deals with the African nations. And
are they begging or they went there to? They went there to.
From daddy, I want Jalini. Britain and France want Jalini. One beg.
Well, okay, exactly. Well, you're right. Yeah.
Hey, you guys. Let me give you. Even US or also Jali. They are also Jali.
They are working together. Britain, France, and US.
They are working
together, man.
Mike.
Mike. Oh, sorry. Let me just give me 1 minute, Mike. If you see what is happening in DRC Congo, those rebels, go and see the weapons that they are using. It's given to them by US.
US and France. Yes. They are those rebels are there to secure that place.
No.
For them. Because if they allow the Congolese, if they allow the Congolese to read that, if they allow the Congolese government to have full control of that place, the Congolese government will be dictating the price of that minerals and they'll be selling it to anybody they want, whether China, anybody else. You understand? So they have to allow the rebels to be there and allow Rwanda to manage the rebels. So so that way, Rwanda doesn't own it, Congo doesn't own it, the rebel doesn't own it. They own it.
Let's not change the topic. Let's bring Trump daddy back to the hot seat. You see, this viewer is concerned that we change the topic without reaching conclusion. As Ola and Trump daddy, have you submitted that you don't know what holiness is? So what are you believing something?
Next time to claim that
I already said we ascribe holiness to God, and Allah trying to define it for you guys, and you guys didn't accept it. So
he didn't define it.
He did. He gave a definition.
So Prince Daddy, is that your definition?
Well, it's see, we ascribe such things purity to God.
We're asking you to define something. Keep saying something different. Come on.
Okay, we don't know.
Just say you don't know it, man.
Yeah, but I said it now. I just told you that because I don't know the definition, because I cannot define it.
I respect you for admitting I don't know the definition. Okay, let's move on.
Yeah, but because I don't know the definition doesn't mean that in my heart, in the essence of holiness, I cannot. I'm unable to ascribe it to God. Yes, I can ascribe it to God without knowing the definition. Do I have to know everything?
No, come on. You can't ascribe something you don't know.
I have to give it to Mike. Mike is getting really good at having proper discussions. Look at the questioning line. Mike completely.
You've always been in a Prince-Daddy position with me all the time. So because now someone else is in that position. Now you can see.
Mike didn't get any jack. It's only that we avoided Mike.
Look at the one.
Avoided him.
Look at the one that was saying we don't know what we are discussing now.
Let me tell you one thing. In project management, you have ways of dealing with risk. It's either you face it or you avoid it. So what we did.
Ola, hey, Ola, stop that scrap. Stop that scrap. What are you talking about?
Which scrap? Are you on my mind? I said when I told you that I avoided the argument. I told you that we are moving out of scope.
You have nowhere to go. That is the way you are brought up. That was the way something that you have put in your brain. That when it comes to this, don't discuss. It has nothing to say. You have nothing to say. If you have something to say, say it.
If that makes you sleep fine, good. Let's move on.
But
just say it's an aram.
They will say it's a sin.
When you cannot discuss things openly.
It doesn't want to commit sin.
Let me tell you what we learn in the business class. All of you learn it. You are just pretending. Is that see, there are some things when it is not scientific, it's not arithmetic, so it's subjective. So there's no right, there's no wrong answer. It's a diplomatic way of saying, okay, it's your own opinion.
Okay.
So
no, it's not about whether right or wrong answer. We're asking you to define something.
Mike,
you have to be able to define anything you want.
Exactly. That you claim exists.
I said
anything that exists. What makes something exist is because you can define it.
Even when we made an attempt to define, you did not agree. So what's the essence of arguing?
No, you didn't define it. No.
You are giving an example. You didn't define it. That is the point, and that is exactly the video.
He said undiluted. What do you mean by undiluted characteristics of God? What do you mean by that?
I gave a definition.
You want to use grammar to confuse us.
I think.
Go ahead. Somebody.
Let me go ahead. Just like you guys have been saying, from day one in our environment and the primary school we went. When they start teaching us the holy book, we all take it like that is reality. Later, when we grew up, we discovered that all these books were written by people. And if it's about history, there is something that they will have to eat and remove some to eat. Or maybe they can write it to their own opinion or to their own whatever they want to do. And the white man, they use it as a weapon to make them have their own leeway, especially in most of the developing countries or the third world countries. And when you now just support it to today, the so-called people that brought those religions to you guys, they have since jettisoned it long time ago, and their country continues to prosper. And when you guys talk, they throw the religion bait at you again, and you also always capture it and take it like that. So in reality, if I've never lived in a country of 1.4 billion people, where about 1 billion, more than 1 billion of them, they don't even go to church or mosque, they don't even go to temple, they don't go to nothing. It is that country I appreciate that if you work hard, you will make it in life. If you do something right, you will make it in life. But where I come from, everything depends on, you have to have that miracle. Pray. I'm not saying praying is not good, it's good. But that is our environment. But unfortunately for us, our politicians also use it to divide us very well. How can you tell me that you are a man of God? When we read the Holy Bible, Jesus Christ with most of his disciples, they walk around. They go from house to house. They preach the gospel. They are not interested in buying 5 limousines for birthday party. They are not interested in building, a place of worship that will be 2 times size of a stadium.
120,000 capacity church auditorium.
They are not interested in no materialistic aspect of life at all. They are willing to sacrifice. How can you? Some of the disciples have a good going concern for them. They jettison it and follow this man out of their own free will. And throughout his preaching, when you look at all these holy guys, they just believe, they follow their conviction. Not all about material wealth. So nowadays, you ask yourself a lot of questions. Why are this congregation, so many people go to all these mosques and churches? Why are they not prospering? Why we pray so much? Why our country not developing? Why are this so-called preacher supporting this politician, supporting that politician, using that divide and rule? At the end of the day, you can see that they have used religion to conquer the mind of a lot of third world countries. It's quite unfortunate. And when you now just opposed to where you are living today, you will discover that more than 85% of them, they never go to anywhere on Sunday or Friday. They don't even care. The churches here, I can count how many people. The church in this city is just only one. and every Sunday nobody will go there. Maybe like 5 or 6 people will go there. Everybody just do their normal thing, maybe riding bicycle or use the Sunday or Friday to do whatever they want to do. So, but when you now just put to our own country, as we continue to worship, why our people continue to have bad character? Why our people are not doing the right thing? Why are people not doing, even the followership are also the accomplice in this? Why not doing the right thing? So when we sit there and look at it, why are we not improving in science and technology? So many
Remy
things.
Ola will come now. You will say, if no religion, that will have been worse than that. That's what he was going to say.
That is a lie. Because when you look at the let's just suppose it that before the advent of religion, let's even talk our own culture. There is no Christianity and there is no Islam. They are traditional worshippers, and their society is weaved into order. Everybody knows their position in the society. If you are Balogun, you know your power. If you are not Balogun, if you are just a lower subject, everybody knows their power. They don't do something that is going to affect the boundary of others. They really
so Remy, no Remy, you still on the floor. So during our own period, so people don't do bad and they were so pure.
Not compared to today. The society is
How do you know? Now this is no way to continue now. Look at this Yoruba adage. Look at this Yoruba adage. You understand that so many people suffer the consequences, capital consequences of what they never did. You understand?
What you are trying to say, that is modernity.
It's not modernity. No. Now lie. It's not modernity.
What I want to say is this.
That one different from what is happening today. We have so many people in jail that they did not committed the offense they are being punished.
What I want to say is this.
So our people still managed to lie before you were called for something, they lied against you, or maybe because you were not strong enough, someone managed to push you or into the eternity or
what I want to say is this. During those times, it does not mean that our great-great-grandfather will remain static like that. As modernity comes, changes will also come to our own region, one way or the other. And so we cannot just say because they are in the 14th century, they don't know how to write and read in Western education. It does not mean that.
That's not what I'm saying. You were talking as
I understand you.
Can I ask though? Because I'm a bit troubled by this, because in our culture, I really don't know of anybody that is like that you consider in the traditional sense a philosopher or somebody that tries to understand reality for what it truly is.
The reason why you don't know is because of this Western education. We were unable to document very well during, because if we were able to,
like that, you are rude. You are talking to forefather.
if to say we can document like them, like they document everything in the physical copy that we can, but we did not fashion out our own way of education compared to the Chinese. Okay, so that is why we are lacking behind, and unfortunately, this new generation, how can we still be lacking behind because of religion? We should ask ourselves that question. We are still lagging behind because of religion and tribal, especially religion. So if you are a Christian, you shouldn't go out with a Muslim. You shouldn't make a Muslim be your friend, and the same vice versa. Why should we do that? So we are lagging behind in everything, and it's not really good. At this generation, a country as big as Nigeria cannot just say, these are my researchers, and these are the work they are coming out with government support. They think that Nigerians are supposed to, something that we're supposed to agitate for. We are not really agitating for it. It's another things we are agitating for. Everything's about self-interest. It's not about what can we do for this nation to really progress. Most of your activists or politicians, it's not about just, I know that everybody have interest, but not about that collective interest. When you look at all these European countries or maybe America, it's all about collective interest. I'm not talking about disruption that is happening in America today, but it's all about collective interest. So when you really look at it very, very well, critically well, you see that even if they put Nigeria as the president of Nigeria now, It is self-interest that will be there. It is own people that will say, oh, we should control it, we should control it, we should do it. No. Unless we start to do devolution of power and state resource control, that they don't collect that money from that Abuja anymore. That is when that country will see.
Well, why is it that if they collect the money from Abuja or they collect it from the states, if the amount that they collect still remains the same, why is it different?
No, but at the same time, nobody will complain that I am the one working and what I work and I give people to that place. Yes.
Let me purposely change the topic.
Yeah, because I did ask a question about why is it that we don't have thinkers in our culture that we can elaborate and say, okay, this guy, we know him, this person, he shaped the way our people thought. We don't seem to have that.
I know that over time we've credited our past so far as if that our past was like paradise, like we were innocent. We forgot that that we're talking, that we were even enslaving one another. This community, we go to another community, turn them to slave. Ekitina was under Benin Empire for some time before Ife. You know, when you look at all those things, now ask yourself, why will a nation be under another one? If not, now.
But that is not peculiar to us now. We all know. So what are you not talking about? It's not different for what happened all over the world.
Simba that is talking now. If not because of Igbo that still came to Nigeria now, maybe for don't pay, maybe at the age of 2 or 3 because of.
At that time, people also brought that.
See. There's nothing with the positive that doesn't have the negative, but sometimes I think we may be over crediting ourselves to what the type of development that will have come to us. Sometimes when you want to develop, because this maybe this might consider opinion or what I think I know. It is a considered opinion that innovation is better when you interact with people. Development and progress is better when you interact with others.
Yeah, but to interact, you need to have the mind to. This is the question that I asked, and nobody is saying why we don't have it. And even today, we barely have thought leaders that actually try to question. This is like nuclear science of thought. The ability to shape reality, the way we think, is very, very important. I don't know why we don't have it.
Okay. Look at when the world were not collaborating now. I think the technological development and innovation was not this alarming. But when they started collaborating, you understand, started sharing idea, it became something like, oh my goodness, what's this man that did this law, this electronics man that you see microprocessor now, from where you used to see big computer that is as big as a story building coming to the same capacity, just like size of your finger. So what I'm saying is, the fact that we mix with Oyibo is not saying that's why we are not going the right way. No, let's see. As a matter of fact, the Oyibo incursion to our land somehow maybe it's a form of blessing in one way and a form of curse.
Oyibo incursion is very from religion. Now, why you want to now be liking it to each other?
Part of it is religion. Part of it is religion. Part of what they brought is religion. So what are we talking about?
The issue is this.
They brought education.
When you want to no wait. We have countries that are not colonized. We have countries. So what is the difference today? You always have this belief that if they don't come to our, maybe probably will be less developed than what we have now. That is wrong.
No, you are getting it. So let me tell you something now.
It's wrong.
Wait now. A rich man can make a wretched family become a rich by association. Now look at it now. Now let's say the British people, they colonized Nigeria, but they didn't colonize Ghana. Ghana may be interacting with Nigeria and they be learning what those Oyibo brought to Nigeria in Ghana. So the fact will remain okay. The British people never colonized Ghana, but Ghana too is developing. That's the type of argument you are pushing. And so they may not colonize some countries and they may learn from others. Don't forget that before these people came to Nigeria too we were interacting with people from the Arab world. You understand? They were interacting with other people too. Like,
so do you know they are coming to our space? Is it for business or is for religion?
It's for business now. Yeah, no,
So why you not so there's no relationship now.
people can use religion and I say too. You don't get what I'm saying. Okay, you are talking of a fake pastors today. What are they using? They are using religion as a tool. You understand? The same religion is what they will use to shape. They will read some portion what God did not really promise. They will use that one to manipulate you. But because you are not ready to read, you just fall for it. They are using religion as part of their tools. How did the Fulani conquer the Hausa people? Religion. So the thing is this: they are coming. Some people will come to your space. They don't. Yeah, their own garbage may be different from the garbage of others. So what I'm saying, there is a benefit. You find some benefit when you interact with other culture on an ethical way. Anyway, ethical way. In the unethical way of interaction is what is bringing problem. But when if you interact ethically, like they came to us now because some people were greedy among us. They started exchanging human being for gunpowder, for sugar, for mirror. You can see how you can see the price that our people even place our own place on us. So see, if not because let me tell you one thing, maybe those who would not come now. Maybe Simba would just be one kind of alagbede somewhere. Maybe they could have even taken away and sold to maybe the Republic of Benin.
That is not true. That's
Simba
not true.
looks like the type of people that they sell, doesn't he? He does.
I'm just doing an analogy. How do you know it's not true? Because I'm not able to say it's true. I'm just saying if. I'm just saying if. I'm not
out and say he's going to be a good crop picker, and they will just take him and sell him away very quickly.
A person like Criminal would have been a good storyteller. Maybe they would just carry the take him to Sudan. I've been telling.
Thank you. What about you? What would you have become?
I don't know.
Maybe another. It will be another now.
Something terrible could have happened to me. Let's just read the fact. Something terrible could have happened to me. So the incursion of the British into our territory brought both blessings and the.
So you want? Are you saying that if they don't come, we'll have been stagnated? Is that what you are saying?
Exactly. That's what you saying. That is wrong.
I don't believe that.
What about country like North Korea?
I'm not saying we'll have been stagnated.
That's what you are saying now. That will have become.
No, I'm just giving.
Are you sure? It can even be better off than now.
Yes.
Probably. That's if. That's what we are saying. We are just doing if scenario.
So why are you saying it as if it's a fact, is a statement of fact that if you don't come, you will have been stagnated?
The blame should not be on those people that came to our land only, but it should be upon us too, because it should be you'll be Yoruba person now, you'll be Agba Yoruba. They say Tio Giri Oba Lanu, Alan Baka Oli Wobe. You understand? Without a crack in the wall, there's no way for lizard to hide. So they used us against us. They used our greed against us. Just like when British, when they conquer China, they used the Chinese to conquer China. Because when you look at it's not even ridiculous when you look at the size of China and you now say one Great Britain, maybe they were not even up to 1/20 of the population. They still managed to. Funny enough, some of those things they used to capture them. These guys, they had the knowledge of that thing 5 years before that time. But the thing are coming to individual intent and individual
who capture who? Who capture who? What are you saying here? What are you talking about? Who capture
when I say when
America capture what?
No, when I say the Britain captured China.
They never captured China like that.
Baba Farabale. Wait now. The thing is the Chinese.
So let him tell the story.
So the Chinese were dominating the 50% over at least about 50% of the global trade. They and China, when you combine them together, I think they were doing over 60%, close to 70% of the total global trade. These British people, they went there, they used some way to just bring them down, to the extent that they crashed the economy that used to be about 50% of the global trade to 4%.
They use opium.
Yes. Now these people too, they went to India. Look how big as India is. You understand? They deindustrialized India, so they were exporting. They were exporting textile from United Kingdom to India. Look at how big they are. Now, one thing can explain that. So okay, it's just like you are saying a country of 100,000 now just capture America. The capture doesn't mean that you have to carry and go there. It can be different thing. Maybe okay, they know that these people, they like money, they like some kind of thing. You put that in they like to them, and they were carried away, and they executed the agenda.
The British, the UK, they really tried, Omo. As much as
they really tried,
and they control everybody one way or the other.
And do you know why they supported all this abolishment of slave trade, all those stuff? Because if they didn't stop, they would have become the victims themselves, because the world was not the people around the world, they were now growing too. It would just be a matter of time. Just imagine the force of China today, United Kingdom today. If China were just to recover and they didn't stop slave trade, and just imagine what could have happened. They could have gone there for revenge too. So when they knew that people too were becoming aware of themselves, were gaining the right knowledge too, they just have to start complaining. No, let us be peace in the world. Let us do this. All this agenda you see they push today, that they are trying to unity in the world, to be peace in the world, is just because of self-preservation. Because if you allow the world to now revisit what they did to individuals in the past, this world will not be a place to live.
Yeah.
So those are the kind
is that not one of the reasons why they didn't allow Abiola to come in that time when he was seeking for reparation?
They will never. And at that time, most Nigeria are still Mumu Kingdom, so they just follow them like that.
No, eventually, a country like Nigeria will still get out of it. It's a matter of time. It's a matter of time. See, you and I, as we are talking now, the kids that are coming behind us, they will be more knowledgeable and they will be more determined than us.
Are you sure about that?
Remy, we are part of it. It's a normal thing.
The reason why I asked that question is that if you look at the present generation of between the age of 18 to 25 in Nigeria, you can classify them into three. Maybe 25% of them, they are into good things, like maybe they want to further their education, they know what they really want, or they are content creator. But I'm telling you, I'm talking about Nigerian context. I'm not talking about that country, but the remaining 75%, if you can maybe because your kids are outside, if you say they're in Nigeria, start pushing them, asking them questions about what you know when you are in the secondary school compared to what they know now. When you ask them questions,
do you know why we think we are better, and we think what we learn far better than them? Just because those are the things we treasure during our home. So they are in different worlds.
No. The reason why I'm saying that is because when we are in the secondary school, we are well groomed and well grounded. Sometimes you might be an art student and you can still be doing geography. You might know more about the world. And before you start to change, whether you're a science student or something, you might also know a little bit about biology, chemistry, or physics. So
let me tell you, if you woke up our great grandfathers, they will believe that their own time was better than ours, and it's not true.
No, for me, generally, I see our own generation to be in the middle. The middle where I say
kids that are coming behind us.
We were lucky to see the new.
All these kids are smarter than us. The thing is that we see.
I'm not talking
for us not to want to accept.
I'm not talking about smarter. What I'm trying to say, my own generation and probably your own generation, we are lucky that we know a lot of things from the past, and we are lucky to key in the way there's a new innovations and a lot of new innovation in the area of maybe AI, internet, computer, whatever. We just key in like that, okay? So the new set of keys, they were just keying into those new innovation directly. They are different from us. So that's what I'm trying to say. So
the internet we are talking about all this now. Some of us we were intentional we put in effort to be able to attain. And you find out that most of us, when you take our population, we are not even used to this internet. But this generation, they were born into it. So it's the base, it's just the baseline for them. It wasn't a baseline for us.
They were born into it, but they are more interested in using the internet for Simba has to.
Simba, how come you have to?
Research.
Only one. This is not enough for him. He wants to go with two. That's why he has two mouths.
So what I'm trying to say is that if you have two Nigerians have a lot of knowledge, like every one of us here. So many things. So many things we can discuss about. But when you ask the new generation nowadays, they will probably tell you about history of 30 or 40 years ago. They don't even know our history. If you talk about our Lord, they don't know. They don't know nothing. But if you ask them about...
that's why it's our fault, Remy. That's why it's our fault. Because we are the one that are supposed to pass those knowledge across. Look at what is happening in our school now. How can you just cancel history? So you see, the current generation,
I thought they
brought the story to the next generation. You read Animal Farm now. You read Animal Farm. When you look at how Major managed to pass a lot of things, and to the point that they like a boxer, they carry the thing upon their head. So it is the duty of the current generation to tell the story of the past. So for the current generation to carry it on. So
Ola, I think what is responsible is that we didn't actually allocated a lot of time to our kids.
Exactly.
You know,
I'm talking.
So we are chasing materialistic things. How many parents these days parents rarely spend 2 hours quality time with their children. So we just leave them to whatever they decide on their own.
They pursue money up and down. It's true.
But is that accurate though? Most parents spend more time at home now than before because many of them
it's not
now.
true. It's not true. It's
Let
not
me
true.
what I'm saying now. Some of them work from home.
Okay.
Than before. More
How
parents
many?
work from home than before. No, actually, at least 10% of the workforce or 20% of the workforce that because of the COVID-19.
What you supposed to realize those days is that basically most women doesn't work.
True.
You understand? So they are there with the children. You go to school, you leave them at home. When you come back from school, you still meet your parents. Most these days, you don't even see, some of them don't even see their children until when they are sleeping, and they will not.
Okay.
Before
Are you talking
they wake
about
up.
Nigeria? Are you talking about Nigeria or other parts of the world?
No, we are talking about our space now. Nigeria is what we are talking about now.
Okay, I guess Nigeria, you can argue that.
What Remy is saying, let me tell you, I think we are more grounded than them. Let me ask you now, if you take a 25-year-old, can they discuss any other thing apart from all these things that you see on social media? What is very dark man is saying and all those? They can't discuss anything tangible.
But to be fair, I get what you are saying. I don't know. You see, yes, we were more grounded in some ways, especially in global politics to an extent. But the way we're grounded was not necessarily the good type of grounded. That way is the good type, the type that says black man is inferior, Oyibo man is the god. They are colonial
yes, I can get. Let me tell you, at least we have a little bit, a little touch of everything. Do you understand what I'm saying? We have a little touch of everything, but they don't. In fact, they are streamlined. They only listen to gossips. That's what they do.
Yeah, I get where you are coming from. That is because their generation have not been politicized at all.
These kids we are talking are even more creative than us. That's what we don't want to. Even despite listening to all those gossip we talk about, they are more creative than us. Not because is they're making it, just because the time and space happens to them. Time, space, and chance.
What are they creating? I just want to know. What do you mean by they are more creative? What did they create?
Why are you? These guys are against Gen Zs.
No. I want to learn. Let him tell me what are they creating?
So there'll be more entrepreneurs among these guys, and they've created a lot of something tech. They've innovated a lot of processes more than what we've done. Like I said, not because not because of their making like that, but because of the space they inherit. You understand? But we never inherited those. Okay, look at
Okay,
this.
no. I think let me add something. I think this is let me just add quickly. There are two aspects, and I think Simba is trying to touch on some of them. This generation, one thing I noticed about them is that their moral compass is a little bit shaky. They don't have a very good moral compass, and also their grasp of things in terms of let's say politics, geopolitics. They don't understand that. It's not their biggest this thing, and many Nigerians never really did, and they have not come out of it. But where they excel is that they are not laden with so much inferiority complex compared to like other people around the world, because they interact with them all the time on the internet. So they don't have that mentality complex that at least not as much as our generation, where they see Igbo man, they're like, oh, he's so special and all that. They don't have that. It's not that much. They see their generation as equals. You see what I mean? So maybe that is somewhere they can build from. So I'm not. It's difficult to just dismiss them and say, oh yeah, they are not good. There are some things we did that was really bad too.
Forefather, to some extent, I agree with you. You see that moral that we even assign to ourselves, we older generation, I think it's exaggerated. In our generation, do we find adulterers? Do we find fornicators? Do we find armed robbers? Do we find all those people with evil things? They were among us. The problem today is just because the access to information. When you now, right from our time,
we used to condemn them those days.
No, Ola, we are not talking about we are not talking about criminal offense. Okay, let me give you for example.
Even lack moral during our time. We are talking about
no. Let me give you an example.
Let me give you an example. Don't let us exaggerate.
We are not. Wait now.
During that time, we used to condemn it more than now. Now it's like if you have money, nobody cares where you got it from.
Ola, when you are in school, how do you relate with your teachers?
I relate with my teacher. I greet them just because of the cane in their hand now. So if I do not dobale, they go wire me.
But even okay, now we now see students beating teachers.
No, see. Let's have it right. Let's have this thing right. Now, those days we talk about teacher abusing students are because of the power they have to abuse you, doesn't make it that okay. That's why they are moral. So they instill fear in you. It's not just like you are coerced to be respectful. You're normal human being, you want to rebel, but because they now have upper hand now, so they force you to some kind of forced moral, forced respect. Yeah. But when you come to Igbo now, they have a way. They don't cane you, but they have a way to take care of the children. And you will see these people, they still behave. You know that because sometimes we try to make ourselves happy that we take care, we know how to raise children than Igbo. It's a lie. As a matter of fact,
Ola, Igbo, let me tell you, they are not so different from us. So they also evolve over time. This one that you are giving to them now, they were not like that before, though.
You didn't let me lunch. I know they used to use Pankere and Co too. I know.
So what are you talking about?
See, over time, they draw the crude way of training children. They now
let me tell you, Ola, let me give you at least you're a lover of football. No. You're a lover of football. That was I watch Owen and Lampard. They were talking about the present generation of players, and they were saying that they lack morals also, that they lack discipline, and they are not as hardworking as they used to. This same thing that we are seeing, they are also saying it about their new generations.
Look.
In fact, I heard Lampard saying that when they were in the academic, they used to carry the socks and everything for the first team players.
Baba, that's it. You have to consider many factors because that's the issue. Because to every output, you must have some input. Now look at this now. During the time of Lampard, the money in the sports not as much as we have now. Now, during their time, probably many of them, nobody was using their image right to make money. But this day now, you bring someone and you are using his image right to make like $200 million. And you
So
think you
you think
can,
that is the money that is making the players
there's a lot of
present
factors. That's why
generation from the base?
I say a lot of factors. So we can't just say things like from the
No, what I'm just trying to draw your attention to is don't let us condemn our society as if we are the only one that the society are the same. They might get evolved faster than us, but the training and everything those days are almost the same everywhere.
I won't necessarily disagree with you on that. I won't necessarily disagree. But what I'm saying is this. But I'm saying some of our people, they exaggerate as if our
Ola,
environment
let me use
is
Finland.
superior.
Let me use this country as a case study. What they do about the education is as simple as ABC. From the beginning, what they preach is collective sharing of job, teamwork. That's what they preach from the beginning. They do not preach excellence, that you must be the top student. And because of that, they have imbibed the culture of whatever you want to do, everybody must come together to do it together. When they give them homework or assignment, they share it among themselves. They come together to find a solution to the problem. And that's the way they were brought up. That is one. And then secondly, if you look at other Western countries, they were pushing their children to go and do all these core professional courses. So they know what they are doing in those other Western countries. That, okay, if you go to the field of medicine, there is tendency for you to live a better life than you go to a lesser, like acquire some skill that is not so important. But at the end of the day, they also make sure that even if you acquire any skill, you are still going to live a fairly good life, one way or the other. So that is why labor cost is so high. So that at the end of the day, they bridge the gap between the rich and the poor. Although you can be a medical doctor getting this amount of money, then the person that is also like a plumber or whatever can also get something very close to you so that he can also live a better life. That's what they have done.
Even if it's not close, at least you meet the minimum standard.
Yes. So, but when you look at our own generation, when we are growing up, for you to go and be a carpenter, that means you're already choosing
of organizer
or a low level society. That means you are going to be a low level. And if you want to join soldier during that time, that means you are a dropout. You do not pass your work very well. So many of these cases, we have already differentiate between.
But all those work, all those artisans job that we tag as being the low level one, is because of our perception. Are they really in the real sense of it?
You're right. So, but when we talk about,
I've seen a mechanic that became a millionaire. I've seen a carpenter, a bricklayer, even a vulcanizer.
Simba, you are talking of outliers. The thing
is, they are not. You know, the problem we have is that the perception. Let me tell you, let me tell you, if you have that low self-esteem right from the beginning, it's going to affect you. You understand? If I want to make if I have a son now, I say, okay, I want to become a vulcanizer, I can set him up that vulcanizing job, he will become a millionaire from it. But
this are not talking to what I'm saying. That is what I'm talking about the actual vulcanizing, because most children will not want to do that one.
No. To Nigeria, see, let me tell you one thing. If the reward is great, people will do. There was a time that if people want to go into theater, all this Nollywood you see today, that some parents, they will, in fact,
they no go area now.
Their children, they can disown their children just because you want to be an artist.
I like being a man now.
Exactly. But can you go and tell the video now that it's Alagbe, or can you just go and tell Two-Face? So
whiskey.
Okay, look at our education today now. Many people, this is my estimate, just my opinion. I can tell you that 90% of those people that attended university today, they had no business in our Nigerian universities. But it's just because of the dichotomy that if you don't have BSc, that maybe you just have one technical school certificate or you have one ND. Even you got to say that even HND itself was even inferior than the NCE. You understand? They make all those things inferior. Now, the government, our government itself, is a culprit in making people suffering from low esteem.
Can I just ask something quickly? I think there's a danger that we may be simplifying this too much, because my findings is that if you don't have a university degree in Nigeria, I don't know whether it's the same for other countries, they don't tend to do that well in technical jobs. They can barely wire any connection together well. So I'm beginning to think that maybe we should even make sure that people are trained to university level. Then jobs.
You don't need university to do that, my brother. You don't need university. I work as an ATM technician for years. And let me tell you one thing: those of us in Nigeria, then where they want carrying all those big certificates, but people they brought from Zimbabwe, I tell you, some of them.
But things are getting more and more complicated. As Zimba is talking about Fokenizer, who is going to do Fokenizer till?
Wait for father.
Cars are not going to be doing those things.
For father. Wait.
How do you see Fokenizer? You think that is that a man that will be using his hand to remove tire?
That's how I see it now.
You can see him now. Ola, can you see him now?
What are you referring to? Are you not the one calling it Fokenizer? What do you think Fokenizer?
No, now forefather is probably a PhD holder now, and is very ignorant of what is happening.
Oh, look at that! What is Fokenizer? This is what you did with the holiness debate. What is the Fokenizer? What is your definition of Fokenizer then that you are referring to?
Why are you so in love with all this definition?
Yeah, because we have to have a baseline. We have to know what we are talking about. Otherwise, we'll be talking around each other.
Let me tell you where I used to remove my tire. They don't even touch the tire. Everything is automated, and I know how much I pay. Yes.
Okay, now that's a different thing. If now that process you are talking about is going to get more and more complicated. That most people that just do HND may not even be capable of.
The guy, you know what people used to call rewire in Nigeria.
Yeah.
The guy that used to do my car, when you get there, you see all these sophisticated cars. Automobile electrician. You understand? This guy did not even go to school. He learned this thing locally and he upgraded himself. He's using computer to diagnose and do most of the thing that he's doing now. In fact, when you take your car there, yes.
It's just because father never parabolic. I was explaining that thing that time. When I say ATM that time, you understand? They were not manufacturing ATM in Nigeria. Now, is there any company where they manufacture ATM? But we brought ATM to Nigeria and they trained people. And through that training, a lot of people, the trainers to retrain others. And today we have competence in maintaining automated teller machine in Nigeria today. Tell me which university you get.
They are training people to do that. Yeah.
I know, I understand what you are talking about, but
you don't understand.
See, to an extent, I do get it that you need technicians. Those are technicians that put those things together. But I'm telling you that my finding is that there is so many things that if you want to build anything, I'm talking about developing, putting a machine together. You have actually developed it, then somebody starts manufacturing. That's a different thing altogether. But developing new things often require you to do things that have not been done before. And what I find is that people that have just technical skills, they are useful in terms of having them join things together, solder things together, assemble components, but sometimes even wiring stuff, they don't understand the consequence of putting certain wire in certain places. They don't understand impedance. They don't understand what
that's where you're not getting in. Let me tell you, forefather in a technical school training, they know all those things. They will train you all those home store, the implication of those things. You see, it's not just you go and do trial and error. They will train you.
Ola. Let me tell to Niger. Well, as far back as 2004, 2005, when I started using inverter in Nigeria, the guy that was manufacturing local inverter that we are all using that time was trained at this technical school. All these technical school like secondary school, Ola, that they established those days. That was where the guy finished from. He was manufacturing inverter, stabilizer, and what is all this thing? You understand? They are very good in technical this thing. The guy now, As I'm talking to you now, though he has a master now, he upgraded himself. But if you see the guy now, I can't even compare myself. The guy is a millionaire in Nigeria now.
It's because he got the credit. He went on to have a master's. But the question I wanted to ask is, if you give the same task to sorry, let me just state this. What I find is that if you give the same task, technical tasks, to somebody that is a graduate versus somebody that is not, the one that is a graduate performs better. So why not just train everybody to be graduate?
No. It's not. You don't need to be. Even Ola was giving his own example now. The knowledge he was using to work that time was not the one he learned when he was in the university.
Yes, but the what university gives you is your ability to solve problems, not only just the knowledge you give.
You don't need to go to university to learn that.
I'm giving you my own experience from what I've seen on the ground in Nigeria. That's my own experience.
I first passed through Polytechnic before any smell of university. Right from my ND1, they brought, when we had our electrical workshop that time, they will bring table, they will bring a board where we will do wiring, circuit wiring. Is that just the model of how you were going to wire house?
Yeah.
Right from there. The people that were taking us that time, some of them did not even go to university.
Mm-hmm.
They didn't go to university. Now, those are the people that were supposed to be working in the technical schools. The same thing they were teaching me in 91 will be exactly. They will explain to you what Ohm's law is. They will tell you about all those Kirchhoff's law. They will tell you everything. You will do the theory and be doing the practical at the same time. Because at that point, you know that you cannot bring two wires together, especially when they are not of the same phase. So you know all those basic principles before you can even wire. So now even right from my CWES, I started wiring a transformer. I started electric motor, or all those three-phase motor. You understand? In the Tesla industry that time, I was already switching power for them. You know, company power. When you start like 500 kVA generator, you get two of them, then you synchronize them, you couple them together to combine the power. You understand? The thing there is that you will never learn those in a university. The basic knowledge I had in that Polytechnic, I went to my industrial attachment. I was able to combine. So at that time already, I've already learned how to even make money right from ND1. Right from ND1, just to help you do small things. So the thing is, what we call it, university education for you to go and now be wiring houses, all those things, is too much of education for that. You don't need all those stuff.
I think maybe I hear what you are saying about Polytechnic. And
like I told you, those people that we work on ATM together, some of them didn't go to university.
I hear what you are saying. However, I think the best combination is somebody that does university, Polytechnic, then goes on to do university, because you have both skills. I'm trying to describe the jobs of the future here. What we are dealing with here is a wave that is coming in. That many of the technical skills, especially in the Western countries, they will be done automated in an automated fashion. Nobody cares about assembling stuff and still breaking down. So you need knowledge that is for the future, because if you create jobs for the past, you're going to have a lot of youths that are unemployed. So that's my thinking.
Let me tell you something now. Many people went for computer science, and some will even go for software engineering. They will spend good 4 years learning software engineering. And meanwhile, this is what you are going to learn. You can learn just doing some kind of boot camp, just for 4 months, 6 months, and you grow over time. So I can tell you that you want to be a software developer, sometimes, not always, sometimes, you want to be a software developer based on what others have done, and you decide to go to university for 4 years, others will just be writing one website or doing some kind of API. It's a waste of time. This is what you can just achieve within 3 to 4 months. Look at Bill Gates. Bill Gates people will say, oh, Bill Gates was a dropout. People never knew that he was even going to a top school, but he didn't finish school. He saw the opportunity because of what he could do. He dropped out. He didn't finish the school. And that is why it's Microsoft today. That's why it's Bill Gates today that we know today. But for Nigeria, there are some people will just take time to even finish their school before. So that means that he did not even need that complete degree to even take us to the position we are today.
Yeah, but remember, he was brilliant enough to go to an Ivy League university. So he was already very, very intelligent. Then he augmented it with actual real world practice.
How many of his classmates then were able to achieve what this guy has achieved?
No, see, okay, I hear what you are saying from that point of view that the others were graduates, he was not, but he was already highly intelligent. My point is that if you can scale it through to get to Ivy League university, chances that you are already very highly intelligent, and because he has the background and everything, he has the facilities, he was able to even develop himself faster. It doesn't mean he's more versatile than the others in terms of solving problems like the others. No, he can study that himself because he had the time. Now he's a billionaire. He can do all whatever he likes. However, I'm just saying that for me, that's why if you look at this thing, I put out security, law and order, and technical revolution. For the way I look at it is that what we need to train our people to do is high engineering. Not menial engineering. You have to get into high engineering because that field is where this is going. Most of these things will be automated. So what are you going to be focusing? What are you going to? Most machines are going to be, and you have to understand the concept of these machines because people that write them are highly technical people too. It's a problem. You see that even in the West, you see some of that problem already showing up. In the East, they don't have that problem because Chinese are, they teach their people in that way already. Japanese do that. But even in the UK, you see that problem that they are complaining that their youth don't know, they are not able to cope with the modern technological changes that are occurring. Not to mention Nigeria. I see it in Nigeria all the time. They go to Polytechnic, HND, I think there's another one. Many of them they can hardly do even solder wires together. They will just be shorting things left and right, and they don't understand the principle of electronics. So you need people that have higher level. This is the way of the world. It's happening here, even in the UK. Even to get the bus driver license, 20 years ago, the qualification it was very different from what you need now to get a driver license because the society is getting more and more technically oriented, very, very complicated. So you probably security the same thing. So Nigerians, I'm worried that we are still thinking about going back to the past when we should be training them for the future.
Okay, forefather, let me bust your bubble. Now, this thing is telling you that our system of education is why we are where we are. We don't need university education to do some things. Some innovations you see today in Nigeria today are from the YouTube. That some people, they sit down, their data, they sit on YouTube and they learn how to do things. Even me that I'm talking to you here now, I fixed my car myself. I fixed my wife's car. Except when the thing is too complicated or I don't have time. That is when I take it to the automobile.
Yeah, but we are you're not creating anything. You just learn how to fix something. How do you create something?
Waiting. Sometimes when you start creating things, your knowledge base will keep improving, and over time you will be able to think of how to do things. I can tell you, when I was taught, there was a machine called the reader sorter. We call it 7780. When I was supporting that machine, there was a time that one of our clients then they had problem. So and we couldn't get the exact replacement components. I went to Oshodi. I bought a component. I re-engineer that component and I put it there and it didn't work. And even my bosses did not even ask me for the implication. What would be the implication? Because we're not even doing compressive, but we're able to do something. So these guys, you think that they are not innovative. Give them the opportunity. Exposure to those things will bring their creativity. Because already this guy knows that, okay, maybe someone that is rushing away, you give him some kind of 2-month training and he started making money. You see the other side of life.
I've seen them have exposure. I've seen them have exposure. See, I've seen them have exposure in Nigeria, and I've seen people in the West how they are too. Their level of what they are striving for is at least 2 steps or 3, maybe even 5 steps away from us. We are talking about people now that just discovered this thing, the neutrino. That's the neutrinos. They are detecting neutrinos now, and these neutrinos have so much power that it's like 1,000 times or 1 billion times more than that of the energy released from this thing. This uranium for an atomic weapon. That's one uranium this thing. So these people are discovering new areas. They are discovering even new ways to learn. That's now AI is helping them acquire even more knowledge. They were trying to synthesize protein for decades. decades, the world, we have been trying to synthesize proteins, like the type of proteins that you can use for genetic this in the DNA manipulation or curing diseases and all kinds of stuff that proteins can do. But because of AI and the way they applied it, within how many months they were not able to synthesize about 10, 20, or maybe 100 before. Now they synthesize millions or so. That's this. They synthesize so many proteins that they can't even count. I think the number is so high, I've forgotten. It could be up to a million or just under a million. That is how much the scale of learning is going. And our people, if we keep thinking like we are in the past, it's a mistake. We have to keep an eye on what they are doing right now, checking all the breakthroughs that are being made, and train your people to catch up. Oh, you people didn't catch up in this world by going into the past.
Forefather, let us do some kind of creativity session. No, let's just go theoretical. Now, theoretically, they will tell you that a child of 5 years old, when you take this sample, they will say they have like 98% creativity, you know, and that one is easily explained. You know, a child, you have limited thing to think about, you have limited problem of life you think about, all you want food and what you want to focus on, tasks you want to do. So saying kids of around 5 years, you know, they are creative. Now, but when you get to adulthood is 2% adults that are creative. Now, do you think those 2% adults, the remaining 98% adults, do you think they flood their creativity? Not necessarily, but there are there be some environmental factors like distraction, like environmental factors, like okay, you have family, you are looking for school fees, you want to feed, you want to do all those stuff. Maybe you just say
it's not responsibility. You have so many other things to think about now.
That's exactly what I'm saying. So now look at it now. During their formative age, that is when you have to inject some level of creativity that will sustain them in life. But in Nigeria now, they are not doing that. That is exactly where the problem is now. Like what technical school we are talking about. If you put these guys in classes during that formative age and you train them how to do things, they will have looked at other ways of improving on those solutions. By the time they become adults, that will be what they'll be using. And those people that will be coming from behind them too will be bringing some level of creativity too. Then our institution of learning, they'll be looking at what they are doing and they will be improving on all those stuff as well. So it's our system. It's not necessarily the brain of our people. It's our system.
I agree with you on that. In terms of systems create the people, and that is why culture is extremely important. The culture you create is what creates the citizens that you have. And I agree with you when you said the adults, their creativity goes away, and that is something we have to restore. We have to have generations that have a high creativity, because we are going to a high creativity environment where we need it to survive. Actually, we don't have a choice. We have to be creative, and we have to go into all kinds of fields. We have to go into areas we don't even think we are welcome. Who cares? Kick the door down.
But if I told you that's one of those things that Tinubu is silently addressing, but if I say it now, some people will say, "Oh no, it's a lie. It's not true." You understand?
What Tinubu is one of the luckiest presidents.
When this man established loan system to finance your education, and people think, "Oh, it's a loan," so people will not be.
I think that was a good idea. No, that's fine. That was a good idea.
You understand? You have to think, because some people they are innovators that never have access to quality education. But when you give them this system that they can access loan to finance it honestly.
One of the key areas I also want the government, if the government were smart anyway, they know all these things, they will say they will do it, but the way they make it happen in an anemic way. Like one, insurance is a very vital aspect of any economy. If you have housing, business, all these insurance systems that is functional, it means people are willing to take risk. They are willing to get out there they are willing to be more creative. Let's put it that way. They are willing to be more daring, because the system is protecting them. They don't have much to lose. If they lose, the insurance is there to step in to sort it out. And the truth is, most people don't lose. That's why the insurance companies make money. But the Nigerian market, insurance market, is terrible. Then you can look at the mortgage market too. The government can do a lot about that mortgage market, but they don't. Why is it that Nigerians have to buy their house outright, as if they are all of them are Dangote? How are you supposed to buy your house outright?
That is one of those things that Tinubu is doing. You understand? Because Tinubu
but I don't see him doing much in mortgages and all those things where people can be able to pay monthly because you see, when people are paying for mortgage, they tend to be better citizens because they want to complete the mortgage. It kinds of motivated
let me tell you, I don't think let us take it easy. It's like maybe because we are in the Western world, we want to replicate whatever we see in the Western world in our space. Let us look at, is it suitable for our space? Let me give you, for example, we are talking about mortgage. We don't have economy that can support mortgage in Nigeria. That's the reality.
That's not true. That's not
actually
true.
Our economy is meant for mortgage.
Let me give you, when you have inflation, when you have devaluation and all those things, how would they measure it?
You see, when you make that kind of argument, then you begin to win the argument. See, I have always said, if those aspects are not stable, forget it. You can hardly build anything on the entire economy. You have to stem inflation, and you have to, the foreign exchange has to be stable. If you have those,
that was the time.
Then
Let
the
me
rest
tell
can be
Simba, wait. If you are looking for a perfect situation to kickstart things, you will never kickstart. That's exactly what we are painting. You see, that mortgage that you say we don't have something to sustain is going to create a problem of its own that is going to create industry. Whenever you create problem, you create opportunity.
It might solve the problem of the inflation too. It might also help because now workers will be able to be paying for their properties.
Let me give you, for example, what is the average wages of a worker in Nigeria?
No.
I think now we are looking at around 70,000 or more.
Okay, let's say even you are committing the whole 70,000 naira to mortgage. How much house can that one afford, or a car that you can afford?
That's not
a lot of people earn more than that. Not even in the UK. Not
the
everybody
issue. Let me tell you this. You must certain percentage before you can say, okay, somebody should go to mortgage. You must say, okay, because you cannot commit more than 50 or 50%.
But what you are saying now, see, hold on. See, Simba, what you are saying is true to an extent, but what is happening now is even worse. You are expected to pay for the entire thing in one go. Who can do that? Then nobody will be able to own a property.
Because the investor, let me tell you, the investor there, if you don't pay, there's no way they can recoup their money, because let me tell you what people.
That's why I'm saying the government should give assurances.
What people see as maybe appreciation on whatever they invest in Nigeria is not actually is actually inflation.
Also, I think you are also you said something about there's no way they can recoup their money. Actually, it's the opposite. When you mortgage a property and the person doesn't pay the mortgage, you take the property back and auction it. So you have nothing to lose. I don't understand why the Nigerian market doesn't do that.
What Simba is not looking at this. When you start this mortgage facility, you see, it's going to bring a lot of goods along. Now, one of those goods is going to attract real estate developers. Maybe it's going to even allow the government itself to even look at the code, at the building code, and start building a serene environment. Now, it's going to create job on its own. They can start by targeting maybe the 5% of the population. Maybe you start targeting bankers, you start targeting people in the telecom. So by the time you start doing all those stuff, over time, competition will be coming. When competition starts coming in, whatever proceeds or development you find in that real estate will escalate. The person that is taking 70,000 today, his income over time will improve because there are jobs to do to earn money. So when people start earning money that way too, they start gradually, many people will start moving into that bracket.
Why the kind of mortgage that you people are talking about, it's not as if we don't have mortgage in Nigeria. But how can you say
Guys,
mortgage 2 years,
wait.
3
Even
years,
people that
4
are
years? Those
working in
ones are not
Walmart,
mortgage as far as I'm concerned. The
wait,
kind of mortgage
Even,
that can benefit.
people that are even working in a coffee shop here, they still find a way to get mortgage. Naturally, when you look at it, they are not supposed to qualify for mortgage. But somehow people were able to find solution for them to qualify for mortgage as long as you pay rent.
And you know what? But what even is a bit more astonishing about this? Mortgage is one of the most. If you think about it, it's like one of the most sure bet this in business you can get into because you don't lose, and the property doesn't lose value too. It's not like a car where you give it to somebody and they don't paying for the car, that you get the car back and the car may be damaged. No, properties appreciate value. And if the person that you sold the property to is not able to meet their mortgage, you repossess the property. I would have thought that is an industry that should be booming in Nigeria. It tells you that even common sense things is not allowed to happen in our economies. Common sense things. That is a big gaping hole. When I heard about it, like you have to pay for property as a whole. If you want to get mortgage, very, very few sources you can get mortgage in Nigeria. They are there, but very, very few, and the interest rate is out of this world. And I was like, why is the government not doing everything to support this industry? Because it's a win-win. The workers get salary, the workers are better behaved. The investor is not losing.
To Niger, when I started my argument earlier on, I said we that live in the Western world, or you people, because I cannot say me I'm living in the Western world, that we want to replicate whatever we see there. Let me give you for example. We say, okay, government should venture into this, government should venture into this. You might not agree with me, but I will say this. How many ministries do we have in Nigeria?
No, I'm not saying government should start mortgaging property. I say they should assure anybody that gives people a mortgage, they should back it up that in case anything happens.
The government doesn't have, you will say I'm supporting government, but we don't have that finance.
But they don't need
you don't understand.
They don't need finance. Investors are not going to tell me. Okay, you tell me, Simba. Tell me if you have a property and you give it a mortgage, what would you lose?
Let me respond to Simba. Simba, the thing is this: the way the world works is this: you acknowledge a problem. Now you are saying government doesn't have money. It's a problem of its own, right? And problems are meant to be solved. Yes, government doesn't have money. Government must find a way of getting money. It's a problem to be solved. Forget about whether they have money or what. Government must get the money. That's the point. You understand? Government doesn't have money. Now it's a problem on its own. It's an opportunity. Then government must have the money. How will government get the money? Okay, maybe you are looking at institutional investors, maybe from China, that maybe they lend out like at 4%. You say, okay, guys, I'm guaranteeing this thing. Can you, okay, I need about $10 billion to start development of real estate around our mortgage.
No, hold on. Let's say you do that. We're talking about the government backing it, but why does the government even need to back mortgage? Tell me. That's the question I want to ask Simba. I want to ask Simba. Tell me, how does a mortgage company lose money when if you don't finish paying the money, they can get the property back? Now, give me a scenario where they lose money. I can't see it. Tell me, in any economy, they will still make money because when they repossess the property, when the person cannot pay, then they can always sell it again to another person, and the property value is still there. And most of these properties, when you are putting in a mortgage, you can also insure it, because now, if let's say the house burns down, you still get the insurance people will give you the money back. And you know what insurance companies also do? They make sure that property should not burn down. They do everything to make sure that property is well built so it doesn't burn down, because they don't want to have to pay out. Man, there are things to heal the economy that reinforces good behavior. But
that insurance you mentioned alone is a very big company that will create opportunities, that will create jobs too.
Exactly.
There's a lot of untapped opportunity in Nigeria.
But the question we're supposed to ask, ourselves, okay, why, when as lucrative as you painted it, then why? Because I don't think there's any government restriction. So why are our insurance company not taking up, or people now investing in that sector?
Because anything that comes to Nigeria is sabotage, so it doesn't function. That's
Oh,
why even common power supply we don't have. If you don't have power supply, that should tell you everything you need to know.
We answered that question straight away. See, it's all about government policy. It's all about government policy. Let me tell you one thing now. Many people are driving cars on the road without insurance. How are they getting away with that? You should make it even impossible for people to even register their car without insurance. How? So you have to put a system in place. So you can start from that car insurance down to start the awareness that, okay, you don't have...
But there is a law now. You can talk about the enforcement, because I don't think you can register your vehicle.
It's like I said, it's not... Let me tell you what, do you know you can drive... Do you know you can even drive car in Canada without even you registering other than the first time you register? You register the first time. Do you know you can... You may decide not to register and still be driving car. The day the police will catch you will be the day you will pay for it, right? So the thing is this, you can get away with breaking laws of offenses to some extent in some way. So like that enforcement you are talking about, like Lagos state government, maybe they are still doing it. I think they tested something that, okay, for your auto reg now, you get to some area, maybe they have camera that will capture your plate number, that will send you that, okay,
you know, it has happened to me now. So that one is not something like...
So that's how to implement system enforcement over time. Because now, look at now, okay, they said they want to do sensor. So people say, we don't need to do sensor though. I said, like, seriously? You know, it's like counting. You know, some workers today, from there, you can now be building. Okay, you know that, okay, these are the number of workers I have. Okay, if I want to even start implementing my enforcing some kind of rule that I want to on some certain group of employees, you understand, where I look for another way to deal with others. You know, now Simba today, you run red lights and they send you tickets and you don't want to pay, they send to your employer to deduct that thing from source. By the time they try that thing with you for like 2 or 3 times, nobody will tell you before you start obeying. Then when it's come to the time for you to renew your car, that, okay, that you know that government will find out whether you have insurance or you don't have insurance, nobody will tell you. Before you know, you will even be the one to start educating people. Before you know, maybe 40 years, 50 years down the line, it will now become the norms within the society. That's how you build things. So, but you have to start from somewhere. Yeah, there will be challenges, but you don't, because of that challenges, do not start. You start and you keep innovating, you keep refining. That's the way it works. So you are saying,
I think I think one of the problems that we have is that even our investors, they are not ready to invest in a long-term project.
Yeah,
it's not always true.
That is where government comes in. That's where government comes in. That's where government allows them to exit the market and have some other person replace them and shuffle this thing. Economy is not that difficult. We just complicate it because so many things can reinforce positive behavior. It's like you will see that even insurance company, they will be ones lobbying the government. Make sure properties rights are this in regulation is there. Make sure the fire service is working very well because they don't want to be paying now. Look at what happened in Los Angeles. The insurance companies, they will be crying. You know, when they see that fire, they will be crying more than the owners of the property because they have to be paying. They have to pay those people. That is how countries
they have to vomit they have to vomit whatever they have taken over the years now.
But that's it. This is why what they are going to do tomorrow now is make sure the government ensure that anything that causes that risk to happen, they want to stop it now because they have an interest in making sure there's no fire. Without any fire, they just keep making money. That's the name of the game. So I don't know why our government haven't done these things. These simple things will encourage good behavior among the citizens and the big boys.
But to Nigeria, you know what I observe is that we are declining over the years. All these things are there before. Yes, housing scheme. Yes, now they were there before. Even
the military.
In the early 80s, even in the 70s, early 80s, as a grad, immediately you finish, they give you a car. That car is not free. It's a mortgage that you be paying gradually.
6,000, depending on your grade.
You see, imagine that they used to do This is the
Nah,
problem.
the
There are so many things that can be
military.
done.
If I
There are so
mention
many things
Buhari
that
now,
even
if I
democracy
mention Buhari
can
now,
do.
Simba will be running after me.
Ah.
At the time of military, this thing started. Now the time this thing started declining.
One thing I would say about President Tinubu is that he does seem to be aware of this area of the economy.
Ola, I can don't let us blame them. We can blame all our leaders, because I could remember my brother graduated from UCH as a doctor in 1981, and it was not given. And the people that graduated in 1980 were given, and this is during the Shagari regime. It's
That's
like
when the rot started now.
even that Shagari regime was a disaster. Don't let us just be blaming the military. It was a disaster. Yes, the looting and everything.
Probably you have a point there though. But then at least we see how the system, that's just the main thing I want to focus on.
Looting, you see, if looting was a problem, America would be poor. If looting was a problem, UK would be poor.
To Nigeria, what I observe in Nigeria is that we were not looking at, our source of income was not actually growing in commensurate with our population.
Like I don't think that's the core of our problem. The core of our problem
is the core. Let me tell you,
we never built a nation that was meant to last.
Check
that's
our revenue now. Believe me, check our revenue now and what our revenue was in 1980. You can't see any significant difference. Believe me, check it.
Yeah, because that's why we are getting poorer.
Our income grow. Wait, how will our income grow when the industries are dying? That's the point. So we are not telling you what
the same thing that what I'm saying that is supposed to be our focus.
Yeah, but we didn't. Our leader didn't do that. It's not for lack of trying. They never built a country.
I'm not saying anything against mortgage. We are just. I think we are just talking generally. Now, I'm not saying it against what we are discussing earlier.
Now you have forced me to the area that I always come back to. The reason why all these things never stood was our nation was too weak. That is why all these we had them in the past, we lost them. And I keep coming back to it because we are getting them back again now. Because the world now is giving us
if we are
going
not
to lose them if we don't straighten ourselves.
If we are not lost democracy, as corrupt as the politicians were, you understand, we won't still be as bad as this. The truth is this: as corrupt as the politicians were, they were still better administrators, even though they were corrupt. They were still better administrators than the military, because the military is just catch them. Or these people, even they were still doing, you know a lot of projects that were ongoing during the Shagari period that became abandoned projects when the military took over. Just imagine Lagos that would have got metro rail as far back as 1984. You understand? And what we are celebrating now. Probably Lagos would not have become a slum like it is today, even though Lagos was.
You see, the thing about what you just said just now is that a system that fails to another system means that it is lacking. Let's not excuse it.
That's just vocabulary.
No, it is lacking. If something fails, it is lacking. And sometimes we do this where we excuse
it. I'm telling you that if the military has not destroyed our democracy, I was saying so.
But the democracy wasn't strong enough to survive. That's the problem. They exposed themselves. They did so many things that exposed them. My point is that if democracy was so pure, do you think that when the military took over,
because some criminal gangs with the backing of some suffering power. Wait.
They handed power to politicians in 1979. And by 1981, they were so corrupt that it wasn't like the people couldn't breathe. They were so corrupt.
Forefather, wait. Those days, when they planned coup in Nigeria, you understand, the UK used to support them. UK used to accept them. Hadn't been that as early as in those 70s, that UK said, no, you should allow democracy to work. Let me say one thing. The military would not have got any excuse to take over power. Your people were thinking that, the military were coming there.
Why would the UK not want the military to work? Why would the UK not want the military to work? They want the military to work because they are the ones that probably engineered the very coup itself. What are you talking about?
You are saying it now. You are saying that maybe a democracy, that external incursion. So That strength
Yeah,
we are
but
talking about that time.
hold on. You have to understand there are limits to everything. Who is this rogue agent that is coming back now? Why is Mark coming back? You know, it's a bit late in the day.
No, you want to come and fight me. You want to come and fight me. When you see like that, you're coming for me.
What did you go and say that?
I think Tunaja is suspecting I'm coming to make him look ridiculous.
No, that drag Mike is yeah. Okay, you want to come and look ridiculous?
I know.
No, I know. No, because I was supposed to be closing around 6 o'clock. I was supposed to be closing. I will close it anyway.
It's not 6 o'clock here. Don't think everybody share.
Here in the UK. The UK time I'm using GMT. The God's time. Where are the
it's already past 6 o'clock now. It's already past now.
UK. See what we are doing now.
Yes.
It's 6:19 in UK now.
Yes, it's UK time. So, but my point is that, like in Nigeria now, if any government comes to office and says, Northern Nigerians, you are not allowed to worship Allah anymore. Southern Nigeria, you're not allowed to worship Christ anymore. Do you think they will not accept it? Because the example I'm giving there is an example of democracy. When we got it in 1979, and they went on to do a very good job.
If they are a smart government,
if they went to go and do a good job, nobody will welcome the military. Even if the British supported that military, nobody will welcome that military. And it shows you that the democracy, they didn't do such a good job. After 2 years in office, and you have so many corruption all over the place. Jesus Christ. You wonder why the military was able to come back. I think
I know you are too young. You might not even be born then. If you see the way Nigerians used to celebrate military whenever they take over, it's like a relief.
I was aware when Buhari took over. I was young, but I got the idea that they were celebrating.
No, don't say that. Were you born that
time? We were celebrating. I was born. What are you talking about? What are you talking about?
This father and old man. No.
Look at that. I don't know. You have seen my picture. I'm a kid. I was there when they...
No, you are not a kid.
Naja is like 30, late 30s.
What's wrong with you?
Ola, don't make mistake. If you are born 1980, you'll be probably 45 now. So what are you talking about?
Still, I was there.
You are not there. I beg you, don't lie. Why are you talking like national mind? National mind that came this morning. National mind be talking that he was working in the Wharf. Lagos Wharf in 1980.
Naija was in a village majority of the time.
They were celebrating him. They were celebrating Buhari coming to office. We know that. Did they not celebrate in your town too? They celebrated when he came to office. So it tells you that the democracy they failed.
Mike was the only person that was not born during Buhari period. Mike was not born that time.
No, but think about it now. If you come to office,
why should military even work? What will be their motivation?
Simba, hold on now. Don't you think that after military regime just come up from office, you get into office, the thing you want to prove is that democracy is worth it. You want to do everything to make sure that you don't do anything that will cause corruption, and at least get your feet in the door and make sure you are stable first. But this democracy in Nigeria, which in how many years, so many corrupt practices. What did you expect to happen?
But practices were corrupt during the military as well.
Yeah, but you are giving the
military. The only thing I can say is different between military and civilian time is just the indiscipline of population. Like, see, where people behave, like no one is scared of anybody. Just Nigerian. That's why I say black man does not deserve freedom. You see people doing insurgents. I mean, like, this behavior is the only thing I've seen.
But during military, there is a sense of accountability. In the democracy, there's no sense of it.
Which sense of accountability? Forget that.
If the president wants to pay, you pay for it.
The military time was the easiest time to even loot, like without nobody knowing.
Yes,
the civilian time is more like open loot, like everybody can see.
During the military, when you loot during the military, it's more of it doesn't appear in the atmosphere. It's not like
that's what I'm telling you now. Like during the military, let me tell you about the soldiers don't know anything about the parastatals, they don't know anything about administration. So the civilians that are running the ministries, they're just looting. The soldiers no,
that's not what
happened. Wait. Listen. They will make a sergeant, a guy that never went, that knows nothing about administration, or he's just a military.
They make it a military administrator.
Exactly, military administrator. So he doesn't know anything. So the civilians that went to school that knows you understand. The whole angle, they just those are just on that, deceiving them,
No.
robbing the country. Hold on, let me finish. Let me finish. Let me
Civilians will
finish.
be scared. Buhari was jailing them left and right. What are you talking about? Buhari was
You
training
can
them.
jail, but no, you only jail who you catch. The military, I can understand that when they
And
catch,
they were escaping the country. A lot of them were escaping from the country because of it. Because when Buhari came to office,
Tunaja, you now listen to my argument. You like doing strong man argument. You argue against what I'm not saying. That's your problem.
Who typed this in the chat? Did you type this and write it yourself?
I think it's one man I did it.
One man is not here. What are you talking about?
No.
I didn't type it. It's
That's on
probably
my
you or somebody. It's true now.
That's
It's
on
true
my
now. You think I'm lying? If you just look at history, when black man has ever performed the best is when he's under what do you call it? Captivity.
It's
That's
always
when
like that with most people.
all over the world. Go and look. When the black man ever become very productive is when he's under captivity. That's why I keep telling people like slavery. The worst mistake we made on the continent was abolishing slavery.
Okay, now this guy is gone.
I mean, it's not foolish, but if I break it down to you, I will make a lot of sense.
It's so foolish that it's like your brain has fallen out of your head.
I don't even know what Mike is saying, though.
It's gone sideways now. Hold on. I need to close this chat up. Hold on.
Don't close it. Don't close it. I want the word
to
to
take over. Do you want to take over then?
No,
because I have to close on my end.
Why do you have to close on your end?
Now it's 6 a.m. in the morning. We have.
Are you leaving now? Are you leaving now?
Yes.
Hold on. I want to.
No. You can go. I can give them like 30 minutes.
What I'm trying to explain is very important.
Okay. You do have access to
back end. No, if you are ready to go.
You are Allah. You are the one that typed that in there and put it there.
So Allah has access now. Allah has access.
That bad belly person, he decided to say that Nigerians don't have black people don't deserve freedom. See, most people are like that.
Do you want me to break down why black?
Okay, break it down.
Okay.
And while you break it down, though, keep in mind that most people in the world were subject to similarity. So you have to differentiate what makes us unique. Go ahead.
Okay. First of all, let me explain something to you. When I say abolishing slavery in Africa, it was one of the worst mistakes we made. Now, when I use the word slavery, people always think slavery means barbarism and brutalizing somebody and things like that. No, that's not what slavery means. In fact, most people on the planet today, they are slave class. From when this whole slave class thing was abolished was when industrialization began. Industrialization meaning now we have this monetary system, machine, all those things. But in the old times, there has to be a slave class. A slave is not necessarily somebody that you brutalize. A slave is somebody that works for food but doesn't work to get paid. And the reason why we have so mass poverty in Nigeria today is because we have so many people that are willing to be enslaved, but nobody's ready to enslave them. And what does a slave mean? I think I defined it earlier, but a slave is somebody that only works for food. Now, when I go to Nigeria, thousands of people come to me saying they just need food. And if I tell a guy, okay, go and do this work, I will feed you, they will do it. Now, what we did, and when you put people to work and feed them, they will do their best, they will do whatever they show they are creative. When people are busy, whether it's for food or for money, whatever, when you keep them busy, that's when they become creative, they gain more experience, they innovate, they become more, they gain more knowledge in what they are doing, and from there they innovate and invent and do things. But when you leave people idle, where they can't do nothing, they just run around begging or just, digging to trash and everything like that, you make them useless. Now, in the old days, most innovators were people from the slave class. Trust me, because they are the busiest people. Now, the Europeans, even the Americans, will tell you, the slaves in the plantation, they usually want to discover something. They come and show master. Master, look at this, look at that, because they're the one busy doing all the work. Master is just thinking in the office, just thinking.
Yeah, but how is that unique to us now in terms of?
But let me break it down to you. Let me explain it to you.
Right.
In Nigeria, the mistake we make is we have so much things that needs to be done, but we can't get it done because we don't have the money to employ the people to get it done. Whereas what we could have done is just gather people that are idle all over the place, put some of them to farm, to grow the food, and to feed, and then everybody else just put them to work for food. Now everybody will be fed, and once you are fed, you can think. When you are not fed, you can't think. We have so much malnutrition, hungry people. That's why they can't think. They all behave like barbarians everywhere. Everybody's just desperate because they are hungry. But once you eliminate that hunger, people will begin to think. So what I mean by slavery is you put people to work without having to pay them. Not by force. You can do by force, but even by volunteering, millions of Nigerians are willing to work for food. So we abolished slavery. And in the ancient time, there's always the slave class. Even before the monetary system was invented, the states, the empire, the kingdoms always have slaves. The slave class were people that
let's clarify this.
Tunaja, let me learn. A slave class is created by, if you're somebody that don't have a land, you don't have family, and the circumstances that created you to become like that. Either maybe you were abandoned somewhere, or you don't know who your family is and things like that. You're on your own, so the state will adopt you as a slave. So you become someone that just work for the state, grow food for the kingdom. The king control. You're under the subject of the king. You're a slave. But it doesn't mean they brutalize you or anything. No.
Let me explain. Let me get something straight. See, there's a difference between a slave and a servant. A slave generally is owned, and there's a difference between a slave and an underclass. An underclass is not owned. An underclass is just the underclass of society. It doesn't mean they don't rise above it, which is also true for the slave. But the technical aspect of being a slave is that you are owned.
Yeah.
However, so that is the distinction. However, if you are arguing that there's always an underclass, but then again, how does that relate to
address my definition. Don't use other words. My definition is someone that work without getting paid.
Okay, that's your own definition of slave.
Yeah.
Okay, but it technically is not.
What do you mean? Okay, define slave.
By that definition, even interns are slaves.
Define slave to me.
Slaves, I just told you now, it's somebody that is owned by another person. So a slave is almost like a property. That is, they own you technically until you buy your freedom.
So now in American law, I don't know how UK law is. Slavery is a crime. To own someone as a slave is a crime. Now, on that definition means if somebody work for you, I don't pay them, you have committed a crime. Because that crime means in that crime it means you enslave someone. In America.
No. That's
the law. I'm telling you.
The only time you commit a crime is
when America abolished slavery, right? It means no one shall work for free.
Actually, you can work for free. What do you think an intern is? Interns, volunteers. How about volunteers?
He's still a slave.
Volunteers are a slave too. Interns are a slave.
I think a slave is necessarily someone that is owned. In the old times.
That is the technical definition.
Maybe the combination of both. Maybe a full combination, a full definition of a slave, a own, and also someone that work for free, that work and doesn't get paid. Maybe that can be a full definition. But part of the definition is someone that works for free, that work and doesn't get paid.
Yeah, but your original, I don't want to distract you with this one. The original assertion is that black people do not deserve freedom, that based on your with your way of looking at it. I don't understand that, because personally, everybody deserves freedom in this world. They deserve their free agency, and with the right conditions and with the right motivation, everybody will strive for freedom.
Historically, a black man doesn't behave well under freedom when left alone to make decisions without accountability. It's proven. Go to any society in the world where you leave black people alone.
I can't believe you are saying this.
Just go anywhere in this planet where there's black people.
In case Mike want to contest for elective position in Nigeria tomorrow.
No, Tunaja, I'm just.
We should never let him, man, should we?
Tunaja,
we should make sure he never smells power.
Tunaja, go to any country.
Attitude. Go ahead.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying it based on evidence and things I see. Go to any community in the world where there's no police and there's black people. They just can't organize. They're literally people that have become they like just don't want to do the right thing.
I think we
And
do.
they become very
Mike.
dysfunctional. I'm telling you.
But Mike, let's calm down. See, some part of me sympathize with you, but my more informed side have found that it's not the case. We may even be doing better than other people in the bigger scheme of things, and it's important we see this, because sometimes we internalize our problems, that we think that we are not doing well enough. Other people see it. They see how united we are on some level. See, our problem is that we've not just been galvanized in a collective way to do something. However, most of the things that divide us is quite minute compared to the things that divide other people. So people are fighting for land, like China and this thing, Russia, India right now. They are disputing for land. Pakistan and India, they are disputing for land. Russia and Ukraine. How many disputes of land do you see in Africa?
A black man is the only man you leave to sleep around, and it will make 100 babies within 2 years. I don't know any Chinese man that can do that, or white man that can do that. You can make 100 babies with 10 different women within 2 years. I'm telling you, the only man that's proven to do that.
That were owning slaves. They were having children like rabbits. All those white men that were owning slaves.
Yeah, but the master is only when the master dictates now.
Yes,
when master feel like you have enough babies, say, okay, that's enough. Hey, go and sit down.
And
I'm
then
telling you,
the so-called white men were also.
Bro, just go to Nigeria, give black men with power, with nobody, like literally controlling them.
Look at
Atiku, 30 children. Name a white man with name a white man with power and money and freedom that has 30 children.
They do have. I think Elon Musk has, from what I got, almost 10 or so. Elon Musk has quite a few children himself, you know.
What I'm saying is, black man, by his nature, they have to be somebody.
I don't think it's a black thing. Come on, I don't think it's a black thing.
Hold on. In the olden days, listen, there's a reason why God put our deities in our midst in Africa, for us to fear them. He put Shango, boom, all of them there for us to look and say, if we go out of line, they will deal with us, because he knows the nature of the people he created. You know, you understand? I'm telling you.
I'm telling
you, like there's a reason why God knows the nature of the people he created. Also a black man.
Mike, you need to stop this. You know?
I'm telling you, you need to study your people more. You know
what is happening to Mike?
I'm not saying all of us, every one of us is like that, though. But I'm just telling you, maybe you are just an exception. But a typical black man, you give him absolute freedom. This guy he will destroy everything. He will destroy the environment.
Are you seeing too many
Father, we need to check AI, whether AI has taken over Mike, because this is not Mike speaking.
I tell you, it's something a little bit weird today. Joel of Nashville has been very quiet. I think we've sinned against him and heaven. If there's a heaven, and the goodness.
I don't think it's here, man.
People are struggling with holiness. I just have to remind you, just to acknowledge that he's here, and we have to acknowledge him, because he may be stepping out and stepping in and saying, "These year people, they don't acknowledge me. They just ignored me here all this while." So, Joel of Nashville, I did see you, and I wanted to acknowledge you a while ago, but people keep interrupting me. So let that be said that officially I did acknowledge you, even if it was a bit late. And
if you want a black man reproductive, you have to use a measure of force, some control to make him do it. Otherwise, it's not going to.
But it is true of all people.
It's
not.
Is Joel the only person that you can acknowledge?
Oh no! Look at that! I thought you are still recovering from your holiness. I thought you are still recovering from your holiness debate, Mike.
Tunaja, Prince Daddy went to sleep after we.
He's waking up now saying we forgot him. He said we forgot him. But Mike is being very negative about black people today, but it's all right.
I'm not being negative, I'm being realistic. Tunaja, look, like in America here, right? The African parents, they are very strict, and they use force to make their children, but then the black American wonder why their children don't, they don't want to be productive and do things. Okay, in school, for example, the public school system, for example, they give children freedom and rights and everything, and yet the white children, the Asian children, they still put in work, and most of them, their parents spoil them. They still put in work. They put in work, but the black children will be like, if I don't do the work, what's going to happen? When you hang around your Nigeria, even your black people, they'll say, what's going to happen if I don't do it? They tell you to do the right thing. And the question you ask is, okay, what will happen if I don't do it?
Are you talking?
You know that question, Prince, that am I lying? They was like, what's going to happen if I don't do it? Does something have to happen to you before you know you need to do the right thing?
Right, Mike, but are you
It's
talking
only
about
black man that will ask you that question. What
Mike,
will
are you
happen
talking about black people in America or black people everywhere?
globally, everywhere?
Globally, okay.
Even in Nigeria, during the military dictatorship, like they know they cross the line, the soldier will blast them, But when the military left, everybody started misbehaving.
Oh yeah,
Even though they know the behavior is
Mike,
bad, they stop
you can't eat
misbehaving.
your cake and have it. The moment ago, you said the military did well and all the rest, better than the civilians.
Me?
Oh no, you didn't say that actually. It was Ola that was trying to say that, or Simba. I don't know. It's probably Simba. Simba is always guilty of everything. But point is, your assertion that black people have to be forced, but it is true of all people.
It's not true of all people. I've been around other people.
Let me give you an example. Lenin, one of the problems, the challenge he faced was that people are not going to accept the change that they are bringing. So what they did was, when they first took over, they said, okay, because at first they wanted to make it open so that people accept change and things change. But they said, no, this is not going to happen except to force it. They had to convert to become a dictatorship before, and there was a division between them for even doing that. Because the idea was that they wanted to, because they said if everybody was equal, why would anybody not accept everybody being equal? But it turns out that people that own land would never give up their land, even if they have too much land. So they had to force dictatorship onto the people, and guess what? That was what they call the terror and all the rest that happened.
No. Tonight there's a difference between trying to take justice against the people and the people rejecting it, and telling people to do the right thing, and people still knowing it's the right thing to do, but not willing to do it.
Yeah, but that's the same scenario.
No, the thing about black man is, even Prince
it.
Daddy will tell you here. I know you live in UK. You probably can agree too. Like, they make laws, but the people that will really reject breaking the law, you have to use police to make them follow the law. Are black people? What are UK, US?
Come on, man, Mike.
Prince Daddy, am I lying?
The example I gave you
in
just
a white
now.
neighborhood, you don't need police there.
Just now.
You don't need to put police in a white neighborhood for people to follow, to know that the right thing is.
The example I gave you just now is that Lenin wanted to industrialize Russia. The people refused to accept it. Then he had to force it, and it led to a lot of death.
No. There's difference between proposing something that people don't understand, right? They don't know what you are trying to propose. Hold on. They don't know what you're trying to bring, and you're trying to take something from them, and they're not sure what you're trying to.
Isn't that how black people behave?
No. Black are different. Black people will know exactly what it is, whatever it is, but they will just they already see the progress of whatever it is, but they don't care. He just care about himself, like his pleasure.
I'm not so sure that is true. Even if you see, what I see is that every group has their own tendencies. Like people,
I agree with that. Yeah,
they have their own tendencies, but I think generally they tend to respond, more united or in a more cohesive manner when the power at the top is powerful and is able to influence them. Whether it's a dictator or whether it's a beloved leader, if he says go this direction, people will go. Like in the case of Mao was not exactly like totally dictatorial. He was just so popular at one point that whatever he told the youth to do, they would do it. And because of that force that he has, that's what made it look dictatorial. But it's because people actually wanted to do what he's telling them to do. That is the difference. So when you have power, if people look up to you, you can use it to do good things. And I think in Africa, we don't have that chance to do it.
So ultimately, what I said earlier is that when black people were most productive was when we were under captivity and oppression. Like,
what?
Yeah.
Come on, man. We're busy selling gari and getting rubber from trees and shaking our backside whenever they visit. That's what we were doing during that time. We were a completely useless bunch of people when they were colonies. And whenever they had a fight or a war to fight, that they were looking for people, they just come and take our men to go and fight for them, and then they bring us back.
Just go and visit. Even Black American will tell you, oh, we did this, we did that. Everything was under slavery.
Yes, I don't like. I don't like. I generally don't like that comment.
They became these people. I'm like, okay, what the hell is this? Even white people are saying, come, we need to put these people. We need to take all these children away from these people. The moment, I'm just telling you, man, like when black man is under that control, that's when he becomes. I mean, in Nigeria, that's why I'm like, they should not hand that education system we had in Nigeria, where military style. They flog you. You understand?
There's something you said just
now. Nigerian students, like literally, when that military style they use against us back in those days, will punish you if you don't do your own work. They disgrace you if you fail. All those things. He made us freaking perform. When every time we come America, Black America look us like you guys are very disciplined.
That's how they used to be in the West. The West used to be very, very disciplined before they.
But what I'm saying is the Oyinbos and the Asians, they don't need to do all those things for them to know that.
They did though. They used to do all those work. They used to do all those things here in the West.
I'm not saying they didn't do it. What I'm saying is that they don't require for them to know they need to. The thing is, what I notice is that if all these Oyinbo, the Asians, once you show them the way to progress, and they can see like, okay, this is where the progress. They can commit to it and not go against it because they know that it's the right thing. But
So,
our own people, hold on now, our own people.
That is not
lazy. Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm not saying listening. Our own people, you can show them the way to the right thing. They'll go against you.
It's basically saying we are stupid people that can't reason.
No, it's not. No. We can reason. No, in fact, black man is probably the most gifted in terms of thinking. In terms of
so how can you
hold on, wait.
Follow rules?
Listen, a black I have been saying to you all this while. Like a black man will know
Mike is sounding like Kemi now. He's sounding like Kemi.
Wait. My brother, it may not be our nature, but there's something that makes us behave like that. But we need to figure it out. I'm not saying I know it all, but what I'm saying is, when I get around black people, they know what it takes to solve a problem. They know what you've broken it down, the way to get out of the situation. But because of personal pleasure or personal reason, they can go against it.
I see what you are saying there is touching on a nerve that a lot of people have struggled with in a long time. I have struggled with it myself in terms of, okay, why is it that we see all the problem around us? Why are we not responding the way we are supposed to respond? And that tells me something, that societies don't respond like that, because if they were responding to every stimuli like that, the society will be very unstable and it will be unwieldy, and it won't be a place to raise the next generation, because everything will be changing all the time. So societies don't respond the way you want them to respond. They will respond at a time when collectively they've reached a certain level of consciousness. Then they will move. That is how society functions.
It's not difficult to spot those people that have gone through leadership class. So we are just downloading your leadership class to down to us, right? For father.
I'm not sure that is my own is not leadership class actually. Mine is just studying when people move. If you look at different nations, when they move, it's not because they didn't see that things are wrong, but they didn't move until some catastrophe hit them. Like you look at Russia now. Russia suffered a lot of catastrophe before they moved. Japan, this in America, this in China, all of them.
Nobody has suffered more catastrophe than Africa, man. Come on, man. What are you talking?
See, when you suffer catastrophe and the people that visited,
they will move on very short.
Hold on now. The difference is that if somebody suffers catastrophe and the person that visited that catastrophe and you wins and controls the outcome, then it might even be worse for you. Because it's like a lion coming to attack an antelope and defeats that antelope. What do you think is going to happen next? It's going to eat the antelope. But if you look at the ones that went on to become free, Russia, China, Singapore, all those ones, it's because they broke away from the control of that beast, and then they went on to build their own defenses. Our problem is that the people that conquered us in the colonization wars, they controlled everything, and then they just handed the keys over to our these leaders and our people carried on from where they stopped. They didn't see themselves as independent from them.
But how much catastrophe can you compare to the suffering and the hell that Africans are going through.
See, the hell that we are going through is equivalent to like boiling a toad in hot water. It's slowly, so you don't respond. When we say catastrophe, if you look at all these ones I described, it's almost instant catastrophe that hit them, and that was it triggers the people to act. And I think that's how societies behave. Society don't respond. You can shout all you want, they will not respond.
No, say okay, allow me to Nigeria. So I think Mike is trying to say something, but you're making excuses. Say
okay.
To progress in life, you have to acknowledge your weakness or your weaknesses. It doesn't make you a bad person. I believe that Black people can eventually compete at the highest level as Asians or white people eventually.
They don't want to. They just want to get laid.
That's qualities. It's just natural, just like, they say Black people can run faster or jump faster. It's just a natural tendency that we have. But there's things that we just lack it, like melanin is plentiful in Black people's body, it's just who we are. Okay. And I think when it comes to, I don't know, maybe critical, see, just like Mike said, we have a lot of damn problems in Africa in our lives, but we are unable to solve our problems. And to the point that we have to be cajoled or enslaved to actually work harder happens to be a reality. Because if you look at Africa with all these Black nations, we're not really progressing. I mean, what more do we need? See, by the way, I agree with you that there has to be a catastrophe for a people, a nation, a community to come together and build. But let me tell you, the white people is not always the case. They think critically. They don't always have to be in trouble. They are always innovating. Is that nature? That's why I said, look, if you look at these countries that have sports, various types of sports, to me is a progressive country. Look at the Scandinavian countries. Look at all these countries around you. They look at their surroundings and they make the best out of it. What necessity is needed to create a snowboard or skiing or having snow sports? There's no necessity to that. It's all games and fun. But they developed it, and they
I think, see, Prince Daddy, I think where your error is that the Europeans didn't go through what we went through or what the others went. Europeans
you don't know what you're talking about.
Let me finish now.
This generation of Europeans, did they go through anything?
I'm not going to take long. Europeans were extremely catastrophic to each other. Like the UK alone fought the French.
We're not chopping each other.
Let me finish now. The UK alone fought the French for 116 years straight.
Yoruba people had 100 years civil war now. What are you talking?
Yeah, but that's what I'm telling you now. The Europeans fought straight. Napoleon Bonaparte came along and he was fighting so many European countries. They were fighting each other repeatedly. They even went on after they conquered the world, fought a First World War and Second World War on top of it, where they slaughtered millions of each other. But yet,
Japan spent 100 years.
Why do you think they are very, very alert? That those wars sharpen their minds. In terms of
it's not war that sharpens mind. Is it desire to sharpen your mind that sharpens your mind? Stop.
Hold on now. The war.
A black child born in the ghetto.
When did they first use the nuclear weapon?
Let me kill your argument. In America, a black child born in the ghetto that witnessed trauma, everything, and a white guy born in goddamn suburb, the white kid is still more determined to be successful than the black kid that born in all this hell.
Because
so I'm trying to tell you.
How can you see? Because the black person there are forces that are.
Stop telling me that some shit about to be before you think.
Mike just said. Explain that.
The example he just gave is an example that not taking into account the forces that are acting against that white child, that black child, from succeeding.
Yeah. No. There's no forces. No, they literally offer money. In America, they offer money for you to go to school. They do government. In fact, some of these kids they pay them not to drop out. Well, these kids they want to because they want to go.
Even if they offer you money, how many
the point of the matter is the black Peking want to go and have fun, and we just want to have fun over.
You know what you are saying.
We don't like to sacrifice. We don't like to go through sacrifice to achieve anything.
It's completely. If it was true, I would have so easily found it easy to support you. But I've thought about this and I've looked at so many examples, and I don't see any. The only commonality I see in the way people respond generally the same way. All human beings in the world respond the same way.
We are
When
not
they
the
are hit
same.
with a
We are not. Just
catastrophe,
accept it.
no, we are. When we are hit, okay, I can give you an example. I can give you an example of this in black countries that were showed signs of what I'm talking about.
Let me give you one.
No, hold on. If you look at the black nations that actually fought more bitterly for their freedom, they tend to be the ones that assert their freedom on the continent.
Like who?
If you look at South Africa, if you look at Zimbabwe, the people that in Rhodesia, the ones that fought the British and whoever that was colonizing them, the ones that fought them, they are the ones that went on to rule the country. And when they were ruling the country, Mugabe didn't want to do what he promised. And those people were saying, we are going to die. The country we fought for, and the white people still own the farms. That's not going to happen. And that's what triggered Mugabe to do what he did. So it shows you what I'm talking about.
Zimbabwe is the best country in Africa today.
No, it's not the best because the geopolitical environment is still against Zimbabwe. But it's an example of what I'm talking about. Do you see that kind of movement?
No. You know how we prove that they are now, because of that, they are now the this and that, they advanced, they are
still self-conscious, and they are still
they can be all self-conscious all you want. Black man is always conscious. We are the most conscious people.
No. The others are
when it comes to action and getting
the
things,
others are willing to shake their backside.
You are more conscious than all Zimbabwe.
Look at South Africa that is smaller than Nigeria and everything. They are the ones.
South Africa is not doing anything. If you take the whites out of South Africa, they are finished. They are whatever you like, but they are more black Nigerians are black people than Nigerians. Tunaja, we are not arguing consciousness here. We are talking about actual advancement.
Yeah, but you need consciousness to be able to move. Without consciousness, you can't fix anything.
Okay. With all the consciousness of South Africa, why are black Nigerians doing better, more advanced than black South Africans?
Because Nigerians have the resources. I would not say they are more advanced.
No, forget resources. No.
I'm not going to say they are more advanced.
Hold on. Don't give me resources.
What data are you using?
Wait. The black South Africans are probably most. Even other Africans call them lazy.
What data are you using now?
Just stop it. The black South Africans complaining that when other Africans come to their country, they call them lazy.
Yes, you call them whatever you like, but what metrics are you trying to say that use?
Well, what I'm saying, that's why your argument is that they went through something and they became more this and that and more productive. And other Africans look at it and say,
I'm not talking about necessarily more productive. I'm saying as a leader.
What are we arguing here? It's not productive.
No. I'm saying that as a leader, their leaders are showing more.
Which leaders? What are they showing?
Sorry. Let me just see what I'm saying. Sorry, let me finish what I'm saying.
You like
no. If you compare them, you are not trying. You are not trying.
You are not talking about leader. We are talking about people.
Hold on now. The leader comes from the people, and what the people does, they are the same pool.
Ramaphosa is very corrupt. He went to prison. You see Ramaphosa was the president of South Africa.
Calm down. Compared to what China went through versus what South Africans went through, the Chinese one was far more aggressive and far more catastrophic for them when it occurred. And when they broke free out of it, they didn't want to look back. They went straight for nuclear. But if South Africans had fought to that point, many African countries have fought up to that point, you will see that they would have gone in that direction. Hold on. See, let me give you examples of in Nigeria.
No, you are talking, they have to go through some level of things.
Let me give you an example, even in Nigeria, to show you what I'm saying is correct. When South Africa was under apartheid regime, and the apartheid regime was even threatening Africans with biological warfare and trying to exterminate black people and all the rest. So Nigeria had a ballistic missile program. Nigeria started a ballistic missile program, and they were looking to start sending forces all the way to Zimbabwe to start backing. As a matter of fact, Nigeria spent some money backing forces in that area. So you can see.
Which Nigeria? Which one?
Oh, this country you are in. I'm telling you.
Send forces. You don't know your history.
This is
send forces to Liberia.
Nigeria to Nigeria.
Oh my God! You want me to bring the video? I'll get the video for you. I'll get the video for you so you understand. I'm telling you,
to buy a ballistic weapon from the United States.
Nigeria wanted to start developing its own ballistic missiles because of what South Africa represented. I'm telling you, it shows you that when you're on
Nigeria, the way for progress is to acknowledge your. See, that's why I always say all the time. You guys don't hear me. Hold on. That's why I respect the Asians and the white people. See, you can call a white man a fool. The white man will come and sit at your doorstep and learn what you have to improve himself. Only the black people go around saying they're the best and this and that.
They will give you an excuse. They will say they need you to blow their head off before they learn that.
I don't know. You see, my own. I sympathize with some of those views, but however, you have to draw the line at where you start saying that black people are inherently backward. I don't see that because I see the same
signs. You don't say they are backward.
I see the signs that I see everywhere else in Africa too. Where if Africans start facing proper threats, like now, the only problem we are facing is that we don't get foreign countries coming to invade African countries the way they do in most regions. If America decides that they want to go and invade,
so you have to see threats.
I was going to ask you a question.
Another example is when Italy was fighting Ethiopia, African Americans were buying tickets.
It's a lie. Stop listening to what he's saying.
Oh my God, it's not a lie. It's not them. It's not them that told me that. It's not a lie. It's a fact.
It was a kind of direct question. Before you get started this conversation, I was watching something earlier, and I said to myself, "What is stopping the white people from killing all the black people in the world if they chose to? What is stopping them?"
You know what is stopping them?
I don't know.
At the time, one, they didn't have the capacity to do that.
Hold on. Right now, if the white man say no, I'm wiping out all the black people in this damn world, what can we do? Okay.
Let me tell you what you can do. Let me tell you one. Before they even start, you are going to have a lot of big problems on your hand. Remember, black people are not just black people. There are a lot of white people that support black people. There are a lot of white people that are related to black people. There are a lot of white people that are connected to black people, so it's not that straightforward anymore.
No, I understand. I see. My point here is that I was watching just a short clip earlier. It was about the U.S. Air Force, and they designed this, what is called the C-5, Galaxy cargo moving airlift plane. I look at the technology and I look at everything that goes into it. I mean, it was kind of massive. And I said to myself, we black people in this whole world are living at the behest, at the mercy of white people. Forget about the relation that
I sympathize with that view, actually. I sympathize with that view. We are living in a precarious... That's why I'm very, very kind of paranoid and alarmed by the way our...
We don't have any defense at all.
Not at all.
Exactly.
This is why when I talk about that, we need our new critical place. I'm saying all those things because of that reason.
To wipe us out. What can we do as a people?
Absolutely nothing. Absolutely nothing.
If you bring that question to a black man, we tell you that before we start thinking of what to do, we need somebody to attack us and brutalize us. Like Tunaja is saying here, we have to.
No, because when I tell you,
so you need to experience something before you know that you need to start thinking.
So hold on, Mike.
That's your argument the whole time.
Yeah, exactly.
That the reason we are not thinking about solving our problem is because we haven't experienced some brutality.
Calm down. Do you know why I make the argument? Because when I sit here and tell us that, when I tell our people that you need to start building your security, you need to start recruiting, you need to start developing your nuclear technology, ballistic missile, and all those things, they will say, we don't need it. We don't. What am I supposed to do? Force them? Until they see fire, they will not move. This is the problem. Why do you think I'm saying what I'm saying?
You have to be the one to start doing it.
I've spoken to many of our people, even military officials. They will tell you that
the thing is, they are being honest with you. They are telling you that I'm a black man and I'm not interested in building shit. But you yourself, you are a black man. You're not interested in building.
Am I not a black man?
Hold on. Yes. You are not different from them. The only difference is you are telling them to go and do it, but you are not willing to go and do it.
Give me the.
You are just a black man like that. I don't want to do nothing. But the only difference is you are the black man that wants to talk and tell the next black man.
Give me the resources, I will do it. What are you talking about?
The people, hold on. You come here to come and tell other black people that don't have the resources to do it.
I don't have the resources. The people
the black people are coming on
you know what, Mike? You know what?
Do they have resources?
Mike, just make me
you are the
Patrice
Lumumba of Nigeria. Hold on, you're the Patrice Lumumba of Nigeria.
Call me whatever you like.
For the past 10 years,
I'm
we're
not that
talking about
guy
these
that
things.
goes
You
around.
could have saved some
No,
money.
I'm not a nice guy. Lumumba was foolish to an extent because he didn't take care of his security.
I don't know if I get his first name right. He's not dead yet. It's like a professor that goes around and talks about Africa's issues.
Patrice Lumumba.
Is it Patrice Lumumba? Yeah, you are the Nigerian Patrice Lumumba. You tell us all the
they
nice
do is talk.
What we're not doing. Or we just talk.
No. See, first, consciousness is where it starts from. You
could have built a science lab. All these 10 years we've been talking about science.
Did that not just play the video of
Emmanuel? You could have saved 10% of your salary for the past 10 years. We're talking about nuclear.
You see what people do when they give you knowledge, and
you haven't made the first step towards building anything.
And yeah, these same of our people are the ones worshiping Christ that didn't.
It's not about Christ. We are not talking about Christ. What I'm telling you is, you as a black man, I know you need something. You haven't made the step towards it. Like,
how do you know?
She was a picture of a classroom where you are doing research or talking to, organize people, and you are trying to figure out how to make a bomb, whatever the things you need. You haven't made that step because that's the first step. Hold on. We get the first step of addressing it like, we need this. The first time you said it, I was like, this guy is right. But then after that, I don't need you to keep saying it.
You didn't say that. You argued with me for a while.
Hold on.
Most people, when they hear me talk like they disagree until later on.
I engage you.
Start clicking in their head that I was correct. And later on they say, I always knew.
There's no human being with common sense that doesn't know that every country needs security.
Actually, you don't.
My fight with you is that you keep saying it after I've heard you say for 3 years before I start giving you Tunaja, how about you save your salary and just start the work? Because you come online to come and tell your fellow black men.
There are certain things you can start the work for.
Calm down, man.
There are certain things you can start the work for.
You come to tell your fellow black man that's in your position.
Myself. What are you talking about?
Wait. You come online to come and tell your fellow black man that is the same position as you to start building nuclear bomb. And I'm like, you need to start it. Why do you have to?
I didn't say.
This is the same thing all these professors, all these black men do. They just make speeches, but they do nothing.
Try to be honest with yourself. I did not say you should go and build a nuclear weapon yourself. I said we as a nation, we need to start developing these things because we are a weak nation. When I said, even the ones that I said we have the manpower right now. I said,
but then
why are we not creating 2 million jobs in Nigeria to secure our borders and make sure that we are not losing almost $50 billion a year? Many people sit here disagree with me.
You know what you could have done? Okay, hold on now. We as a nation need to build something, right? You go and create a science lab, right? And start making the move. And then you engage your government. Like, okay, I've built a science lab, and then now this is what we need from the government to support the lab and everything.
How do you know I have not?
You have not.
How do you know I have not?
Go and bring the evidence. Okay, I'll give you 5 days to go and bring the evidence.
Oh, look at that, because I'm going to report to you.
I guarantee you.
You see, your thing is that
you have not built a single lab.
Okay, so let's say a train is coming on the track.
Better you are saying to because the Nigerian police tomorrow they go come
exactly. Don't mind him. Let's say you are standing on the track. Don't mind him. Let's say you are standing on the train track, and some other person sees the train coming, and they told you, get off the train track. Are you going to say, where's your train? Show me your train. Have you even started building a train before you can talk to me?
Yeah, that doesn't make that argument doesn't make sense.
But that is exactly, you are arguing with me, telling me whether I've done it before.
No, what I'm saying is you're not different from the black. You are just a black man like the other black man you're preaching to. That's the point I'm making. They're not going to build it. Same way the same reason you're not going to build it. You are black men. You don't believe in building shit. You just want to talk.
Black. See, okay, if you want to say the reason that they have not built it is because of interference, that interference will stop me. Fine, you can make that argument. But they'll say,
interference?
Black man,
white man.
Because if they interfere with many nations and they even interfere
with if you go to your village now in your backyard and start learning how to build something, no white man will know you are doing it. Trust me.
Yes.
So why are you not doing it? So why are you blaming white man for not being able to do it?
Hold on. There are certain things you can be able to do in your backyard. There are other things you cannot. Do you know nuclear technology, if you use it anywhere, 10 years time, if they come past that area, they will know that thing was active there.
The first step is to figure
out how
the first step is to figure how to do it. Right? You haven't taken that step. to even figure
The
anything.
first step is letting people know, because it has to be decentralized.
Then don't let us know. How many times you have to tell us before we
Your
know?
problem is that you keep talking. If you make this thing about one individual, you will lose.
But soon as we're not making about one individual. What we are saying is that every black man, all they do is preach. Like Prince that is there, Professor Lumumba.
I don't know how many people that
all the black men. All we know about black men is they always create conscious movement about something, and this movement, that movement. The only thing they don't do is create movement and get followers and talk and preach. But at the end of it, they don't do nothing. They only talk. And
yes.
you know, we are just one of them. That's what we're trying to tell you.
How do you know? Some people are conscientizers, while others are actors.
But it seems like every black man is a conscientizer. Well, we haven't found one actor.
But okay, you could argue, you could even make the argument that maybe things would have been worse for us right now if those people were not doing what they needed to do.
It's a lie, bro.
But no.
Those
your assumption is that the Red Indians are not here today. A lot of people are not around in the world today. Well, we are still standing. There is a reason why. You just
the conscientizer did not change anything. Trust me, they did nothing.
Yeah, you can think that, but you don't know the opposite. You see, the thing is,
tell me how.
When a certain calamity hasn't occurred, you can't prove it because it didn't happen.
Sunaja, we don't need more conscientizers, man. We need more. Sunaja, okay, we have enough conscientizers because 100% of black men claiming they are doing something. I just want your conscientizers. You know,
I think if you ask me, I'm not even sure we have enough. If we did, it would be everywhere. But it's
what
not.
The hell are you
a lot
talking
of people
about?
Don't care about these things we are talking about here. Do you know we are a small minority? You think because we are meeting each other here? You
Bro,
think
trust me, man. There's no black
person
in the world. If you name all these black conscientizers, they don't know their name.
Yeah, some of them they may just know their name in passing.
Everybody knows
they don't understand the concept. No, actually, they don't. They don't.
I've never seen a white man that invents something that first starts by conscientizing white people.
If you go on the street of Lagos now,
no, I never seen Chinese man. Hold on. I never seen Chinese man that invented something or innovates or did anything, build something that first started by conscientizing their people. Like, oh look, we need this, we need that. They just went to build it. In fact, every one of us were shocked. They built it before we know about it. They didn't talk about it before they built it. The thing just came out. We're like, wow. For example, look at the Chinese AI, this new Chinese AI thing that came out. The people that made it, they didn't first go to the Chinese street corners to start talking about it, preaching about it. We need this AI. We need this. We need this. We need this app. They didn't go.
What are you talking about? China talked about.
Hold on.
China talked about the nuclear weapon. I don't know why you're saying they don't talk about it.
No. What I'm telling you, I'm saying the scientists that invent something from China or America or white people, they didn't start off by going on street corners or creating channels to preach about it. No,
I agree with you on that. There are a lot of things Nigeria has created that they didn't announce from the rooftop too. So
a lot of things we create. What do we create?
Nigeria has built a ship. They were not announcing it that they were building a ship. They
Come
were
on, man. Ship is not an
armored car. They built an armored car. They didn't announce it. No, I agree that we are not very, very. We don't invent. We don't do discoveries. We don't do a lot of research. That we need to do. Those are the things. Why do you think I have those things on my this title when I put security law?
But credit to that, whoever that Nigeria is that did it without talking. We have to give those kind of people are people we need to follow. No people like you that just talk. Whoever is doing something, the black man is doing something.
Who asked you to follow me? I don't know where this guy called. I don't know where this guy called.
The black people need to follow me. Maybe not you, but what I'm saying is,
I just said you should listen to what I say, whether it's true or
not. The black people we need to promote are the ones that are doing something, not the ones that are talking. That's the one I mean.
That's what I'm looking for disciples.
You know, I've been being around here and there. This is what I see. I think our biggest challenge is in black people. We don't know how to collaborate and work together. I think that's our biggest challenge because sometimes you don't need to know it all. But if you are able to come together, that's the ability to organize and put aside your differences. See, you just like you said tonight, the British and the French, they fought for many years. Okay, this European, these white people, they are barbarians in a lot of ways, the way they viciously went after each other and whatnot. But it comes to a point in time that at the same time, they are more than happy to come together and work together. It's amazing. It's a gift, if you ask me, perhaps the greatest gift in this world, to be able to come together and work to solve a problem. That is our biggest problem as Black people. Again, we have more than 50 countries in Black Africa with Black leaders. We always trying to want to see a Black African American leader, whereas we have a lot of Black leaders around the world. We can't organize to do any damn thing. Nothing we can do. Okay, it's always complaining about what we don't get or what the white man did to us. That's what we complain about.
From what you said, there is one area that I think I can add something to. When you said about how we kind of always look up to this thing. What was that you said again? Sorry, there was something you said. I think it's escaped when you talked about the last aspect of your argument. But I said, if you look at the way these things work, if you are from the context of trying to do anything, the ideas have to be there first. The ideas are the ideology. In other words, that's why they call it ideology, isn't it? If you don't have an ideology, the people will not follow you. And and just talking, for people to follow you, they also need to feel it. And this is why sometimes events also make them catch up, because you don't have to preach. If you were in China when Japanese invaded the way they did, the Chairman Mao doesn't have to make a long speech to convince them. They know. Many of them lost their family members. Many of them saw their villages get destroyed. They know. They don't need to preach to them. They are converts already. So, and those converts, you know what they are going to do? If anybody stands in their way, they will kill them. They will put them under the ground. They will put them in concentration camp. They will do everything to stop that event from occurring to them again, because they've seen what happens when the people take their culture for granted. This is what changes nations. I'm sorry to say that this is how human beings behave. Human beings don't like to respond just by convincing. Just tell them peacefully. They don't change.
Hold on. India today, right now, they figure that, wow, we have to, get in the game, start catching up and industrializing, doing all this building and making things. Did they need someone to come and invade them or this thing before they realize they have to start doing that? I mean,
they needed it.
No one.
India was invaded. Anyway.
No, just recently.
China want some territory from India. Pakistan is fighting India. Yeah.
You want to compare?
No. The British people went to India and they
then the British did that too.
No. I'm talking about recently, because they just recently just decided, hey, let's start our own program and start inventing and doing things. Recently,
I think America.
Talk about the part when the colonization.
India was a nuclear power.
I think American developed India, not that they made that move. When they were looking for cheap labor and they look at where they can get cheap labor, and American investors started moving the investment offshore to India. So
you're not talking about Indians are making things today. You can't say Americans teaching Indian how to make stuff.
It is because of America, nothing.
Let's stop
because of the Western countries. No.
How? See, when they start teaching them how to make fifth generation fighter jet and all these things.
See, globalization helped them because some of these Western countries, they move their investment to that place. So by that partnership, they learn a lot
lead to them
being
innovative.
See, when you learn from others, you become innovative. Like,
okay, so what's stopping from learning from others?
Well, because of our instability. At least you can't compare.
Oh Lord have mercy. Hold on. First of all, I'm not. The argument you're presenting to me is not what I'm arguing.
Let me tell you what.
Wait. Give me before you start arguing blindly. Calm down. What my position is, Tunaja is saying that you need someone to invade you and brutalize you before you realize that you need to start doing something. But you are saying what you are presenting is the opposite, is different. You are saying that someone came to invest or whatever, which is not the same argument Tunaja is presenting. Tunaja's own is that before you can do anything like that, you need someone to invade you and attack you and things.
No, not necessarily. Okay.
It depends on the way you see invasion anyway. So
what I'm saying,
invasion doesn't mean they should go and beat you off.
What I'm saying is that sometimes from history, what I saw is it tends to occur from there. I'm not sure it's the only way, because the essential ingredient is the people.
It's not the only way. Just accept it.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Well, we argue with you. Stop telling us that one way is one way.
However, if you look at all the nations that are developed in the world, none of them were living, oh, let me just chill out peacefully, then they became developed. That's not how it worked. Most of them were securitized, militarized before they became developed. It's only African countries that choose not to do that.
I have a question for you. If I bring a bunch of Nigerian children, maybe school children, and I have to talk to them, is this what you tell them?
That what?
That they need to, until they get invaded and things like that, before they can be able to do advance?
No. What I would tell them
so why are you telling us this rubbish here, man?
No, we are discussing the reasons why societies have not responded.
No, that's not what you would tell your children and children.
No, because that's not what we are discussing with children, is it? We are discussing the idea why we are where we are.
So now, calm down. Children be watching what we are doing here, because when a child is consuming this rubbish, a child will not think like, oh, maybe I can become innovative until I go through this bullshit. So now is telling me.
If it is the truth, hold on.
Tell children that, hey, this is what listen. You don't need.
But we also said it's not the only way.
So now, you just now saying it. That it's not the only way. That's why
I've always said that. Why do you think I was able to isolate the essential ingredient? You don't even have a clue. You just
you shouldn't even be
always hop on my back and say you know all this already. You don't, because you've never bothered to think about these things. I speak about them.
First of all, you should never present it as a way. First of all, you should never present it as a way that you have to be.
I presented it as a way because that's what I've seen happen the most. That's what I've seen happen the most. And when Machiavelli wrote in his book, why do you think I came and presented it? I said, because I have been saying this already. That when he said you can't have a country that is supposed to be functional if your security is not strong.
No one has gone through more brutality than black people. So that your argument is just even dead. Look at Caribbean. Hold on. Caribbean countries, they came straight from slavery. Like slavery straight to become free. Brutal slavery. Even Nigeria didn't go to slavery, was more advanced than them. So don't give me this crap, man.
I told you that these things are not, it's not black and white. You have to have a kind of
I gave you the full reason earlier. The real reason is organization. That's what it is. And let me tell you why we are not advancing. I will give you the true reason right now. We are not putting people in their places. We don't have a system that put everyone in their places. In the sense that if you are this great, you are gifted in this particular area, we'll put you in that area to we create the avenue where if you are good in this area, this is where you will be. If you are good in that area, this is where you will be. Meaning that you go, before you get there, you prove that you are gifted in that area.
Okay, now let me ask you now.
Hold on. Let me learn. Let me make it clear.
I will ask you, you will talk more. So now let's say that is true. Then the person asks me, I say, why do I have to do this? What would you say?
What do you mean?
Why would I have to be in my place? I don't like it. I want to be somewhere else. I want to be
no one is forcing. Calm down. It's not like you go around and force somebody to be somewhere. That's not what I mean by put people in their place. What I'm saying is everybody comes looking for opportunity, everybody in Nigeria is desperate to get somewhere, right? Now, what I'm saying is a system in place where you go to apply somewhere, say you want to get in somewhere, and the system examine you and realize that you are good to be here, you are gifted to be here, and they accept you in that place. And they recognize that you are not good to be there, they reject you. Now you go find where you belong, go apply somewhere else. It means you go apply somewhere else, and you go somewhere else to apply, and they discover you that, oh, this is where you are good, and they accept you. So a system that filters people.
Okay.
And that's the point I'm making. Like in America, for example, they have system where you have a venue where if you are good at anything, you can navigate that avenue to get to your destiny. Let's say you are, for example, if you look at all the gifted, all the successful Americans, even Europeans, you find out they discovered at the early age. You can see their childhood picture already signed to this club or this academy, whatever. whether it's in science, whether it's in sports. For example, my younger sister.
You are talking about nations that have already made the
Hold
sacrifice.
on,
Yours have not made it. So
forget sacrifice.
no.
Sunaja, wait.
Talk about no. They've already talk about how they got there.
Sunaja, stop this bullshit. It's a system, not sacrifice, that led them there. It's just someone figure it out.
It's not a system. They fought a war, they won, and they went and built a nation. Now you are talking about something else. They are not Nigeria.
Nigeria doesn't.
They are not Nigeria. Nigeria didn't fight
Let
a war
me
to
learn
win
now.
independence.
You are responding to what I'm not saying.
Because I gave you see, hold on. What you are doing here, I gave you a prescription, and you ignore that prescription and start drawing on the same board that I already gave you a prescription against. In America, America is an example of what the prescription I gave you. America fought for their freedom. Find somewhere else where that did not happen.
Does Nigeria need to go to a war to create a system I just described just now?
See, I'm telling you that they don't need to.
In 2025, does Nigeria have to go through a war and hell before they create a system I just described just now?
Mike, see, you know when I said...
Just answer my question.
No, I just told you they know.
Okay, so what the hell are you talking about?
See, try to understand. When I said that America now is going through something that I've never observed in history to have happened before, which is the massive demographic shift that will mean that the majority becomes minority without a war. I've never seen that happen. America is going to go through...
Don't shift the argument. You like moving...
Hold on. I'm making a point that America is going to experience upheaval in the coming years. That is based on that prediction. The same thing is what I said. I said, based on what I've seen, that I've never seen nation that just peacefully dabble their way into development without taking security into account and all this thing. No, I've never seen that before.
No, before you dive out, hold on, please. Sunaja, first of all, when you study the history of people that created these system ideas, they were philosophers. What America do is their philosophers came and said, listen, we went to school, we studied philosophy, they came together, rub minds, and figure what way can we do to make things better and better and better. I said, okay, here's a way. People are born with different talents, different gifts. Okay, let's do it this way. Let's create a system where you apply, we test you, we see what you're good in, what you're best in, and you show your qualification and your gift and everything, and then you compete with other people, and then whoever wins, we get you in. So they didn't have to go through war. So it was something
they did, but you see, your thing is,
chill out.
Who created that system? What created that system? That's what you should ask yourself. What created the system?
Sunaja, chill out. It is common sense to know.
Common sense is what created the system, eh?
Yes, it's common sense. The problem with Africa...
Give me another example that didn't go through war that created it.
Sunaja, it's not war. It's not war. Sunaja, your argument all night is that it takes war for you to think.
No, I'm telling you that it's not, because America may survive it without...
You keep saying it's not. That's what you're saying.
You don't listen. Calm down. If
your argument is like you constantly contradict yourself.
You see, if I want to say something
my brother,
about black men, is that black men
you constantly contradict yourself.
Black men are so egotistical that they don't want to learn. They talk as if
no. There's nothing to learn from you, Tunaja.
You see, you are making my point.
You constantly contradict yourself. You constantly,
in a way, you are describing yourself when you make that assumption.
You constantly contradict yourself. You are saying it takes war. I'm telling you that people, Tunaja, hold on. I say people you have to sit down and think, and you are saying it takes war. And then I say, you are saying it takes war. And I say, no, you don't take war.
The examples I've seen.
What are you telling me? It takes war to think.
I even gave you an example that America may go through those upheavals, but it doesn't mean that they have to destroy people, because in history, before that will happen, it takes war. They kill each other before one population replaces another population.
It takes war before they start to think.
War for that to happen in history, from what I've seen, and America may have to do it peacefully. My point is that it means that there are other ways to do these things, but it's not that many. It's not that many. I'm trying to find them. Like an example of one of the ones I came up with was what this Ethiopian leader did when he said they wanted to build that Renaissance dam. Then the citizens contributed to that Renaissance dam, and because they contributed to the Renaissance dam, they owned it. So in other words, when Egypt was threatening the dam, The people united, like, hey, how dare you break what we invested?
So why did they start thinking after that?
No, because that's why I'm trying to give you another solution, that the way to do it is to force the people, to get the people to do something together. And why do you think I was furious with the Nigerian government? Whenever they want to do something, they don't like to make Nigeria.
So, okay, I think I get you now. So you are saying, okay, you are saying that maybe a war and all those things is one of the ways where it make you start thinking. But there are many other ways to start thinking.
They are possible.
But do you also agree with me that, okay, we can start thinking now without having to go to...
Yeah, you can start thinking now. Why do you think I'm thinking now?
Okay, so we agree there. We agree. I don't know why you been arguing with me the whole time.
Oh, look at that.
Because I've been telling the whole time that we don't need to go through, but then you keep telling me, no,
yeah. From the beginning, when you ask me, I answer the question, you keep asking me.
Hold on, my argument with you. Hold on, you started arguing with me because you came and told us that we have to go through some kind of Holocaust. And I'm saying, no, you don't have to. You can start thinking, no. And you started arguing with me.
Said the example
at the end of the night, you came to agree with me. Hold on, at the end of the night, you came to agree with me that you have to go through some bullshit war.
I always said you don't have to.
No, you never. You always tell me, no, we couldn't do it because we haven't.
You asked me, I told you I answered it, and you asked me again. I told you I've answered it.
I got you.
You don't have to.
No.
That, because why do you think I know that we don't have to? It's because if I hadn't found this, this
is what happened.
Oh,
I debated you that you shifted and shifted.
I didn't shift because I was the one that gave you the example.
Because you always argue with me.
Oh my God, how can I shift when I already know the example myself? You didn't give me the example. I gave it to you. You see, your problem is that when somebody is feeding you information, you pretend as if you already know it. You didn't know it.
So Naja, you've
never thought about this thing.
The reason. Oh no. You said the only reason we can advance is because we haven't gone through.
No, I never said the only reason. I said most of the examples I see in the world implies that catastrophic events has to occur. But then I went on to say the essential ingredient is ability for the people to unite to do something together. And I ended up giving you the example of Ethiopia, where they did that. And Ethiopia is still a tentative case because it's not like totally transforming the nation necessarily, but it just united the nation. If Egypt had attacked, it would have galvanized them beyond this thing, beyond the point of no return. Egypt didn't attack them because of it, and African nations don't get attacked for some weird reason.
But this that same Egypt that you are mentioning, how many times was Egypt invaded in history? They were invaded so many times now. So where are they?
Yes, that is true. Most of the invasion that they suffered, they kept losing. And they never got a chance to recover. You remember, one regime takes over from the next regime. One regime takes over from the next regime. So if you never got a chance to recover, well, how would you be able to fight it back? And besides, many of them...
When you say one catastrophic event must happen, what magnitude of catastrophe are you expecting for you to develop?
Oh, no. What I'm talking about is if you encounter a catastrophe like that and you are able to survive it, you push it back.
I'm saying, I want to see the magnitude because there's no way everybody has been at least encountering catastrophe. So what magnitude of catastrophe do you need for development?
They killed 6 million Congolese. If after that, Congolese didn't advance to anything.
No, that one is not a kind of war. That one is just they've already been conquered and they've been maltreated.
I want to know you have to see the magnitude though.
So
tell me the magnitude.
The kind of ones I'm looking at is it doesn't even have to be you directly. It might even be a next door neighbor that was invaded and attacked, and it teaches you a lesson. That is that, oh my God.
So we haven't learned all these years from the Congo, from all this horrors and hardship across Africa. We've not learned.
Because you don't feel it. That is the problem.
So we need to look us before we start feeling it.
No, I get it. I know they have to understand that we have been conditioned to be like
you
this.
have not answered my question to Nigeria.
Okay, let him ask the question. You are talking about the scale of the catastrophe.
Yes.
The examples I've seen is that a nation has to be almost down on its knees. Like in the case
give
of
us
China.
Example of each
I'm
country,
giving you the
the
example,
country that you know that have developed. Then you tell us the catastrophe.
The famous one is China. When the Japanese invaded them, and the Japanese were extremely brutal with their invasion, and they used the Chinese for experiments. They killed them, raped, and all kinds of destroyed cities, and your whole cities they were destroying. And when the Chinese got out of it, I think it was Chairman Mao that said he thanked the Japanese for invading them because that woke them up. You see, that statement it crystallizes the point I'm making. That even a Chinese leader said, "Thank you for invading us because we were just misbehaving before that time." But when they invaded them, their eyes opened to the realities and they got their act together. So if you look at for example, that's a good example.
People, the Chinese culture over
Those
many years.
Chinese, we did done it to Africans. Trust me, they wouldn't have
the Chinese culture for many years have been creative and innovative. It's well documented. Okay, because the Japanese invaded them. It doesn't support your arguments. The Chinese people did not need to be invaded. So sometimes it doesn't matter how strong you are. If a stronger nation develops a technology or some kind of know-how, they can overpower you. Not because you're lazy and not thinking, it's just because a superior person or power came by, and that's what happened in the world. When Alexander the Great came about, when Xerxes came about, they fought powerful nations and they defeated them. Not because those people were lazy, just because they were better. So to your argument, in trying to answer Simba's question, listen, no, it's our nature to be who we are. Let me just put it nicely. We're black people.
I don't see it like that because I've seen that even in
average
Africa,
black man just wants to have
see, even in Africa, if you look at the nations, that are the most independent minded, like Algeria now, they fought the French to a standstill before they left. Even Egyptians fought for their freedom more than we did. Zimbabwe fought, and you can see that they expressed their freedom more. South Africa fought to an extent, and they expressed their freedom more.
They have children, little kids, high school kid, whatever. What kind of advice would you give them? How would you go about motivating them? And I don't think
tell them. You know what I would tell them?
I would tell them that they should wait to get.
You know what I would tell them? You know what I would tell them?
Don't fit that job tonight.
Let me tell you what I would tell them. I would tell them that in this world, the world doesn't owe you a living. You have to do everything that you can to protect your people. And any nation that is technologically and militarily more advanced than you, they are a threat. It doesn't matter any nation. Your job is to prevent that threat from overwhelming your people. That is at the core of it, and it is their job to do that. They have to start from a young age, start learning it, and that's what people like Russia, China, that's what they teach their children. So that is what I will teach them. And I'm not going to tell them that, oh, they are going to get attacked because they are children. That's not the kind of conversation you have in a more grown-up environment. So I'm not going to tell them, oh, you have to wait to yourself to get attacked. No, I will tell them, any nation, just start from now. Any nation that is technologically more advanced than you and has more military than you, they are in danger. You have to always prepare. If you want peace, you have to prepare to fight to defend your peace. Otherwise, it will be taken away from you, and they will decide whether you have peace or not for you. That's simply the nature of the world. If that is not a good enough lesson, I don't know what else is. Oh, look at that! They have gone silent. Even Mike. They don't have much to say anymore.
Because we can't pick anything from what you just said now.
You know, Simba, I do know where your farm is, Simba, he keeps saying all this stuff, all your chickens, I know where they are. All those eggs, I know where they all are.
Know your problem, You think you have monopoly of knowledge
before you
walk. I have monopoly of specific area of knowledge because I make that my priority.
Which specific area is that?
Paranoia. Paranoia that you should not go to sleep. You should sleep standing upright. That is my paranoia.
Just think you are there to lecture them and you know more than them. Even people you never met.
If you know more than me, I will listen. And you know what? You see, the reason why you don't notice that I listen because I don't make a fuss about it.
If they don't allow you to talk for 30 seconds, you already
look at that. I do listen.
It's like you're losing oxygen. Let me talk.
When somebody's arguing, people remember them. But when you are listening, people don't remember you. That is the difference. And when I agree with people, they don't notice.
So you want to be remembered. That's what it is.
No, I don't argue. No,
you get to create your YouTube legacy.
I'm trying to let you know that I don't always disagree with people. When somebody tells me something that I don't know, I'll say, oh yeah, I agree. But you won't notice it. The other people won't notice it. Because why is it that it looks like I win arguments all the time? But it's not because I win, because I agree with people that I know more than me. That's why you don't detect it. Many times, I think there was something.
You know when I really figure you out, when I saw you on Daily Ogun, Daily Ogun, when Daily Ogun came to Rural Channel. So I was looking at Daily Ogun, like Daily Ogun is a dummy. Like, I know more than this guy.
Man, you guys would not forgive me for that one. This attitude of people. What is wrong with Nigerians? You know how many people that gave me heat because of that day? Unbelievable.
And even if I gotta be humble now, this guy saying he's little, and this guy was.
I tried to be humble. I did try to be humble about it. Now, why are people giving me heat about that guy? I was like, I didn't know people love this guy so much. It's ridiculous.
It's not about love, man. Man,
people love that guy too much. Jeez.
Everything the thing you argue, no, it's not really about you going against him. The point you were arguing against him, the man already read. He told you read about 80 books about that particular point. You never read one single book about that particular point, but you begin to argue with the guy. I'm like,
I didn't argue with him. I just made a comment that how can he say we should go back into the past?
And that's where you got it wrong. The man never said go back into the past.
He actually said that. I can replay it so you can hear it.
Okay, wait. Let's make it clear. Okay,
we have to go back to the past.
Okay, explain what you mean by that first of all, so that way
what I got from that, because he gave another example. He said, if you don't go back to your ways and even your territories, he's talking about even the territories, like Yoruba man has to be Yoruba and all the rest, going about doing all those things.
That's not what he's saying. That's why you misunderstood.
That's why, he literally used those examples.
That's why you misunderstood him.
Calm down. I know he meant something else. He probably meant something else. But
probably.
So that's why he has to be careful when he says.
When you use the word probably, that means you didn't really get the whole point.
No, but he also gave an example of China, Russia using all those. That's why I said, why are you using these nations as this example? Because when these will transform their nation, they didn't go back to the past. As a matter of fact, they destroyed their past.
What Dilogu is saying is that, listen to me. What Dilogu is saying is that we have ethnic groups in Nigeria, ethnic nationalities in Nigeria, well recognized. If you ask any Nigerian around on the street, even on this show, they will tell you specifically which kingdom they come from. And they are emotionally attached to it. They speak the language, they practice the culture. That's their identity. These things exist. It's a reality. But today's Nigeria, we ignore it and we just want to do this one Nigeria that we can't define, which is just we're all English people. The idea of the extension of British Empire, which is you speak English and that's it. Oh no, wait. You learn about Western world, England. He's telling you that, listen, you have to take a step back to where you started, which is, where were you? Who were you? And from there, you come together, you are one people, one Nigeria, but you recognize the differences among you and you acknowledge it. You let every locality be in control of their culture and everything. However, you can create this one Nigeria and work out this one Nigeria thing. That's what he's trying to express to you. But he's like, no. We are going backward. We go back to living in mud huts. We go back.
No. See what
you and that one, girl, like that one, I don't get. I don't have no brain.
Even
you guys came there saying, is it telling us we have to go back to living in mud huts?
Calm down.
Hold on, wait, calm down. You and that girl was saying, is it telling us that we have to go back to building mud huts? Who is it telling you to start abandon your mansion and build mud huts? That's not what he's saying.
Okay. Calm down now. Let me see. What even the example you gave is why I said we as a people, for want of a better word, we are a little bit retarded when we talk about identity. The example he gave is a problem too. Because he keeps saying you should go back to your ethno nation. Who says you have lost your ethno nation? Mike, are you under any illusion that you are not Yoruba? Hold on now. I'm asking you a straight question, please. Let's not just talk over each other. Are you under any illusion that you are not Yoruba?
Sunaja, what do you think he mean by saying?
He's not answering the question.
No, hold on, wait, I'm not.
Are you?
The answer is
You're
no.
not on. Yes, exactly.
Sunaja,
So why bring that up? Then he also went on to hold on now. Then he went on to use examples of those other nations that never did what he's saying.
Sunaja,
and that's what I didn't like.
Sunaja, calm down. I'm being pressing my argument. What do you think he mean by ethnic nation?
Ethnic nation is the fact that those people are of a certain tribe. They formed a nation. That's what ethnic nations means. A tribe of a nation of a tribe, or tribe of a nation, however you want to look at it.
So many breaking. Are you saying it means like you break Nigeria into ethnic nation?
No, he says you have to go back to that mentality or that way of thinking before you can develop your consciousness.
But you just asked me that don't I already recognize my ethnic nation? And
exactly. You never had that problem. So why is he talking about the problem that doesn't exist? You see, what he should be emphasizing is the area that we are lacking.
This is where I think you got it wrong.
Mike, you can't have two legs and somebody is giving you a crutch. What do you need a crutch for? When you are busy trying to fly.
Sunaja, you think Delogun is so stupid that he thinks.
I'm not saying he's stupid. He may be wrong sometimes. He's not a god.
You think Delogun is so stupid that he thinks that every Nigerian recognizes the ethnic nation and is telling them that you don't recognize it, you need to go back to it. Is that what you are telling me?
You see, now what you got from that is why I opposed what he said, because what you got from that is my point. He literally even gave examples. He mentioned Russia, he mentioned China, and he mentioned one other country in Europe or somewhere around the world. And I said, all these nations you mentioned, Russia killed their monarchy to the last person. They finished all of them. France got rid of their monarchy too. This in China got rid of their monarchy. These people tore their past apart. And I don't understand why he would use that as an example. That doesn't seem right.
The problem how we're Africans. It's like they always have to put their they have to look at the European standard and other worlds to really.
I didn't. He used the example. And why do you keep talking about? He's the one that used the examples.
Calm down.
People defend him without even being rational.
Hold on, man. Chill out, man. The man is telling you that Nigeria needs to do this, and you keep telling that it's wrong to do that, it's wrong to do that. And he's telling that no, it's not necessarily wrong. We are, in fact, remember him telling you that we are unique. We are not, at one point, he told you we are not European.
He wants to make us
wait,
unique.
now, wait. He said we are not European, we are not Asian, we are our own people. But then we keep telling you were the one that brought down, in Russia, they did this. You're like, no, Russia, they went back at one point.
No, they didn't go back. Actually.
No, that's why you were the one that went to point at those places, and then he was responding to you by telling you that they also did it at one point.
No, he gave examples of it. He was the one that first gave examples of it. That's why I gave him the example.
Hold on. You are not taking that point that he made to expand and say, okay, but yeah, they went there, but then they collapsed and this and that. Well, it's like no, but the main point
didn't go back. None of them went back.
Hold on, listen. The main point he was making was not to tell you that because Russia did it, or because China did it, or because UK did it. That's not the point he was making to you.
See, do you know why I find that?
Tell you that we are unique.
See, Mike, do you know why I find that irritating? I may not have written books, but I understand one aspect of societies. I understand that nations are built by nationalists. When people keep telling you to go back to your ethno nations, when you are in a bigger nation, but they don't want to.
But Sunaja, what do you think?
You have a problem.
Sunaja, come now. What do you think he mean by going back to ethno?
I think if I'm being generous, I would say that he was trying to say that you should go and gain yourself back. Don't be brainwashed by Western narratives.
So what's wrong?
Other narratives. There's nothing wrong with that. I would have kept stop. I would have praised him for saying that. But he didn't stop there. No. You see, that's the thing. He didn't stop there. If you look at what he said, he went further and tried to imply that is what the Chinese did. That's what the others. I said, that is not what they did.
Calm down. Forget what the Chinese did. He's telling you as that we have to take a step back to recognize what your identity is, what you've been evolving from for thousands of years. You don't abandon all the knowledge you accumulated for thousands of years, your DNA, your language, your linguistic, everything you acquired for thousands of years. You abandon it. It's everything your ancestors accumulated for thousands of years. And knowledge, you don't throw away and become. Just throw everything away, become a Baptist or Catholic or a British Englishman. That's what he's trying to tell you. Now you and
I
I
agree with that
wait.
point.
Hold
I will
on.
never
Last
disagree
statement
with any
before you
what he said.
please. Last statement before you respond. Now you and Agbo man, will
God.
you be willing, which is a lot of mistake a lot of you Nigerians make, for your children to forget the Agbo language, the Agbo culture, for a European culture or some other shit that they will be lost. They become Black Americans or Black British or whatever the hell, or Caribbeans, which is the reason why the Caribbeans and Black Americans are crying that they have lost who they are. They don't know who they've been for thousands of years. They became something else because the white man took them from Africa and wiped all their ancient knowledge out of them. They don't know who they are. They are speaking French, English, they don't even know who they are. So they have to look up to the Europeans because they don't know anything else. Is that what you want your children to forget?
Hold on. See, if that was what he said, I would have praised him. I
That's
noticed
what
that.
he said.
I noticed
You
that
didn't
when he
get it
become
because you didn't listen.
I got it because I listened to him.
You don't know how to listen.
Hold on.
That's
Let me say what I said.
Say.
Then I didn't disagree. Then he could have just said, "Agree with you." What I said. That's not what.
That's what that man was saying.
Hold on now. See, I noticed that when you get this stretch, you start giving me a try, but it's all good. If that's what he said, he would have just said, what I meant was I didn't say that we shouldn't create anything new, but he didn't say that. He still hacked on and started talking about this thing. See, hold on, let me finish. What I find with Nigerians is that they will be conscious of Western influence. They will be conscious of why they need to return to their past. But when they want to talk about Nigeria, they are often quite, how do I put it, less charitable. To be generous, they will be less charitable. They will be like, "Oh, your ethno-nationalist identity is more important," and that is
more important than what?
That's dangerous thinking.
More important than what?
Than your current national status. You see what I mean? And that is what
it's
they do.
More
and
important
that,
than
what they do is that.
Do not just answer the question.
It's more important.
And I'm
asking more important than your national identity, your country identity, and that you know why that is dangerous.
At this point, it's more important. You know why? It shouldn't be more important.
It is not. Let me finish. You don't let me finish my point. Hold on. Let me finish the point. So the reason why it's dangerous because that national identity is almost like an umbrella. It's a first layer. If you don't reinforce it, you make the tribal identity more vulnerable. You are endangering the thing you claim you cherish so much. Just like Kemi Badenoch did.
Okay, good. No, not like Kemi Badenoch, but good. I get your point. But listen, I listen to the man. Now, that's the reason why he said that. If you go back and listen to him more, maybe you just listen bias and you don't pay attention. You lack listening comprehension. He mentioned that Nigeria as the national identity has not been defined. It's not defined. So at this point, the fact that we haven't defined what Nigeria is, we have not defined, we haven't got to the point where we compose the idea of Nigeria. Because Nigeria, till today, is still the definition of the colonial definition.
How is Nigeria not defined? You see, that's Nigeria the problem. That's why I said he's been disingenuous.
Dele Ogun is not the give me a chance. Dele Ogun is not the first man to tell you that Nigeria is not defined.
Because those people are morons.
Hold on. Shore has said it. Several other people have said it. I have said it.
Yeah, these people, what have they done for the country? This people of thinking is
give me chance to talk now. You spoke. Let me give me chance.
Yeah, go ahead. I'm just responding.
If Burna Boy, when he came to America, when the Black Americans are telling you that you are trying to be like us, you are copying us. He himself admitted that Nigeria was supposed to be the one people should be copying, but we are trying to be Black Americans. Nigeria identity has never been defined because the British, their agenda was to make Nigeria an expansion of the British Empire. And when they left, they abandoned the idea to the Nigerians. And Nigeria took it, and we kept following that idea. We keep developing. So the Nigeria Empire, a country, has not been defined as the unique African or there's something that has to do with the geographical space. Hold on. But every Nigerian look at Nigeria, look at it and say, I don't understand this thing. So they all resort to being in the corner of the ethnic group. Like, okay, I understand me myself as a Yoruba person, or Ijebu, or Yo Egba, or Ijo, Ogoni, Igbo. I understand better because when I look at Nigeria, it's really not something African. You understand? So everybody's like, this Nigerian identity is not defined, and the Nigerian state has not defined the Nigerian identity. They've never come to one and say this Nigerian identity is like this, is like that, is like that. They've never defined it. All the leaders we have from independence, none of them have defined the Nigerian identity. All they do is just follow the administration. Hold on, wait now. Hold on, 10 seconds, 10 seconds. All of them just continue, is the continuation of the British administrative system that it was created. So he's telling you that we have to define the Nigerian identity. Until then, everybody is just their own ethnic identity. That's it. Go ahead.
So yeah, you see, what he is doing there is what many Nigerian leaders do. Maybe because they are all tribalists themselves, they've never managed to free themselves of their tribal baggages. And that is part of why I said they are, when it comes to their national identity, they are less charitable. This is a nation that has been founded since in 1960 that our leaders have been running. They even went on to write a constitution for themselves. They overthrew themselves, dethroned themselves, and they did all kinds of stuff. Yawa, we got here. And you still don't understand that you have a nation. If I can sit here and define a nation and I have not written 10 books, and somebody that has researched our history doesn't understand what a nation is, then you have a problem on your hand. Did Mussolini know what a nation is when he made Italy a nation? Did England know what a nation is before they made England a nation? You have to understand that your nation is defined by what you make it. Like now, if you ask me what Nigeria is, I'll say Nigeria is a collection of tribes that are in that geographical spot that is extremely hold on, that is extremely important strategically on the African continent and in terms of this in lineages around the world.
You just hold on. Me.
No, I'm not.
You just did.
See,
he said Nigeria's a nation of tribes.
Yes,
that's what he's saying.
The same thing is the same thing as the UK. What? See, his own is that. Hold on, you didn't let me finish. You didn't let me finish. His own is that he's saying that the national identity. That's what I'm defining. I just referenced the lower.
Thank you. That's exactly what he said.
Hold on, he's more charitable. Don't you understand it? He's more charitable to the tribal identities than the national one. That is my issue. He keeps saying we don't have identity, and I see that in many Nigerian leaders. And when I see that, it bothers me a lot.
I get it. You already said it. You don't need to twist it. You already said Nigeria is a nation of tribes.
No, you didn't. No. I didn't finish. I am not finished. You interrupted me. No, you didn't. You interrupted me. Hold on.
Hello.
Let me finish now. Let me finish. Hold on, Dorothy. Let me just finish my point. Nigeria is a nation of many tribes. That is a geographical location that is extremely important to the entire black race. Maybe hold on. Let me finish now. Maybe up to 1 billion people. From the this in Bantu expansion to the diaspora, this is that migrated all over the world. Because of this reason, Nigeria is also one of the richest countries on the planet. In Africa, is the most. Can you mute your mic, Mr. Whatever I call it, Yona? So Nigeria is also one of the most. This is the most populated point on the entire African continent. The nation is one of the richest on the entire African continent, and this we have a very, very vibrant population. So if you look at all these aspects of the nation, anybody that comes to Nigeria, they know Nigeria. How is it that we in Nigeria don't know Nigeria? That is crazy.
What do you disagree with him?
What I disagree with him was that you said it yourself. He said Nigeria doesn't have an identity. I was like, how did you know that? How did you not see that? You've written so many books that you can't see.
So okay. So the identity you are describing is the same identity he described, which is there's no unique identity to define.
I just defined it.
Hold on. That's not what you are defining. Is that this is a geographical space of different tribes
and what the people represent.
No. Hold on. Nigeria is a geographical space of different tribes, right?
Yes.
So
Yes.
different tribe mean me, Yoruba man, you an Agbo man, or whatever. I don't know. You're from Delta States. Let's say you're Agbo. You like to deny I believe you're Agbo. If you're still man, okay. Hold on, wait.
But is Yoruba,
So,
sorry, is Yoruba a tribe?
even Yoruba, we have Ijebu, we have different, things
It's
like
not a
that.
No, go
tribe
on
now.
now.
Yoruba is an
I get that.
Okay, Yoruba is not a tribe; it's a nation now. Okay, we can go with that one. Whichever one you want to ascribe to yourself. Carry on, please.
Okay, I get that. We're all people of different. Hold on, let me just land. Dorothy, you come in next. You come in. We are people of different ethnic groups, but together we haven't defined ourselves to be something bigger than our unique ethnic groups. What we understand,
something that will unify us as
unify us and
collectively.
because we want people to say it's bigger than.
At least when you see the Indians now, you see them as Indians first before.
Exactly. So we haven't got to that point, right?
Try Afro beats for
but hold on, wait.
Nollywood.
And
when we are playing football matches, okay, nothing unites us. Okay.
Even if we say
those are temporary things now.
What is permanent? Is never permanent.
What Sunaja doesn't understand is that when outsiders look at us, they don't understand anything. You see, anything that comes from Nigeria, I can come from Ugodi land. They will say,
America too now.
Cool down. When an Ogoni man does something great, when a Hausa man or Kanuri man meet somebody from another country, they are another person from another country, you see that Kanuri man or Hausa man thinking, oh, that's something that's associated with him. Like, oh wow, you from Nigeria, you like for example when Whiskey or Burna Boy does something, when Hausa man go to somewhere, they will say, there was even the Hausa man never may have been someone that never know who Whiskey or Burna Boy is, or doesn't even agree with them, but it was giving that credit. You understand? It's seen, but that's when foreigners look at us. But what Dilogo is telling is that how do we look at ourselves? Is what Dilogo is telling you. In Nigeria, as a people, we haven't understood who we are collectively. It has not been defined. We haven't figured it out.
Okay,
Calm down.
Let me ask you now.
Wait,
what is the French?
Say it again.
What is the French?
Dude, forget French. We are talking about Africa right now.
Because you are making it look like you have to have some kind of biblical definition.
Having conversation with people like you is that you always have to hold us to system.
No, because you are making you are doing what they do that frustrates me. I feel like you always identity a lot. How can you not know what you are?
The two of you, let us hear what.
Darati, you are welcome. I'm.
Let Dorati talk. Let Dorati talk. Let me talk. Let
Dorati. The Nile is also welcome. Trump daddy is also welcome. We have been talking for a while now. You have extended the session.
Thank you so much. You both have really spoken well, honestly speaking. So I will make 2 points. The first point is that the first issue I'm going to talk about the identity, because I can see Mr. Mike was talking is coming from the angle of what's our identity, like how can people actually identify us that, oh, if you do certain things, this is the Yoruba man, this is this so person, you are from so place that can identify you. Then Tunaja was talking about we already
your audio is gone now.
They have a great thing going on for you, and they know because there's what we call the qualities of a nation. I mean, elements of power of a nation or a potential power. We have some snippet of some of those elements that if we modify it, we can actually compete on a global scale. So now I just want to say this. I think over the years, people are beginning to identify us. Because right now, if you look at it, you see that our population is growing outside of Nigeria, unlike before, when our daddies, probably our uncles, they travel in those days, in the 70s, in the 80s, they travel and they come back home. Now, our people are going out, and some of them are actually settled where they are, and people are beginning to know, even in Africa, you see, So many times people approach me, and when I talk, they say, "It seems you are Yoruba. You are Yoruba." They tell me, and it has been like that now. And people say, "Oh, you are Igbo." You will say, "Oh, you look like somebody from the northern part of Nigeria, or an Hausa man, or Fula." You see, I've spoken to some certain people. You know, me, I'm still in mainland Africa. I'm still in Africa, so I know people in Africa already have that understanding. Probably people in Europe and some other places, and they themselves are beginning to do that also. When they hear you talk, they know you are
That's not
Yoruba.
what they are saying. No, we don't
I
want us.
understand.
We don't want them
I'm
to
coming.
identify
I know.
us as Yoruba, Hausa, or Igbo. We
I
want them to have
understand
a unique
now.
identity for all of us as Nigerians. That's
Yeah,
what they are talking.
Dr. Timber, I understand. They already identified those points. Now, sometimes when people tell me that, you know what I tell them? I tell them I'm just a Nigerian. I said I'm Nigerian. You know, I'm not the one that told them I'm Yoruba. I'm Igbo. They already know our tonation. Don't forget that we are on social media right now. They already know our tonations and stuff, our dialect and some other things. So I tell them, no, don't divide us. That's what I push to the people. I said, don't divide us.
But
I know we have not sat down.
we are talking about Dele Ogun here. Dele Ogun's argument. Dele Ogun's argument is not about how foreigners or outsiders see us. It's talking
How we
about
see
how
ourselves.
we see ourselves. That's what Dele Ogun's argument was about.
Now, this is it. Let me, if I ask you, if you should ask me, how do I see myself? Now, I see myself. That's how I carry myself. I carry myself as a Nigerian. Now, because we are not the only country, ethnically, I know my roots. I know I'm Yoruba, and I know the virtues. I know the ethics. I mean, the morals that we carry. Some of the things
So
that
how
we
do
do.
other
I know
ethnic
about.
groups see you?
I named Nigerians. How did they see me?
Mm-hmm.
How does other ethnic groups sees me?
Mm-hmm.
Fine, we know we have some open-minded. I would say 50%. Some see me as what? As a fellow Nigerian. I work with other Nigerians here. They see me as fellow Nigerians. And why others? Why others
How does
do not
Nnamdi Kanu
actually see me
how
as
does
a
Nnamdi
fellow
Kanu see?
Nigerian? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Because some other guys can see me as, okay, it's just a Yoruba. It's just a whole Yoruba. It's not a
You
Nigerian.
see a Yoruba
I know
coward on
we are working to. Yeah.
no, Boko
So you
Haram.
see,
How do
it
they
will take
see?
us some time. It will take us some time to actually
That's
gel
what
together.
Delogu is
So
saying,
you
my
get it?
guy. Nigeria is not
Yeah, it will
defined. We
take
are
us
just
some time. So let me
Bros,
tell you,
can you be
we
governor?
are going to be the one that will define it for us.
Dorothy, can you be
You know, it's
governor?
going to take some time.
Can you be governor in the north or
In
in Igbo land?
This is the
Or
in the
problem.
where
north.
Sunaja come from? Can Sunaja allow you to be governor in the
This is
state?
the
No,
problem.
Sunaja, let me ask you this.
Mr. Mike,
Sunaja, let me
Mr.
ask you a
Mike.
Getting
question.
what I'm saying. This is the problem.
Sunaja, hold on. Let me ask you a quick question. Can you allow Dorothy to be governor in your state?
Yeah, why not?
Puroshi.
Why not? See, that's the problem with our people.
Let
We
me
don't
tell
want to
you,
create a nation.
it
Our
will
people is
take a
that.
time.
Mike, hold on, calm down,
Hold
calm
on.
down.
Okay.
Let me
To
see. Let me
Niger,
just
answer the
have my
question.
say now.
To
Come on.
Niger,
I
answer the
I've not
question.
finished. So I think I still have one point, please. I still have one point, please. Let me just round it up. Okay, let me just.
Yeah. One at a time now.
Answer the question to Niger. Not just because you're not the only
I
person
answer
that
the
live in your
question. I
region.
always answer questions straight.
Now, answer the question in the context of reality of the people that come from your region. Can you allow Derek to become a governor in your state or where you come from?
If you ask me, I will, but many people will not. That's my issue. That's why I said
But the
a lot
answer
of
is the majority answers now. The majority of you will not allow it.
Let me
That's
say
the
this.
reality.
But can
Your
you
own
let me
perception
talk?
is not reality.
Can you let me talk? You just finish talking. See, that is why we are the ones that keep reinforcing the negatives. I say it all the time. It looks like we are a little bit retarded in that form. That's where we people are better than us.
We have to address the majority.
I think Trump Daddy was talking about it earlier on that maybe that is one thing people will know how to do better than us. What do you think when Trump Daddy was saying that?
What do you mean?
Hold on now. When he was saying that,
can
you let me finish? He was saying that when Oyibo people will fight each other, they are still able to come together because they know when to operate at a higher level. Our problem is hold on, let me finish what I'm saying. Our
after
problem
Biafra
is
war, we came together. Stop
can
lying.
you let me finish?
Our problem is that we are stuck on a low level. We don't.
It's a lie. It's a lie. We came together that Biafran war.
So hold on now. Whenever it comes to us thinking on a national level, somehow we become retarded. We can't think because we don't understand the concept for some reason. Even if
not
we are
making sense at all.
No, it makes sense because even Trump Daddy has used an example why Oyibo people do better than us. Even if they fight each other, but when it comes to coming together, why do you think they are able to do that? Because they understand that okay, now this is
Africans come together. Rwanda, they had genocide, they still came together. In Rwanda, after genocide, they came together.
Yes, they came together. It's funny, isn't it? Genocide after
so you're not making
Rwanda,
sense.
No. After Rwanda had that experience, that
you are not making sense.
Look at them now. They seem to
but
be
they still recognize their identity.
Hold on.
The reality is this. Listen. Stop dismissing reality.
What do you mean I'm not making sense?
In Nigeria, everybody know what their ethnic nationality is, but you are just like the people that rule, all those people that are in charge. I'd like to dismiss reality.
Who says you have lost your identity? I asked you.
Calm the hell down, man. They don't want to address.
I think
Mike, they just like to dismiss reality and just focus on what they wish.
Let us to Nigeria say okay. Talk about the example of Rwanda that you want to give. Let us hear you out.
Yeah, Rwanda experienced a traumatic event, and one of the reasons why one of the ways they dealt with it was to erase the need to identify yourself as a tribe. That is one of the ways even religion, they go after religion in that country now. So, and technically, they seem to be more organized than most nations in Africa, even if they are not as rich, but they are more organized.
Are you sure? Or are you sure?
Generally, Rwanda.
Do you know that same thing is what is causing part of what is causing the rebels in Congo?
No. The reason why they're able to cause that much trouble because they are so organized. Because if Congo was as organized as Rwanda, Rwanda wouldn't even be able to touch Congo at all. Congo is 7 times bigger than in terms of population and landmass, even more bigger than Rwanda. How is Rwanda able to influence Congo?
Let me tell you the truth.
Rwanda is so organized.
The
Rwanda is just two tribes.
America that's there, that's telling them that's giving them money and everything and telling them to chill out because they need to use them against Congo.
Yeah, whatever way you want to look at it.
I have a lot of Rwanda.
Why are they not using Nigeria against Congo? Why are they not using other countries?
Ethnic nationality. They still know that. The Hutus know they are Hutus. The Hutus know they are Hutus. And
so do you know you are? So do you know you are? This you see now you are coming to my point. The Hutus know they are Hutus. The Tutsis know they are Tutsis. But how is it that they are still organized? Because they know how to operate on the national
level. What organization are you talking about?
In terms of how they organize their militaries, they are more organized than the Congolese militias, clearly. You see, they are more organized. Even if they went through such a devastating war in barely 20, 30 years now, that they went through that war, and look at how organized they are.
Let's hear other people talk tonight. Let's hear Durasi.
I know what you are saying is, what we are saying, we are not fully there. And I can tell you, all this argument today, go and write it down. The people that will crush it, are my children and your children. You see, as for us, we might have lost it because the majority of us in this age bracket upward, we might not be able to live with that. I can tell you that. Let's not argue about this. The position that Mike wants to hold on to and Nigeria wants to hold on to, we are might not likely be able to hold on to. It's our children, and they started showing us. And if you look at the economic emancipation of Nigeria within the tech industry. Who are the people doing it? Go and check the tech industry. You see, the Yorubas are much more outgoing in tech, and they are picking up their Southeast counterparts along with them. You see them. You see one Yoruba, you see one Igbo, you see one Yoruba, you see one South man from Edo or from Akwa Ibom, from Rivers. You see one Yoruba, one Hausa, and one Igbo. You see them. So you see that these guys are forming bonds, serious bonds in the economic sphere, where they know what they know how to do best. And I can tell you, they are the one that will do this. Let's not overlabor it. Point number 2 is that of the issue of like Africans not being smart enough, not innovating enough. Well, A whole lot of things are happening to us over the time. But I read a particular write-up about the African Union issue on innovation, STI, adoption of science and technology in and innovation in Africa. And the paper was talking about how there has been a surge, a bit of surge in innovation from about 25% to about 41% in Africa. Okay, you can compare that with Asia, who has the Chinese, who has about 80 to 90%, innovation, drive and stuff like that. One of the things that actually hold us back probably was infrastructure. Our infrastructure was not. We didn't key into some of those things early enough, and I think now things are beginning to change. Things are beginning to change. Now I look at it from the university where I came from. Do you know that we do not have any indigenous breed in Africa, in Nigeria, that can rival the breeds from America, the improved breeds from America, from France, from Germany. Those are the leaders, and Israelis. Those are the leaders in the agricultural sphere in terms of poultry, livestock breeding, agricultural breeding, as in real time. Do you know that right now Nigeria has its own breed, and it was done by the first professor of genetics in what of animal genetics in Africa, which is an American professor. He did that research. This is not something that they told me. I will witness it. That research took 20 good years. The problem we have in Africa is that we are short-sighted people. We don't want to spend our money. That woman spent money. She's she's a life fellow of Nigeria, of the International Genetic Research Institute in Bali. This woman today has given us Nigeria's first indigenous breed. And you know how he got it? He sampled all the genes of all the chickens from Africa, from southwestern Nigeria. And today, he has already got that word. That he is a landmark achievement.
Aye.
I will go back to that space and make sure that I bring in those breeds. They can do as much as any breed you use in America and in any part of the world. And we have a whole lot of them doing some duties. See, what we also have is we don't have the mindset of ownership, patency, and ownership. And I can tell you, with my research on Nigerian university sphere, I can tell you when it comes to technology, there are universities that are renowned for it. When it comes to health, you talk about UI, you talk about IFE, UI graduate, UI IFE, you see them, and Abu and some other places, they do well in health. In agriculture, you take FUNAB and some other universities also. If you are talking about tech, you talk about future. In socials and other, you talk about lag, lag. You talk about tech, futamina, futu. Those are leading and Lautech. You talk about these universities, and also there's one at Unina, and I think else also in Unimate. So we are going on smoothly. And another the kid in the blog that is after Babalola University has been groundbreaking research in the area of health. So we are coming up. Patency, one thing about Africa. One of the reasons why Africans are poor is we don't take intellectual property serious. One of the backbone of the American economy is the application of law, patency law, and you documenting your things. Document it. If you mess up with that, you are going to jail. You are going to be ruined. We don't have those structures before. It is just now we started having those structures, and we become much more better and better and better. See, there's a guy. I want all of us to go and check that guy. They call him 8Vira on Facebook. 8Vira. 8Vira is a guy from Nigeria. That guy, he posts a whole lot of things that Africans are doing. You see that Africans are genius. I'm telling you, the problem we have is funding, scaling, owning those things. Then patenting it, registering it, making it that I'm the sole owner of this thing. Before you know it, we're already out of the country. The Yibos collect it. 2% of African scientists in African scientists come from Nigeria, and they recognize them officially. And
Who do you blame for
even
that?
abroad, and stuff like this.
Dorothy, who do you blame
The
for
government
that?
is also the government, of course,
Hold
now.
on.
The government
Let's
is there,
people
of
are
course.
coming for a second. Hold on.
Who do you blame for that?
So that's it. I blame the government. Because if you look at Germany spent about 4% of the GDP on what? On the research and development. How much are we spending? It's just now that probably we are just beginning to do little using third fund. My own friend built something from the scratch.
Most of these things initially that you are talking about, I'm very sure even you now, probably you are working at Gambia Institute of Research and something. Who fund them? Is it not the same Western world that you are talking about?
And that's the
No.
Let me
It's not only funded by what, but no.
Let me just add to this, because our original point, you are changing the topic. Our original point is about what Delogu said, and from what the conversation we've had, it's clear that you said that the previous generation are gone, and the reason why they are gone because they are very, very uncharitable to their national identity, and the new generation may have to change that. So, and that is the point I was making. And when I tried to raise that point, and Mike is going into a twist. But that said, in terms of research and development, I gathered that Nigeria spends about $1 billion on it. I found out how to believe, but that's what they said we used to spend on it. I don't know now that our national budget has
spend on what?
On R&D.
Spend on what?
Research and
Where did you get that?
For R&D.
Yeah. I got that data. I think I remember seeing that data. Yeah, you'll be surprised though.
Where did you get
Nigeria.
Let
me find it. R&D. I was surprised when I saw it myself. R&D.
I don't believe
budget.
It's not true. But let's see.
No, we might have that. More than half of it is
I'm looking at it now.
No,
yeah, because they spend it in the military. They spend it in so many places.
Yeah.
They also steal a lot of them, of course. That goes without saying.
Half of it is gone. It's gone. Half of it is gone.
It's a cliche.
Who's paying for it though? Who's paying for that? Who's paying for the R&D?
The government now. The government is paying for
Nigerian
it. This one,
government.
we are talking about what the Nigerian
Hold on.
Yes,
Yeah.
the one that the government
Hold on. The Nigerian government allocates $1 billion for R&D.
Yeah, from what I can see here, look at that. I don't know. I'm not making it up. Maybe this one they are lying.
We have a lot. Some daddy. We have a lot of agencies in Nigeria.
30 billion dollars they allocate.
1.5 billion. That's what you can see there.
That's a joke.
That's 2022. Now it's probably around 700 and something, because the value of the currency has gone to pot.
And
what currency has dropped? It's not a joke. From daddy, let me put it something. You see, what happened is this. I like I told you earlier, we have a lot of research institutes in Nigeria. We have a lot of them within the military. Within the parastatals that are that are working, and they have their own budgetary allocations.
Dorothy, I
you get
yes
it?
on that. How does Nigeria rank, not in the world but in Africa, when it comes to R&D? How do we rank?
I know we already said it. The corruption is also one of our problems. Now we still see some of those money that don't know that about that. We see half of that money. I can tell you, we go into your society.
We're not doing any damn research. There's no damn research coming out of any institution, especially government. Maybe private.
How dare you say that? They invented cliche.
No, you cannot say that. You cannot say that. You cannot.
How can you say that? How can you? That took more than 20 years to come up with. That's more than 30 billion.
Exactly to the point. Exactly to the point. So you're telling me we do some damn research out of the military and this and that.
Man, that's a disgrace. Now, Nigerians, you see, $1 billion is a lot of money. If I had access to $1 billion, do you know it takes about $2 to $3 billion to build a spaceport where you can start launching rockets?
Don't go to
Nigerians, we can't even use money for anything.
So Darcy, I would say, look, if we actually spend $1 billion, see, we have to. There's some areas of our you can say competitive advantage, or maybe we have a natural advantage. I will not spend a dime on military or this other stuff. If you had $1 billion, I would say concentrate all that funding towards agricultural development.
That's the kind of person that wants to waste
hold on. Tunaja, let me talk.
You will just waste that money.
Tunaja, let me talk. Prince Daddy, what happened is when they put that budget out, right, $1 billion for that research, They can't tell your project. Somebody approached me and said, look, I'll give you 2 of my daughters. They have fat yansh, big breast, they're sexy.
Mike,
Your third
God
one.
say, story alone.
I'm being serious. You black man think. I'm telling you.
Mike is sounding like somebody that would do it. Oh, he's
You
really
marry
sounding like
them,
somebody that would do it.
and then you meet with this someone, other people. They walk that way, and then they meet up and they discuss, and they will share the money, and then what will be left will be a little bit of maybe cash left for the research.
You are
This
talking
way
now. You are
black man
talking now.
think. Black man is all about pleasure. Black man just wants to fuck
That's
and
it.
talk. I'm telling you, that's why
At
we
the
are
moment,
behind.
that's what they like to do. That
And,
is
and hold on, Tunaja, calm down. Let me learn. And that's what I'm saying. Like, it would take some real decent black men, few decent black men to take over, be in charge, and just put these other black men, these foolish black men, and control them. Use force to control them. That's what I said. The black man.
why do you think that's not
Hold
happening?
on. Calm down. That's what I say. These other black men that are acting foolish, it's not they don't have the means to be productive, but you have to put gun on their head to be productive. You have to force them to be productive. Because if you leave them alone, they're gonna act foolish. All they want to do is get laid. They want to do is fuck. All the women, whether 1,000, 20,000, they're ready to do it. So what I'm saying is the black man is not like white man or Asian man, where you can just leave alone to produce. A black man, you have to use force to make them be productive. We need some real black men that can force this black man to produce. The budget, even the project are passing right now, they're gonna share it. Even the one that doesn't, they will bribe me with a fine girl. Fuck, and that's it. I'm saying this not because I'm exaggerating. I'm saying because I interacted with these people. I'm telling you, when one man is on issue, I always say Mike
You
is
are
in
right.
Nigeria.
You are right,
Hold on,
Mike.
wait. They always say Mike is in Nigeria. Mike is in Nigeria. Because I'm in Nigeria interacting with this kind of people. I'm telling you. And this is what I discovered. That's their mentality. I'm telling you. That's their mentality. All they care about is to get fuck and talk. That's it. That's why we are behind white man and Chinese man. I'm telling you, that's the reality. As soon as I can see and talk all this rubbish, this is the reality. I'm telling you. The people in Nigeria, they don't care.
Mike, exactly. They don't care. If you ask an individual, they want to just use what a white man creates. Like now, for example, I myself, I have something that I worked upon doing my master's degree. Where I'm still planning to go to work on it where I do not need any medicine. I mean any antibiotics to actually prepare. I mean to raise some birds. I can use it on some animals without using antibiotics. And this is something I worked upon. My stuff are still well documented. And all you need is
So
to
if they are sick,
work
what are you
on
going
look
to
for
give them?
how to get
Hmm?
there are protocols that you have to follow. There are protocols you can follow. People do organic. People do organic what do you call it, agriculture, where you don't actually give any synthetic thing to them. You give only what do you call it, organic stuff to them. So it's actually possible.
All right,
You can get to that level, and it's
gentlemen. We
across
have
board.
we have to call it a day before even YouTube starts complaining about the length of the video. I have to thank all the gentlemen who have been here today. You have been good sport apart from the early stage. And the conversation has been very productive. And I must say, Simba and Mike, I noticed that you guys are sharper recently. I don't know where it's coming from. Maybe Simba is eating a lot of omega-2 eggs. I don't know where it's coming from. Drop Daddy. I don't know what's happening to Prince Daddy. Prince Daddy is suffering though. We have to say Prince Daddy. It's not a Zionist or advocating ethnic cleansing. That's what we experience today. Yeah.
What's my mic look like? What does it sound like? My mic.
No, it sounds perfect now. There was a time there was noise coming from the background, but now it sounds perfect.
No,
And
it's not talking. Dorothy is not talking about. People have been complaining for days now. Is your mic
About
has
my
not been?
mic. So
Maybe you have to change your phone.
yeah, nice one, Dorothy. Thank you for coming in. And
I'm using a device now.
Let me give you important information. You see, all those senators, House Rep, all of them, ministers, they are 3 times worse than two Baba. They won't fuck everything moving. Bro,
let me
when
thank
you
you for the
have
chat.
time
You can
to
go
do
back
that,
and educate
hold
people.
on now, bro.
I have to
No,
I
I know they don't cover them. There's already your uncles and your
we
friends.
have to round up. It's going too long. It's 9 hours.
Hold on.
No.
When
Info, come on,
like
let me close
what
out.
time
Now.
will
Let
you
me
have
close
to
out.
develop a country?
Mike, let me close out. We don't want to have that conversation now. There's more. It's 9 hours. Info. Oh, thank you for coming in. AB, I see you there. Adewale Olusegun. I see you there. Thank you for coming in. Adewale Olusegun. Fort, I see you there. Latorich, I see you there too. Thank you for coming in. I'm sure there's a lot more. Just Reason, Spit Video One, Adegbola, Abiola, I see you there too. And DJ Dodoye. That was it's not easy. Light, I see you there. And Adeyemi Badejo, Dami Eyo, DOG was cross with me, but it's all right. It's all good. Nigerian, I see you there too. Sir K, thank you all for joining us. And Ayo, I see you as donating the American dollar. Is the only one that donated today. Thank you for the donation. And till next time, we'll catch you guys. Bye.
No, don't end it.
I have to end it.